Hello everyone, good evening to all of you. Hello everyone, good morning and good evening to all of you. Welcome once again to this live analysis. आज है 23rd of January 2025 and welcome once again to this live analysis. फिलहाल के लिए देखें क्रूड ऑयल को तो एक एफईजी है यहाँ पर। एफईजी पे रुका हुआ है प्राइस। थोड़ा बहुत रुक सकता है, नीचे आता है तो फिर से एक बाइंग का प्लान कर सकते हैं 6500 टू 510 के बीच में। एफईजी के ऊपर गया तो फिर एक और एफईजी मिलेगा 6570 और फिर कल का जो हाई है 6600 से 6605 के बीच में, वहां पर एक मेजर रेजिस्टेंस है। तो फिलहाल के लिए ये रहेगा, बाकी नीचे फिर आपके पास एक और सपोर्ट है और अराउंड 6452 वाला कल वाला। बाकी गोल्ड के अगर लेवल देखें उससे पहले एक बार अगर आज का डेटा देखें तो वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम की मीटिंग है आपके आज। इसके अलावा 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग रहेगी। 7 PM पे अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का डेटा रहेगा, गोल्ड और सिल्वर को इम्पैक्ट करेगा। 8 बजे यूएस मार्केट ओपन, 9 बजे नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री और फिर 9:30 पे यूएस प्रेसिडेंट भी स्पीच करने वाले हैं, कुछ उनकी स्पीच है। और फिर 9:30 पर ही क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री भी आज आएगी। गोल्ड को देखोगे कल एक सपोर्ट बनाया था, काफ़ी देर होल्ड करने की कोशिश करी, कर नहीं पाया, फिर नीचे एक रीटेस्ट जोन था, उसी लेवल के आसपास आया। ऊपर कोई लेवल बन नहीं रहा है बिकॉज कोई मेजर रेजिस्टेंस बना नहीं है। कुछ बना होगा पीछे, उतने पीछे 15 मिनट का चार्ट जा नहीं रहा है तो ध्यान रखना। नीचे फिर एक मेजर सपोर्ट 2730 के आसपास है। वैसे तो ये रीटेस्ट कर चुका है लास्ट टाइम यहाँ पर। नेक देखना पड़ेगा फिर से करता है या फिर कोई नया सपोर्ट या नया रेजिस्टेंस बनाएगा तो वी विल मार्क दैट लेवल, बट अभी के लिए फिलहाल इतनी ही लेवल है। कोई नया लेवल अभी बना नहीं है इसके अलावा गोल्ड में 15 मिनट। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक दिस स्ट्रीम। सिल्वर और गोल्ड को भी देखते हैं। लेट्स सी फर्स्ट न्यूज़। इंडियन मार्केट तो साइडवेज ही चला गया, कुछ खास मूव किया नहीं, स्पेशली बैंक निफ्टी। सी द लेटेस्ट न्यूज़ फॉर द आवर।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Caroline Hepker.
And I'm Stephen Carroll.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says any effective peacekeeping force deployed in his country will need to include US troops. In an interview with Bloomberg's editor-in-chief John Micklethwaite, Zelensky said that his European allies don't have enough soldiers to pose a realistic deterrent to Putin.
It can't be without the United States. I will explain you why. Even if some European friends think that it can be, no, it will not be. First of all, nobody will risk without the United States. The second, that's what can divide NATO, divide EU and USA. That is a goal and dream of Putin, to divide this unity.
Zelensky's comments come as Trump threatens to impose financial penalties on Russia if it doesn't end the war soon. In a Truth Social post, Trump said that Russian President Vladimir Putin should make a deal soon or face additional tariffs and sanctions.
A Royal Navy submarine has been deployed to warn off a Russian spy ship in UK waters. The British government says the spy ship, called Yantar, was gathering intelligence and mapping the UK's underwater infrastructure. Defence Secretary John Healey told Parliament he has a message for Vladimir Putin.
We see you, we know what you're doing, and we will not shy away from robust action to protect this country.
Healey says the ship is an example of growing Russian aggression and threats to cables and other offshore infrastructure. The incident comes less than a month after undersea internet cables were damaged in the Gulf of Finland and the Baltic Sea.
Donald Trump has downplayed the national security risk posed by TikTok, the social media app owned by China's ByteDance. Speaking to Fox News Channel's Hannity, Trump was asked if he was concerned by claims that the app could be used as a spying tool by Beijing.
You can say that about everything made in China. Look, we have our telephones made in China for the most part. We have so many things made in China, so why don't they mention that, you know? The interesting thing with TikTok, though, is you're dealing with a lot of young people. So
they love it.
Is it that important for China to be spying on young people?
Donald Trump's remarks on Fox News Channel's Hannity come days after he offered the social video app a temporary reprieve from legislation that would have forced it to shut down in the US. Trump has credited the app for improving his political standing among young voters, citing that as part of the reason that he decided to give ByteDance more time to secure a sale.
Bloomberg Economics says there are good reasons to think recessions in the UK will be more frequent in coming years. The analysis comes as nearly half of Britons say they expect the economy to worsen in the next 3 months. 48% of those polled by the British Retail Consortium took the pessimistic view. Bloomberg's James Wilcock has more.
The UK is in a mood. The BRC's negative numbers join a growing pile. S&P's consumer sentiment gauge is at a 1-year low, and Deloitte see business confidence at a 2-year low. Bloomberg put the gloominess to the Chancellor in Davos, who responded saying there was good news on global investments.
We can trade surveys and data, but, I'm here to sell Britain, to talk about the strengths and what we are doing. We're reforming the planning system, we're reforming our regulatory system, reforming pensions.
We've got more details on that reform Rachel Reeves wanted to highlight. The government are announcing plans to limit legal challenges to infrastructure projects. It's another attempt to cut back red tape in Britain, but will it bring back confidence in their growth plans? In London, James Wilcock, Bloomberg Radio.
A huge new fire north of LA has prompted evacuations after weeks of blazes in the area. What's been labelled the Hughes Fire expanded quickly to more than 9,000 acres and remains uncontained. So far, 50,000 people have been placed under warning or forced to leave their homes. One local resident has fire crews in his garden.
It's a little nerve-wracking, but there's nothing I can do about it, so I have to stay somewhat calm about it and just roll with it. We've done it before. It's happened before.
A local resident speaking there. Critical fire weather conditions are expected to last through the day, making it challenging to control the threat. The wildfire has stoked fresh fears in a region already devastated by 2 weeks of deadly infernos that have killed at least 28 people and destroyed nearly 15,000 structures.
The European Commission wants to keep London as part of its clearinghouse system for 3 more years. It's proposing extending its post-Brexit arrangement until 2028, which EU members will now need to consider. Clearing is the only part of financial services that has been granted equivalence by the EU since Brexit. Brussels has spent the past 5 years trying to cut London out of its financial system and has made clear it was still committed to building a rival industry.
Elon Musk has openly questioned whether companies in Trump's newly announced AI venture can fulfill their pledges. SoftBank, OpenAI and Oracle said that they would deploy $100 billion immediately, with plans to increase that to at least $500 billion. In an exchange on Musk's X platform, Musk wrote that SoftBank, quote, don't actually have the money. OpenAI's Sam Altman issued a response stating that the Stargate project is great for the US and that he hopes Musk will put America first in his new role. Rachel Metz covers artificial intelligence for Bloomberg.
Elon Musk clearly has a long history with Sam Altman and with OpenAI, and Elon is also involved in his own company. He's involved with now the federal government. So he's got a lot going on. I think he made a really fair observation, though, like, hey, where is this money coming from?
Rachel Metz says that the exchange exposes an early internal rift within the White House as Elon Musk takes on a new government efficiency role in the Trump administration.
Those are your top stories on the markets. Euro Stoxx 50 futures 0.2% lower. The MSCI Asia Pacific Index is flat and the 10-year Treasury yield is down a basis point at 4.6%.
That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Caroline Hepker.
I'm Stephen Carroll and this is Bloomberg.
Not everybody likes talking about today. An avalanche of early actions from US President Donald Trump. How the January 6th pardons have sparked fury and concerns it'll embolden extremists.
What a U.S. withdrawal from the World Health Organization could mean for global health initiatives. And Trump's attack on diversity, equity, and inclusion begins. It's Wednesday, January 22nd. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes every weekday. I'm Christopher Waljasper in Chicago.
And I'm Tara Oakes in Liverpool.
President Donald Trump began his first full day in office attending a prayer service at the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. It was at that service that he got a sermon he may not have been expecting from Episcopal Bishop Marianne Edgar Budde.
There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families, some who fear for their lives.
She also made an appeal on behalf of immigrants fearing deportation. Trump was asked what he thought of the sermon later in the day.
I didn't think it was a good service, no. Thank you very much.
I have one message for President Trump. I'll see you in court.
California Attorney General Rob Bonta. 22 Democratic-led states have sued over Trump's plan to roll back birthright citizenship after he ordered government agencies not to recognize the citizenship of American-born children if neither parent is a US citizen or legal permanent resident. Prince Harry has settled his lawsuit against Rupert Murdoch's News Group newspapers over alleged unlawful information gathering. His lawyer says that a deal has been reached to settle the lawsuit.
Houston, Texas, New Orleans, and other parts of the U.S. far south saw as much as 8 inches of snow on Tuesday. The storm also brought ice and strong winds that threatened dangerous conditions for the region, with more than 900 flights out of Houston canceled on Tuesday.
Israel has launched a military operation in the West Bank, describing it as an offensive against Iranian-backed militants. It comes just 2 days after the Gaza ceasefire took hold and just 24 hours after Trump lifted sanctions on Israeli settlers. And in Turkey, 9 people have been detained in connection with a ski resort fire at a hotel, which has killed 76 and injured dozens. Trump has announced a private sector investment of up to $500 billion to fund infrastructure for artificial intelligence. Trump says that ChatGPT's creator, OpenAI, SoftBank, and Oracle are planning a joint venture called Stargate, which will build data centers and create more than 100,000 jobs in the United States.
In 2021, Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick was assaulted during the January 6th riot. The next day, he died of multiple strokes. This week, our reporter Nathan Lane called up his brother, Craig.
Just wanted to get your reaction on the pardons.
After Trump pardoned the men and women who stormed the Capitol.
Well, how I view it is my brother died in vain. Everything he did to try to protect the country, to protect the Capitol.
Sicknick did not mince words.
What Trump did is despicable, and it proves that
Hundreds of rioters were freed on Tuesday, including Stuart Rhodes, the former lead of the far-right Oath Keepers group. He spoke to reporters after being freed.
Did you feel emboldened and perhaps legitimized and validated by the Trump?
Well, I don't feel emboldened. I feel vindicated and validated. Yes, absolutely. Of course,
Trump has described the riots as a peaceful day of love.
So, Nathan, the former leaders of both the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers are now out of prison. What message might that send to extremist groups?
It's a very strong message to his supporters that what they did on January 6th in his name by trying to overturn the election, which he still falsely claims was stolen from him, that they were in the right. And that even if violence occurred, in a sense, it's okay. Extremist experts who track political violence have said they're very worried that this sends a message to these extremist groups like the Proud Boys that, essentially whatever they do in the name of Trump or for Trump will not be punished. And so it sets up this incentive structure for them to look out for opportunities to help him out.
So we paid $500 million to World Health when I was here, and I terminated it.
President Trump withdrawing the U.S. from the World Health Organization with the stroke of a pen on Monday.
seemed a little unfair to me.
The move sent global health leaders scrambling to prepare for a WHO without the U.S. involvement. Our global health reporter, Jennifer Rigby, is in London covering the fallout.
Global health experts around the world have said this is a blow to the health of the world and also a blow for the United States, right? That's the argument they're making, that it's not just about the rest of the world. This could also affect the US because diseases don't respect borders. So in a pandemic situation, being out of the WHO is a risk for everybody.
So what could the removal of U.S. funding in particular mean for the services that the WHO provides around the world?
The US is the biggest funder for the WHO, but only about 100 million of it is money they have to pay because of the size of their economy. The rest of it is voluntary funding, right? Earmarked, so they can choose what that money is spent on within WHO. And in the past, that's been things like fighting HIV, tackling tuberculosis, and also health emergencies are all funded very heavily by the United States. Sometimes up to 3/4 US money goes into those programs.
Okay, so what happens next?
So under US law, the US now has to give a year's notice to leave the WHO, and they also have to pay any outstanding fees. So that year, a lot of global health experts are going to spend that time trying to change the Trump administration's mind. And, you know, it could be seen that this is kind of like an incendiary sort of opening of a negotiation, right? Where you say, okay, we're out unless you do this. And that it kind of remains to be seen exactly what the US would want from WHO in order to stay and what the WHO could or would give. But, you know, there's a lot that could be done with US funding under an administration that wanted to change it without having to leave the WHO.
The first female uniformed leader of a branch of the US Armed Forces has been fired by the Trump administration. A senior official at the Department of Homeland Security saying US Coast Guard Commandant Admiral Linda Lee Fagan was fired because of leadership deficiencies, operational failures, and inability to advance the strategic objectives of the US Coast Guard, adding, on condition of anonymity, that one of the reasons was Fagan's excessive focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI, policies. Fagan's firing comes less than 24 hours after Trump signed off on executive orders to eliminate DEI programs in federal government agencies.
We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based.
Race and Justice reporter Bianca Flowers has more.
The removal of Linda Fagan as commandant for the U.S. Coast Guard aligns with Trump's broader reach and approach to limiting or redirecting DEI programs across federal agencies. Fagan was very much known for her advocacy efforts and DEI policies in regards to recruiting more women, retaining talent from underrepresented groups. So I think her removal is very telling of possibly what else is to come for folks that are in positions that have been proponents of DEI.
Looking at these executive orders on DEI, can they extend beyond federal agencies?
They can have broader implications for businesses and contractors who depend on federal government funding. These could be federal contractors, nonprofits, educational institutions that may have to reassess DEI programs to comply with some of these new directives.
Fagan and the Coast Guard could not immediately be reached for comment. And for today's recommended read, we take a look at Trump's approval rating at the start of his term. Around 47% of Americans are happy with his presidency, according to a Reuters Ipsos poll, higher than it was during most of his first term. There's a link to the story and the graphic of the poll in the pod description.
For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com.
It's a win-win. Come and invest. We need your technology, but we also you can produce at a very competitive prices, and you can maintain your competitive edge. And that's the narrative that we're trying to put forward.
Fantastic talking to you. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to Bloomberg. That was Hassan Al-Khatib, the Egyptian Minister for Investment and Foreign Trade.
Jemana, thank you very much indeed. Bloomberg's Jemana Basechi joining us from the World Economic Forum.
Let's talk a little bit about the other geopolitics around the world. President Donald Trump is threatening more financial penalties on Russia over the war in Ukraine. Trump said on his Truth Social network President Vladimir Putin should make a deal soon or face more taxes, tariffs, and sanctions on Russian goods. Meanwhile, Ukraine's president says any effective peacekeeping force in Ukraine must include U.S. troops to support European allies. Vladimir Zelensky spoke exclusively with Bloomberg's editor-in-chief, John Micklethwaite, at the World Economic Forum in Davos.
It's great if we will have troops. But we have to understand that the troops will not be in the center of the capital.
Yes.
They will not have relaxed time. Yes, it's very important because I heard that some allies said that yes, but it's okay, we can be in the center of some city, and then no, we don't need such contingents.
You want them
no.
line.
Yes, with our people, of course. Yes, because this means security, and that's it. So, but it can't be. It can't be without the United States. I will explain you why. Even if some European friends think that it can be, no, it will not be. First of all, nobody will risk without the United States. The second, that's what can divide NATO, divide EU and USA. That is a goal and dream of Putin, to divide this unity.
You mentioned China. How important is China in these negotiations? I mean, China is the backer of Russia. They seem to have had an impact on things like Putin not using nuclear weapons, those sort of things. Can China push Putin, and do you have any contact with the Chinese?
I had some contacts with Xi Jinping. We had a phone call during the war. Not too much, not enough, I think. Yes, he can push Putin to peace, I'm sure. I think that only President Trump is the strongest, and Xi Jinping. I think that there is no other allies who can really do it. Yes, because his economy, Putin economy, after sanctions, after everything, depends very much of China.
You would like Donald Trump and Xi Jinping of China to work together to push
I think
push
yes.
Putin.
Yes, but not without us.
Not without
It's important.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky speaking exclusively at Davos with Bloomberg's editor-in-chief, John Micklethwaite.
Coming up, we're going to head back to the World Economic Forum. We are going to bring you a live interview with Richard Noddy, the newly appointed vice chair over at Goldman Sachs. That conversation coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
In 2000, post-Napster, generally everybody wrote off the recorded music industry, including the investment community. And I didn't mind that chapter because then I got left alone. And actually, I think out of that period, we started to create better art because the pressure wasn't on from the technology to be the most powerful chapter. And then iTunes came in, and iTunes, to Apple's credit, did have a boutique taste mentality about the store, which meant that I think they understood. I can tell you from that period that the artists that came through were of a very high quality because it was encouraged to be boutique. Now, ironically, this chapter has made us more money times 5 than the iTunes chapter and the post-Napster chapter. But an algorithm tells you what you want, not what you might like. And there's a difference between what you want, but with streaming, the downside is you have incredible penetration, and we have hundreds of millions of people around the world. And so that has been very lucrative as a business.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
I don't like to talk about deregulation. Rational regulation in our sector, in any other sector, could be good for growth. But if things go too far, then the Fed may have to hike rates and deal with inflation. Hopefully it doesn't happen.
Daniel Pinto there is JP Morgan president on regulation and U.S. growth. We return to Swiss Alps now to join Bloomberg's Francine Lacqua. Fran.
Thank you so much, Crudy. I'm joined by Richard Nade, the newly promoted vice chairman of Goldman Sachs. Richard, first of all, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. But look, a change of job, a change of title. How do you feel about it?
I feel fantastic. For the overall firm, it's a hugely exciting and energizing time. If I put it into a broader context, if I think about 2023, 24, it was really nailing the firm's strategy, which we've really got set, putting in the organizational structure. But of course, people is the most important thing here. And we've now put in place a broad set of leaders that can really take this forward, execute, and deliver over the next 5 to 10 years. And so that's what this is part of. For myself, I've given up my CEO responsibilities, for GSI, but I'm thrilled to have the remit to really operate broadly around the world and spend time with our people, our clients, and I'm very excited about the next period of time.
So what's the one thing that Goldman has to do now? Is it talent retention more than actually getting strategy right, which actually has proven to be the right thing to do?
We've got to have the right people, and we've got to have the right culture. And if we get people and culture right, Goldman Sachs will continue to be a great firm. And so we focus on that day in and day out. We invest in it. This is part of that investment. The other thing I'd say is, we focus so much on making sure that we've got a deep bench. But there's no point in having a deep bench if you don't use it. And this is an example of us really, using that bench and bringing the next generation off. And there's going to be a huge amount of energy, and our clients will feel it, our people will feel it. It's an exciting time.
Are you expecting to also hire a lot more, given all of the animal spirits that could be unlocked in the U.S., and what does it mean for the rest of the world, including Europe?
Well, we always try and modulate this. It's easy to get carried away. None of us can predict the future. We all know how it feels right now. If you're sitting here and you're talking to someone from the US, it's huge optimism and enthusiasm. If you're talking to someone from Europe, it's a little bit less the case. And so we try and hire with a longer-term view. These are long-term careers. We're not bringing people in for the next 12 months. We're bringing people in for a career. So hiring in at the bottom continues to be hugely important. We do that whatever the cycle is. But of course, we're adding all the time to our organization. The organization is growing.
I haven't met one single person, almost, that's really optimistic about the UK or Europe. Are you?
No, the mood's not good. My takeaway would be, and we all know the numbers, so there's no point in or need to rehearse them now. The sentiment across, the big cap, the big name European industrial companies, that CEO community, there's an increasing level of frustration. Because obviously they can see what's happening in the US. Frankly, a lot of them are investing significant dollars into the US. That's where the money's going. But they also want to invest and grow and build in the European economy. And so there's an increasing sense of frustration. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see that community broadly becoming much more assertive. Assertive with the regulatory framework, assertive in Brussels, in their own domestic capitals, and really leaning in. Because I think everybody knows what the program needs to be, but I think people are done with the talking. People really want to try and push this into action, and If there is no response from the discussions, then one's ready. And I think we'll see more assertion going forward, I suspect.
Richard, how do you see client behavior? Are they going to spend more money? Are Europeans and international investors just going to be spending more money in the US, or are they staying put for the moment until they figure out what happens?
Both things are happening. The opportunity and the returns are obviously there in the US, and we've seen the activity of this week. That's only going to encourage that behavior. So we'll continue to see capital flowing in that direction. But look, Europe is a very, very large and significant economy, and people want to participate here. So I think we'll see more restructuring. We'll see more consolidation. There's a real need across Europe to build global champions of scale that can compete globally. And certainly in our backlog and our client discussions, M&A activity, big strategic transactions, we're seeing, frankly, as much of that as I can remember. So I think things are going to move.
Private credit, what's your ambition there?
Well, as you know, we've got about $130, $140 billion of private credit sitting in our alternative asset management business, and we aim to double that. We want to get that through $300 billion, and then we'll take it from there. This is a really important source of financing for our client base, and they will continue to use it. We're obviously managing that alternative asset platform for investors. But if you're a user, if you're a corporate, you can go to the bank market, you can go to the public credit markets, and you can go to the private credit. And having that choice is important. It all ties into the capital markets union concept in Europe. We need to develop these markets. We need to develop a securitization market. Let's see what gets done. I
mean, what do you think Donald Trump's administration will unlock in terms of, crypto? Are we going to see a really big deregulation, which would also prop up private markets?
All I can say is if you're an entrepreneur and you're getting out of bed in the United States this week, you are full of optimism and energy. And whatever your chosen field, it may be crypto, it may be fracking, it may be just starting a business, you're going to be optimistic that you can drive something forward. So I wouldn't isolate it sector by sector. I think the energy will be contagious, and it'll be contagious across all parts of that economy, and I think that's what we're going to see. Now, we can't predict the future, as I said, so let's see how all of this plays out. Obviously, the markets themselves have anticipated a lot of this. Last year, the US market up 20%, it was up 20% the year before. That market's not going to grow 20% year in, year out. So, we need to have some sense of moderation in terms of where the market is. But the underlying energy across the economy, the economic growth, plus 2%, does it get to 3%? Time will tell, but there's a lot of energy there.
I mean, there seems to, equities are priced to perfection in the U.S. Should that be a worry when there's a lot of talk about inflation being a concern for the Fed?
Well, let's judge perfection with hindsight. It depends what happens. Maybe they're priced for perfection, maybe they're not. But obviously, rates are a huge focus. We've seen 100 basis points of rate cuts over the last 12 months. We expect another 50 this year, maybe another 25 in 2026. But the data is going to determine how that plays out. And obviously, if the economy is running really hot, it's going to be more difficult to have those rate cuts. The tariff discussion, we'll see how that plays out. If that is on the margin inflationary, again, that'll make it more difficult for rate cuts. There's a lot in front of us. And so, the range of outcomes is as broad as it's ever been. And I think both the left tail and the right tail, they're long and they're fatter than they've been. So I think one needs to be forward-leaning. The wind is at your back. But I think you need to be a risk manager at the same time and be looking left and right and make sure that you're anticipating all the potential outcomes. They're all possible.
Is that your biggest concern? This kind of bifurcation, or trying to understand, the positive and the negative?
That's our job. Our job is to be ready for whatever the outcome is going to be, and we advise our clients in that way. We manage our own risks in that way. Because, as we said a couple of times in this discussion, the future is hard to predict.
Richard, in terms of the announcements that we've had, I think you've doubled the management committee. If you look at the numbers, more women would probably be welcome. What's the secret sauce on that?
We continue to drive those initiatives. You're absolutely right. It's a huge priority for the organization. Our most recent partner class, which we announced at the end of last year, in our European partner group, actually 38% of that class was women. It was the highest number ever. Globally, it was in the high 20s. We would love to have more representation on the management committee. We will get more representation on the management committee, and we're pushing people forward. And I think if you look beyond the management committee and some of the recent announcements, there are a lot of very, very important jobs, which are going to women. The leadership bench there is growing in a very, very good way. We'd all like it to go faster.
Thank you so much for joining us. Richard Nade, they're the Vice Chairman of Goldman Sachs. With that, I'm going to send it back to you in London, Guy, and we'll have plenty more throughout the day here from Davos.
Francine Lacroix at the World Economic Forum in Davos, talking to Richard Nade. Thank you very much indeed. The Trump theme is definitely going to be very present at Davos today. What is it, 4 o'clock? He's joining
WEF. He's going to be addressing WEF, and there is going to be an opportunity within that for CEOs in Europe to ask questions. You had a great suggestion earlier about learning lessons from the United States about deregulation, that kind of thing. I wondered if you were going to ask a question about China, if you're a European CEO, maybe getting a sense of his evolving thinking around China, because it does seem as if it is evolving. He seems less aggressive on China, on the tariff side of things, on his impression of what they can do with TikTok and spying intention. So I think his evolving thinking on China and how it is shifting would be an interesting one to explore.
Yeah, absolutely, and just what the extent of that actually looks like, because he's already building on top of a farm deal that he had kind of pushed in his first administration, a farm deal that I'm now curious if he pushes on Europe as well. At least that was the comments he made in the press conference.
If I'm a European CEO, do I...
Good afternoon to all of you once again. Don't forget to like the stream. Naturally, इसका चार्ट थोड़ी देर में लगाएंगे.
Well, we experienced this with NVIDIA, right? NVIDIA's already had to make one chip for the U.S. and one chip for everybody else, and that has already kind of undermined one of the world's largest companies.
Or for a European CEO, how much gas does Europe have to buy to make this whole thing go away? If we could just nail that
Patrick Poyen's going to be...
one.
Yeah, the Total CEO apparently is asking a question, so that energy story is going to be front and centre.
Yeah, and it's fascinating because that's exactly what is about to get deregulated in a very big way in the United States. The LNG story was one of Joe Biden's big points that he wanted to have more restrictions on, not less, as serving the climate agenda. We'll see if that ends up helping or maybe hurting the bottom line of Shell.
Okay. That wraps up the show. It doesn't really wrap up the show. The show continues. The show is definitely continuing. The Davos theme is going to be absolutely front and centre. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte is going to be joining us later. Nadia Calvino is going to be joining us. Ted Pick is going to be joining us from Morgan Stanley. The Saudi finance minister's coming up. You get the picture. There's a lot coming up, but we are building towards that Trump event a little bit later. The Pulse is next. This is Bloomberg.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Massive outperformance from Bitcoin.
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto, the people.
The tectonic shift emanating from Washington.
All we're looking for is clear rules and the ability to build in the United States.
Crypto shouldn't be partisan.
The transactions.
Really a record-breaking moment.
Crypto VC is back.
And the technology.
It's really the beginning of a global on-chain economy.
And if America doesn't embrace it, we're going to be left behind.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays only on Bloomberg. Bloomberg brings you breaking news 24 hours a day, powered by 2,900 journalists and analysts in more than 150 offices across the globe. Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day.
Big tech earnings kick off later this afternoon.
Gilead is coming out right now.
We have take two numbers. Back to the markets, right? Our bread and butter.
NVIDIA is one of the best stories in the tech space.
That actually matters a whole lot more.
It might shock some of your viewers.
You're watching The Close.
Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Newsmakers and market movers. This is The Pulse with Francine Lacqua.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Francine Lacqua, live in Davos from the World Economic Forum annual meeting. Now, there's a lot going on. Donald Trump will address, of course, the plenary today with a lot of chief executives on stage. We'll get to that in a moment. But it's also very telling what markets are doing. So we've seen, actually, we're day three after inauguration, and we've seen stocks whipsaw a little bit. So a bit of zigzagging. Stocks definitely today taking a breather after gains since Donald Trump's inauguration had taken European and U.S. benchmarks close to record highs. Look, I'm going to speak very plainly. It feels like when you speak to chief executives from Europe and Davos, they worry. They worry about security, they worry about investment, and they actually worry about tariffs. When you speak to American chief executives, they're much more bullish about their outcome. Now, this hour, we'll speak to the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, the European Investment Bank President Nadia Calvino, and the Marsh McLennan President John Doyle. So Donald Trump, as we were saying, set to make this virtual address here at Davos today, just 3 days after his inauguration as U.S. president. It's fair to say it will be one of the most closely watched appearances at the World Economic Forum. Now, Trump's presidency and his plans have been dominating conversations here. Amongst his first orders were pardons for nearly all January 6th defendants and a reprieve for shutting down TikTok. Well, speaking on Fox News, Trump also downplayed the national security risk posed by the social video app.
I'll tell you, people want to buy it. People want to buy it.
But those that say they know say it's a spying app for the communist Chinese.
But you can say that about everything made in China. Look, we have our telephones made in China for the most part. We have so many things made in China. So why don't they mention that? You know.
Let me get to
the
some
interesting
issues.
thing with TikTok, though, is you're dealing with a lot of young people. So
they love it.
Is it that important for China to be spying on young people, on young kids watching crazy videos and things?
I don't want China spying on anybody.
No, but they make your telephones and they make your computers and they make a lot of other things. Isn't that a bigger threat?
Well, let's bring in Chad Thomas, Bloomberg's Europe executive editor, who also runs our Davos operations. Thank you for joining us, Chad. I mean, there's a lot going on, so we're all on Trump watch. There was a rumor yesterday that he'd come to Davos. We don't think he's coming to Davos. He'll be, of course, in the plenary virtually, but a lot of focus also on this Fox interview.
Yeah, in that Fox interview, it seemed like he was backpedaling a little bit on the whole.
गाइस सिल्वर को देखोगे तो सिल्वर भी नीचे देखो बहुत सारे सपोर्ट जरूर हैं बट वो सारे के सारे टेस्ट हो चुके हैं मल्टीपल टाइम्स तो थोड़ा सा मैंने वो सारे लेवल रिमूव कर दिए जो लेवल टेस्ट नहीं हुए उन्हीं को मार्क किया हुआ है दूर दूर है इसलिए ठीक है ऊपर एक लेवल 30.78 के अराउंड होगा एक एफईजी है 30.39 और एक नीचे सपोर्ट रहेगा फिर 29.84 एंड ऊपर एक बहुत अच्छा रेजिस्टेंस है 31.44 से 31.64 के बीच में बाकी आज का डेटा भी इंपॉर्टेंट है वो भी ध्यान रखना अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का गोल्ड और सिल्वर को इम्पैक्ट करेगा ये नेचुरल गैस कुछ कर ही नहीं रहा बिल्कुल ही साइडवेज हो गया कल अपने एक रिटेस्ट जोन पे था बट आज सीधा गैप अप ओपन हुआ ना साइडवेज ऊपर आता है देखो ऊपर एक रेजिस्टेंस जोन प्लान करके रखना ऊपर सेलिंग का प्लान रखेंगे 351 से 348 के बीच में यहाँ पर और नीचे आता है तो फिर 333 के आसपास 335 के आसपास बाइंग और फिर एक कल लो जो हम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे 317 कोई एफईजी होगा बीच में वी विल सी दैट बाकी क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस दोनों की इन्वेंट्री है आज, ध्यान रखना. क्रूड ऑयल एंड नेचुरल गैस both have inventories today. ओके, तो आज यही हमारे डेटा है. बाकी लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस. डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब द चैनल. चल गैस में देख लेते हैं, कुछ एफएजी तो नहीं है बीच में जहाँ पर काफी रुक रहा है ये. पर एक एफईजी है जहाँ पर ये रिजेक्शन एक्चुअली लिया है. मॉर्निंग पे ब्रेकडाउन हो गया था तो रेजिस्टेंस की तरह काम कर रहा है ये.
moving money isn't just transaction.
The views expressed on this podcast are those of the participants, not of Reuters News. The views expressed on this podcast are those of the participants,
It's personal.
not of Reuters News.
8.5 billion endpoints across more than 190 markets.
The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first.
And so it begins. Republican Donald Trump's second presidential term commenced with a flurry of pronouncements and orders promulgated in the hours following his inauguration on January 20th. The new administration gives every indication of trying to move more forcefully than in Trump's first chaotic term. And yet, day one action on tariffs, the centerpiece of his trade agenda, was curiously missing. Still, from nixing a host of policies from the outgoing Biden administration to setting up the tech mogul-driven Department of Government Efficiency and quickly ramping up a more draconian approach to immigration enforcement, an agenda is taking shape with rapidity, even if big questions about how it will actually be prosecuted largely remain. What this means for energy, migration, technology, and trade is the focus of this week's Viewsroom. Welcome back to the View.
Asia, with Wall Street back near all-time highs, led again by big tech. The Stargate AI plan unveiled by President Trump, further boosting prospects for the sector. Not everyone's convinced, though. Trump backer Elon Musk getting into a public spat with OpenAI's Sam Altman over whether Stargate's backers really have the money. And we're just getting a fresh read on the AI frenzy in Asia, with SK Hynix posting record quarterly revenue and profit. Get to that in a moment, but first let's talk about South Korea fourth quarter GDP, which has just broken a little bit softer than expected. Growth of 0.1% on quarter. The market was looking for 0.2% on year. That's an expansion of 2%. Again, a little bit short of the 2.1% that was expected. However, this does reflect some of the remarks from the Bank of Japan, the Bank of Korea, I beg your pardon, a little bit earlier about how political concerns could be weighing on growth. Let's get, though, to SK Hynix, though. We've just had results from the memory chip manufacturer, and yeah, it's a beat, a narrow one. The market did have lofty expectations here. 8.08 trillion won. The expectation was for 8.03 trillion won. Sales coming in line, 19.77 trillion won as well. We have seen a huge run up for this stock, up about 26%, even in the first 20 or so days of this year, up 60% on year. SK Hynix, of course, a major supplier to NVIDIA. All right, we have just opened for trade here in Australia as well. Let's take a look at how we are tracking in the early going. It is a staggered open, of course, so hard to get a read on things. We're a little bit softer to the tune of 0.1%. One stock we will be watching when it starts trading, although it does begin with an S, that is Santos, reaffirming 2025 production guidance. This is the major oil and gas producer. That's out with its fourth quarter production report, so we might see that stock move a little bit later as well. Nikkei futures, meanwhile, are flat. We got the yen continuing to weaken a little bit, down at 156.42, the offshore yuan 728.19. Let's take a look at how US futures are tracking as well. We did see the S&P hitting a record today again on strong earnings. Netflix having a very strong performance. It was up about 9%. Did give up earlier larger gains. NVIDIA also up on AI optimism. Of course, yesterday's Stargate funding announcement from President Trump propelling a lot of those big tech names higher. Although we heard from Jamie Dimon as well at Davos. He says there are signs that US markets are getting overheated. Take a look at oil. That slipped a little bit. A lot of factors for the market to weigh there, including sanctions on Russia, tariff risks on China and the European Union, which might crimp demand. But let's get back to the big story in the Asia-Pacific this hour, and that is Korean chipmaker SK Hynix, as I mentioned, delivering record quarterly profit, extending its lead in memory used in data centers and artificial intelligence development. Our earnings specialist, Reina Sasaki, joins us now with more on this. So, Reina, what are the key takeaways, the headline numbers there from SK Hynix?
Yes, so SK Hynix reported a record revenue and operating profit this morning for its fourth quarter results. This slightly beating the analyst estimates, which is bolstered by the robust demand on AI-related products, and its quarterly results likely supported by the higher average selling price and a robust demand for the memory chips used for AI. And it's really underscoring how much the spending on the AI, artificial intelligence fronts is boosting the company's the earnings. And then the SK Hynix recently discussed ways to even speed up the AI efforts with NVIDIA, which is it's the main supplier, including the speeding up its pace for development to keep up with the NVIDIA's demand. So the outlook is
we've seen a big
positive.
Yeah, but is that positive outlook going to translate to gains at the open? Because we've already seen a huge run-up for the stock, but the price-to-earnings ratio is starting to look a little bit rich. How much more room to run is there for SK Hynix?
Right. So for the demand, the dominant market share is it's most advanced for the memory chips for the SK Hynix, and it's the dominant player leading any other chip makers at the moment. So we will see how the company will be going, but the outlook seems positive.
Well, in terms of the AI space, SK Hynix really putting its larger competitor Samsung in the shade, but we're going to hear from Samsung later today unveiling its new S25 phones. What are we expecting and how significant is this?
Right. So Samsung overnight from Asia time launched the 3 new Galaxy S25 smartphones with AI-powered features, with a thinner and then the lighter hardware designs using chips by Qualcomm. And then their major selling price with this generation is aggressive AI expansion, which features are primarily handled by Google Gemini, with some on-device capabilities developed by Samsung itself. As they began the pre-order and device will start reaching to the customers on February 7th, this could boost the company's sales starting next quarter. And the Samsung early this month released the fourth quarter preliminary results, and its operating profit is recovering on the back of the AI-related demand for the memory chips as well. And the Korean company, the Korean won depreciation could be the tailwind for the component sales. And we are expecting its final result to be released later this month, specifically in the next Friday.
All right, earnings report, Reina Sasaki there on SK Hynix's results. Also the S25 unveiling we're expecting later from Samsung. Well, let's take a step back now to a broader macro markets perspective. I'm joined now by Laura Fitzsimmons, Head of Macro Sales for Australia at Deutsche Bank. Laura, thanks for joining us. It's a very news-heavy day. I failed to mention at the open there that we've seen yields on US Treasuries stabilising. Things seem to be settling down a little bit, but how long do you see this lasting? Because yields seem to be highly sensitive to the news flow coming out of the Trump administration right now.
Absolutely. And I think, rates investors have become used to very volatile markets in this asset class for the last few years. And I don't think necessarily the next month is going to be as volatile as what we've seen. But certainly there's a lot in play now, particularly when we look further out the curve, whether we're talking about fiscal deficits. Obviously, inflation is still important, but probably that sensitivity that the markets have had in the last few years around, a 0.1 miss on the CPI, for example, and everything being driven by the front end, we're moving out of that regime now. And so it is much more around, obviously what we're going to expect from the Trump administration, clearly on that front, but also what it means globally in terms of obviously deficits, surpluses, all of that is now in the conversation and obviously linked back to tariffs as well.
Well, in terms of tariffs, when you look around the world and which developed markets are the most at risk here, I know you've got some concerns about Canada being particularly vulnerable. Put your case to us here.
That's right. So particularly Deutsche Bank's FX strategists are really nervous and thinking that the story is underpriced for Canada. So clearly, we think from Feb 1 you're going to have the 25% tariffs. And I think essentially what the concerns are is, obviously if they look to then, put something then in the retribution, it's going to create a real issue for Canada. Where already, I think, probably the BOC pricing is underpriced at this point as well. And so I think the feeling is that you could potentially be testing levels around north of 153, even up towards 160 on dollar CAD. So that's quite a clear theme that they're running with at the moment. And I think it's something that the markets can latch onto, particularly when they're looking for which trade is a clear-cut trade around the Trump administration. I think so far it's been a little bit uncertain, and I think that's one that we have fairly strong conviction on.
You mentioned debt and deficit a moment ago. I mean, we've got a big spending administration coming in here. At what point does the conversation really start to turn to this is a problem that has to be addressed? And there's a debt ceiling debate coming up as well. Do you see some risks associated with this?
That's right. We do. We do think, though, it's going to take a little bit longer than obviously just the next month or two. I think April is going to be key for a number of reasons, not just obviously we're going to hear more from April 1st on the tariff side of things, but certainly, then it's looking at the tax receipts that the US gets in as well. And so it's going to be a critical month, and obviously then the debt ceiling discussion as you move through the middle of the year as well. So I think for now, it's probably more sanguine on that front just in the very near term. But certainly we know that the market is very positioned into curve steepener trades on the back back of that view and the view that obviously there's going to be a lot of spending, and obviously this infrastructure announcement, in day one, it's pretty lofty. So I think the feeling is that those trades are probably right to stick with for now, and that's still a core view for us to remain short in the 10-year part of the US curve.
Well, we've got a Fed meeting this week, and it's kind of telling that I've buried this question so deep into the conversation. Normally, it'd be right up front, but is the importance of the Fed rates really starting to recede in favour of good old-fashioned fundamentals? Because we've got strong growth, a strong consumer, strong jobs. Is there a strong case for no more rate cuts?
That's right. And actually, Deutsche Bank's Matt Luzetti has been calling for no Fed rate cuts for this year since early December. And I think that was a really out of consensus call. And it's clearly been proven right in terms of what we've seen in pricing since then. And I think, obviously we've still got, a story to run in terms of the rest of the year. But right now it just feels like that is not the focus. And I think for the Fed, as they're coming in to look at, obviously the new regime next week, I don't think there's anything that really they're going to be that worried about in the very near term. And so it does seem like unchanged in the foreseeable future. It probably makes sense to stick with that as a base case.
Before we let you go, got to talk about Australia, because, of course, a lot of Australians have been waiting for a rate cut. Do you see it ever happening?
We do. We expect the first rate cut to come in February. And I think the market is then quite divided beyond that, though. I think we think we'll have the CPI set up to have that delivered for the RBA. But I think the Australian economy has obviously shown also that sense of resilience that we also saw in the US. A lot of that is down to government spending. And obviously we have an election approaching as well, where there'll be even more spending. But still, I think the view is then, like we have 4 cuts priced in for our forecast for this year. The market's not quite there. It's got around 70 cuts priced in terms of basis points. But to be honest, the market is kind of wondering that beyond Feb, maybe the RBA may signal something a little bit more from a hawkish cut perspective. And the market shouldn't get too overexcited, I guess, that another cut is around the corner beyond Feb.
All right, Laura Fitzsimmons, Head of Macro Sales for Australia at Deutsche Bank. Thanks so much for joining us. Coming up on the Age of Trade, we're going to continue to unpack the SK Hynix earnings report. We're going to be joined by CLSA. Also, Principal Asset Management joins us to discuss their global markets outlook and why they're increasing exposure to US stocks. First, though, President Trump stepping up pressure on Vladimir Putin to negotiate an end to the war in Ukraine. We'll have details on that story next. This is Bloomberg. President Trump has threatened to impose taxes, tariffs and sanctions on Russian imports if Vladimir Putin doesn't end the war in Ukraine soon. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg's political news director, Jody Schneider. So, Jody, tell us more about President Trump's plans here. Is he issuing threats to Russia, or what's he doing?
Yeah, it does seem a bit of a threat, doesn't it, Paul, to Russia? The president had made it very clear on the campaign trail that he wanted this war in Ukraine ended, and this was something he was going to do quickly. Now that he's in office, he's getting the message that it's going to be a bit harder. This war has raged for several years now. So now he is in the face of issuing threats in terms of taxes, tariffs, and sanctions. Taxes be hard to do. Tariffs would be fairly meaningless given that the U.S. now imports less than 1% of goods from Russia a year, really, scaled back over the past several years since that war began. Sanctions is another tool that they could use. However, Russia has been heavily sanctioned by the U.S. There may be things they can do through other countries, for instance, trying to sanction, say, India, who has continued to do business with Russia. But it does appear to be a threat. It appears to be something to try to get the attention of the world and Vladimir Putin.
Well, in terms of strong words, threats, tariffs, one of his favourite tools in the box, it seems. He's threatening tariffs against North American neighbours as well. So what's the plan here? What's he trying to accomplish on the trade front?
Yeah, he wants them to play by his rules. And rather than negotiate, he wants to come in from a position of what he sees as strength, saying, if you don't play by my rules, I'm holding this out here. Now, he's already threatened tariffs against Mexico and Canada, said that on day one in his inauguration speeches, but he set a kind of a bit of a squishy deadline, saying, well, around February 1st. And it looks like what he's trying to have them do is sort of pre-negotiate, say, okay, here are things that we would be willing to do in terms of trade to try to avoid those tariffs, perhaps as much as 25% on their goods. Now, it wouldn't necessarily be all goods, but obviously it's a big threat, and this is something that he hopes they can negotiate around. Also, Canada will be having a new government, and this is a message to them clearly as well.
Yeah, and there's some activity on the southern border as well today. We're reporting that the acting defence secretary is deploying 1,500 troops to the Mexican border. What's the intention here?
Yeah, this is part of the executive orders that President Trump has signed and may sign some more about the border, really trying to close down as much as possible the border crossings, which have been down in recent months in any case. Really trying to make sure that it's secure there. And then there's the question of deportations. He has said this was a big campaign promise that there would be mass deportations of people here illegally. Some question as to whether families may be separated. And it looks like he wants to get that apparatus in place. We still haven't really seen much movement on mass deportations, but this is clearly, with these executive orders, something that he wants to try to start accomplishing to close down that border. They've already stopped all appointments for people trying to get immigration status. That has been closed down. The app on that was closed down on day one of his presidency.
All right, Bloomberg Political News Director Jody Schneider there. Other stories that we're following, JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs are pushing back on demands from activists and lawmakers to roll back their diversity initiatives. The CEOs of both banks told CNBC they will continue to promote diversity, equity and inclusion in their workforces. President Trump has signed an executive order limiting DEI and federal contracting as companies including Meta and Walmart roll back their own programs. Bloomberg's learned the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hezbollah is likely to be extended when it expires next week. Sources say both sides are unlikely to resume full-scale fighting despite not yet implementing the original terms of the truce. The deal gave Israel 60 days to pull out of southern Lebanese villages, with Hezbollah required to withdraw north. Elon Musk is questioning whether the companies behind President Trump's $100 billion AI investment venture can follow through on their promises. The Stargate plan is led by OpenAI, Oracle and SoftBank, and OpenAI chief Sam Altman's hitting back, questioning Musk's motives. So let's bring in technology reporter now, Jackie Davalos. Jackie, Elon Musk is concerned, he's casting doubts on the amount of money available, particularly from SoftBank, to build out AI infrastructure. What's his argument here, and why does Sam Altman disagree?
Well, we have to remember that Elon Musk has a competing AI company that rivals OpenAI. So there's a few motives here at play that we can draw upon. But at its core, Musk is raising questions about SoftBank's ability to actually be able to pay for this $100 billion initial investment that is supposed to be deployed immediately, and that's supposed to grow to $500 billion over the next 4 years. It's a large sum of money, and there's reason to doubt because we do know that SoftBank only has about $25 billion in cash and cash equivalents in September. Now, the tension here with Sam Altman is quite a long-standing one. They've known each other, obviously, since the founding of OpenAI, and Sam Altman actually refuted Elon Musk's claims that SoftBank didn't have the money and actually suggested that he's only raising this doubt because of his competing company. But he's not the only one to actually express some skepticism. There was also Dario Amodei. He's the CEO of Anthropic, which is also an OpenAI rival. And he said today in an interview with Bloomberg in Davos that the deal kind of came together quite chaotically, he called it, that it's not totally clear who is actually providing the majority of the funding, where it's coming from, and ultimately what the government's role in all of this will be.
Yeah, the remarks from the Anthropic CEO do seem to reflect some challenges in this Stargate project. What's the road ahead?
The road ahead is to kind of look at what the actual progress is on building out some of these data centers. We know that there's already one in construction in Texas, and there's plans for others. This includes not just data centers, but also physical campuses. So there will be physical evidence of whether this is actually panning out and whether Trump takes other actions. You can look at the Biden executive order that was just signed last week that opened up federal lands for potential use for AI data centers. So that's also something that we can expect to see being taken advantage of. But as it relates to who's going to benefit here, it really is in OpenAI's favor. They're the AI company that is going to be really benefiting from this new capacity. You also have partners like Microsoft, Oracle, ARM, also as the key players. But of course, the skepticism is only going to grow. So until we see some of those physical data centers up and running, a lot of this is still yet to be seen.
All right, Bloomberg's technology reporter Jackie Davalos there. We have more ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
Over the past decade, we've seen a more fragmented world. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean globalization will change. Globalization will stay. There are multiple ways to make sure that the world remains globalized.
Behind the bright lights and adrenaline of pro sport is an equally exciting world of negotiations and deal making.
That's what we cover each week on our podcast, The Deal.
I'm Alex Rodriguez, former baseball player turned business executive.
And I'm Jason Kelly, a journalist at Bloomberg. Over the next couple months, we'll hear from all-stars like Jay Williams.
I want to be an owner one day.
Billie Jean King.
Learn the business.
Paul Rabel.
Don't chase trends.
Get ahead of them. And so many more.
This is the Asia Trade. Other geopolitical stories that we're following. Argentine President Javier Milei has praised President Trump's promise to return America to a golden age. Speaking to us in Davos, Milei said Trump's use of tariffs was strategic and not protectionist, and he would consider exiting a South American trade bloc to secure a free trade deal with the US. Milei also spoke about building closer ties with China.
We've had some very fruitful meetings with the Chinese embassy and with Xi Jinping, a meeting which we had in Brazil during the G20 summit. And we consider that our economies are complementary and that there's a lot for us to do together as great trade partners.
China has suspended soybean imports from some of the top exporters in Brazil due to what it calls sanitary concerns. Units of Cargill, Olam and Archer Daniels Midland are among those affected. However, traders can still ship to China from other registered entities. The suspension is part of China's efforts to curb food imports and support local farmers. We have more ahead on the Asia Trade. This is Bloomberg.
This is going to sound crazy, but I know these attack vectors. Oh, had a little upgrade, have we? Okay, so that's how you want to play.
Well, let's get back to one of the big stories this hour. SK Hynix reporting a record quarterly profit. This is NVIDIA's main supplier of high bandwidth memory, reporting an operating profit of 8.08 trillion won. That's $5.6 billion. It was pretty much in line with analyst estimates, a little bit better than expected. In fact, sales in line with estimates as well. And SK Hynix shares have been on a stellar run. They're up almost 30%. Just this year alone, and it's only the 23rd. All right, joining us now is Sanjeev Rana, Head of Korea Research at CLSA. Sanjeev, I just want to start with your initial reaction to what appears to be a very strong set of numbers.
Yes, results were strong, but still in line with our expectations. It's just that the net profit of 8 trillion won was a bit ahead of the consensus expectations. That's due to Forex gains and some asset sales. But overall, at the operating level, numbers were in line with expectations.
Yeah, you mentioned the Forex gains there. To what degree is this making a good number look really, really good? Because the Korean won's been pretty weak against the greenback.
Right. So the total Forex gain was about 0.6 trillion won. So yeah, it did contribute to overall, earnings beat at the net profit level. But market usually is going to look beyond this. For SK Hynix, it's the operating earnings that matter the most. And I would say the results were good, but still in line with expectations.
So we heard yesterday from President Trump announcing the Stargate project. Obviously, this has further fueled enthusiasm around the AI story. To what degree do you see SK Hynix as being a potential beneficiary of these plans?
I believe SK Hynix will be a big beneficiary, like the total investments of $500 billion over the next 5 years. That translates into higher demand for AI hardware that includes GPUs, networking equipment, data center investments, and of course, a high bandwidth memory where Hynix has a leading share globally. We expect Hynix to maintain their dominance of this high bandwidth memory segment in the years to come, and it will be a big beneficiary of these investments.
Yeah, of course, SK Hynix has a big lead over its rivals in this space as well. But what sort of capex do you anticipate from SK Hynix in order to keep this lead? And do you see competitors catching up?
I think it will not be so easy in the near term. They have a significant lead, whether it's in terms of the product quality or the production yields, even in terms of production process. And I think it will take some time for competitors to catch up, at least like for the next iteration of HBM, which is HBM4, expected to be launched in the second half of this year and likely to be used in NVIDIA's Rubin GPUs. We expect Hynix to be the first supplier to NVIDIA for HBM4. And that, as well as its very strong position in the currently being produced HBM3E 12 stack products, means that their overall HBM shipments could rise like 90 to 100%. And the same for their HBM revenue this year could increase by 100%.
Debt also seems to be under control. Can you see a scenario where SK Hynix has cash on hand in the coming months, and how might that be deployed?
Yes, so in the fourth quarter, the company's net debt declined to about 8.5 trillion won versus 11 trillion won in the prior quarter. So that's a significant reduction. So net debt to equity ratio was down to 12% versus 17% in 3Q. And at this pace, we expect company to turn net cash in the second half of the year. Part of the net cash in the coming quarters, or in 2026 could be used to boost the company's shareholder returns. And some of it could be used for M&As.
We also saw a moment ago the screen for analyst ratings on the stock. A lot of enthusiasm around it. 40 buys, 2 holds, just the 1 sell. Do you expect to see any reweighting here after today's results?
Yeah, I mean, SK Hynix stock has performed relatively well in the last 2 years, driven by their improving position in high bandwidth memory. But also, we think in the coming months, the conventional memory that includes DDR5, DRAM, and NAND is expected to improve significantly. Currently, we are going through a down cycle. ASPs are falling for conventional memory that's used in applications such as mobile and PCs. But we expect things to turn around from, let's say, in the second half, driven by restocking demand from like PC OEMs and smartphone OEMs. Recently announced handset subsidies in China are positive for the restocking demand. Meanwhile, on the NAND side, a lot of suppliers have announced production cuts, and this will result in more balanced demand supply in the second half of this year. So we expect conventional DRAM ASPs as well as NAND to move significantly higher in 2025, in second half 2025, and this upcycle could extend to 2026 as well. So we expect strong earnings delivery from the company in the coming quarters.
All right, Sanjeev Rana, Head of Korea Research at CLSA. Staying in Korea, the corporate battle to control the world's largest producer of zinc is coming to a head. Korea Zinc's shareholders set to vote today on a new slate of directors. That's not only going to shape the company's future, but also the global market for an ingredient that's crucial in applications, including EV batteries. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg News Seoul Bureau Editor Denny Thomas. So, Denny, a very important day for Korea Zinc. How do we see this shareholder vote unfolding?
Well, hey, yes, this has been in the works for nearly 4 months now. The battle came into public in mid-September. There's 2 factions to it. And up until time, Korea Zinc, even though it's the biggest refiner of zinc, was flying pretty much under the radar. What has happened since then is there is 2 families that founded the company, and one of the founding members of this company has now been sidelined a bit, and they teamed up with a local private equity to launch this hostile bid. And since then, the 2 sides have been fighting to gain control, and either side has not succeeded. And they finally, the faction which is backed by private equity, they called an EGM today. So it's all coming to a head today. We will get to see whether the faction controlled by or backed by private equity will get control of the board. And if that happens, that will be a big moment because the current management has tried to convince shareholders to back them. And if that doesn't happen, eventually the CEO would have to kind of step down and make way for a new board. And that's how it'll shaping up. We still don't know how the 24% remaining minority shareholders will vote. There's a good chance that the CEO and the current management will be able to convince the shareholders to back them. But if that doesn't happen, it will be a big day, a big moment to call out in Korea.
Well, regardless of the outcome, what are the potential implications for the market, for the stock price, and also Korea Zinc's suppliers and customers?
Yes, so for the market, the company has clearly warned that because of these tensions, the management and the employees are distracted, and they have come out with a pretty stark warning. If this doesn't end, the company's performance will take a hit. So that's one thing for the market. The suppliers for now are not much concerned. They're keeping a very close eye in terms of how Korea Zinc continues with its plans to. They are one of the biggest producers of the metals we require for green transition. So the big question is whether if the faction backed by private equity comes in, would they continue with the same amount of expansion, or they cut down on that and take more dividends? So that is a concern some people have in the market. If a private equity comes in, what kind of expansion will this company continue with? So those are the two aspects on the market side. And on the stock, it has had a very stellar ride and also a pretty choppy market for them because of the limited stock that is out there in the floating. So that been a bit of a concern. If MBK comes back, some people think that they may have to pay more to keep buying shares on the market. So that might be a supporting factor.
All right, Bloomberg's Denny Thomas there. Well, the CEO of chip designer ARM says the multi-billion-dollar AI initiative unveiled by President Trump has solid financial backing. And that's after Elon Musk questioned how much money was available to fund the project, including from major ARM shareholder SoftBank. Rene Haas told us more about the infrastructure plan, which is known as Stargate.
ARM will be the CPU of choice, if you will, inside these AI data centers. We power Grace Blackwell, which is the NVIDIA product that will be used, but lots of opportunity for all kinds of ARM technology. But most importantly, the CPUs that power Stargate, they'll be ARM.
So already, as you say, integrated into Grace Blackwell, what sort of innovations could this stir on your side? What way will we see your designs progress into this supercomputer and more to come, maybe?
$500 billion of investment and multiple gigawatts of energy require incredibly efficient processor solutions. So I think as we go forward, as these plans get more and more defined, I think there'll be more and more opportunity. But right now, we're super excited to be involved with NVIDIA and Grace Blackwell.
I think that's so key as these plans get more and more defined. These are, at the moment, pretty new announcements coming, but people questioning how new the ultimate decision to spend has been, because we already had Massa, of course, this leader of SoftBank, which in many ways owns a large part of ARM, talking about this $100 billion investment in infrastructure in the US, but a few weeks ago. How long has this been in the making?
These discussions have been going on for many months. Something like this does not happen overnight. I think the world has seen that to reach AGI or ASI or some of the capabilities of artificial intelligence, a tremendous amount of capital is going to be required. Obviously, a lot of power is going to be required. A lot of compute is going to be required. Massa has been looking at this for quite some time. We've been talking to the OpenAI folks and Oracle and MGX and Microsoft and NVIDIA. So I think what you're seeing that just came together was the culmination of all those conversations, but it didn't happen overnight for sure.
Does it have the money? I'm afraid some shade being thrown on this project by one Elon Musk. Do you have anything to provide? I know you're the technology partner, but what about the capital?
Yeah, I haven't seen Elon's tweet, although I certainly have heard about it. There is a lot of backing for this, Caroline. Believe me, it was not taken lightly to make the announcement yesterday at the White House with President Trump. So I think you can feel pretty good that the financial backing behind this is quite solid.
That's ARM CEO Rene Haas speaking with Bloomberg Technology co-anchor Caroline Hyde. Let's get the latest now from the corporate front. Bloomberg has learned that Google is backing AI developer Anthropic with an additional $1 billion, building its stake in one of the most promising rivals to OpenAI. The new funding comes in addition to more than $2 billion that Google has already invested. Meanwhile, Anthropic CEO Dario Amodei says the Stargate AI infrastructure plan unveiled by President Trump appears chaotic. Data software provider Databricks says it's raised more than $15 billion from companies including Meta Platforms and the Singapore and Qatar investment funds. Databricks is one of the world's most valuable privately held tech companies, and it's one of the few of that size that's avoided an IPO. Its latest private funding round was a Series J, much further into the alphabet than most startups ever reach. Up next, Ukrainian President Zelensky is calling on Europe to unify its security and defense policies. Hear his exclusive interview with us on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum in Davos. This is Bloomberg.
In this gig, you get comfortable being uncomfortable. The enemy is always adapting. Hey, handsome. Always iterating.
Let's take a look at how some key commodities are tracking at the moment. We've seen oil slipping just a little bit. Your crude 75.23 at the moment. A bunch of factors for traders to digest there, including potentially more sanctions on Russia from the United States, also tariff risk on China and the European Union. That could crimp demand. So plenty to think about there. We did hear from Santos earlier, the oil and gas producer here in Australia, seeing forecast production of 90 to 97 million barrels of oil equivalent. Santos shares rising right now about 1.5%. Taking a look at iron ore, gamely holding on there above $100 a tonne. Not a lot of movement in that price. We also heard from pure play iron ore exporter Fortescue earlier with its production shipments rising 1% last quarter on the year before. Well, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says any effective peacekeeping force in Ukraine must include US troops, as the backing of only European allies won't be enough. Zelensky spoke exclusively with Bloomberg at the World Economic Forum in Davos.
It's great if we will have troops. But we have to understand that the troops will not be in the center of the capital. Yes. They will not have relaxed time. Yes, it's very important, because I heard that some allies said that, yes, but it's okay, we can be in the center of some city, and then no, we don't need such contingents.
You want the front line?
Yes, with our people, of course. Yes, because this means security, and that's it. So, but it can't be. It can't be without the United States. I will explain you why. Even if some European friends think that it can be, no, it will not be. First of all, nobody will risk without the United States. The second, that's what can divide NATO, divide EU and USA. That is a goal and dream of Putin, to divide this unity.
You mentioned China. How important is China in these negotiations? I mean, China is the backer of Russia. They seem to have had an impact on things like Putin not using nuclear weapons, those sort of things. Can China push Putin? And do you have any contact with the Chinese?
I had some contacts with Xi Jinping. We had a phone call during the war. Not too much, not enough, I think. Yes, he can push Putin to peace, I'm sure. I think that only President Trump is the strongest, and Xi Jinping. I think that there is no other allies who can really do it. Yes, because his economy, Putin's economy, after sanctions, after everything, depends very much of China.
You would like Donald Trump and Xi Jinping of China to work together to push
I think yes.
Putin.
Yes, but not without us.
Not without
it's important.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky speaking exclusively at Davos with Bloomberg's editor-in-chief, John Micklethwaite. More ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg. Getting some breaking news out of Japan. Trade data for the month of December, and it's a pretty handy beat as well. We were expecting a deficit of 68.5 billion yen. Instead, the trade balance flipping to surplus, 130 billion yen. So a very healthy trade surplus there for Japan in December. Exports rising at 2.8%. That was more than expected, but a big contraction in imports. The market was expecting 3.2%. We got 1.8%. Japanese shipping company Mitsui O.S.K. Lines is seeing more investment opportunities both in the green energy sector and in the US. CEO Takashi Hashimoto spoke exclusively with Bloomberg, also at the World Economic Forum in Davos.
The first, the government of Mr. Trump was not too bad for the shipping industry. Of course, there are so many uncertain issues that happened, but at the end of the day, that we could relatively enjoy the good market to some extent. Therefore, I do not worry too much about that.
you're not worrying too much, but you see investment opportunities, especially in the U.S.?
Yeah. That in past several years, that we rather focus to that new energy or renewable energy or blue projects, green projects, and but in the future, we also refocus that energy projects, energy-related projects, especially that related to gas and LNG projects. That are quite critical and important for our industry.
Is there a time frame when you talk about the energy focus and the investments that you could be making?
Yeah, that my feeling is that for coming 1-2 years will be quite critical for us. So that, we are ready to think about that the investment opportunity.
Company CEOs and government officials are focusing on Trump tariffs, and we heard just today that Trump may impose a 10% tariff on China as soon as next month. What spillover effects might we see?
Yeah, that still a little bit too early to judge. However, that the global trade is not so simple, so that perhaps that it will slow down a little bit for that China-U.S. trade. However, likewise, what happened in the last time, that the alternative trade will be stimulated, like for other Asian countries to U.S. or China to Europe or something like that. Therefore, I'm relatively optimistic about that.
During the first Trump administration, when he imposed tariffs on China, we saw an increase in freight rates, as well as the impact on imports. Might we see the same?
Yeah, the end result is still not so clear because so many different factors will create the price mechanism of the shipping freight. However, maybe you are right that it will create some the pressure to increase the market.
Are you concerned, though, that there could be repercussions on the global economy?
Yeah, that is a bit problematic. That, of course, as long as the total global economy will move on as usual, it should be fine. But if the tax issues, tariff issues, will create the negative impact to the total global economy, then we'll have a difficulty.
It's MOL CEO Takeshi Hashimoto with Bloomberg's Haslinda Amin in Davos. Keep an eye on these stocks when trade opens in Korea shortly. SK Hynix, of course, after it posted a record quarterly profit, and Samsung following the Galaxy S25 Edge launch. Also, Korea Zinc shareholders set to vote on the company's future direction. Market opens in Seoul and Tokyo coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
This is the Asia Trade. We're counting down to Asia's major market opens. Of course, after another AI-fueled rally over on Wall Street, Paul, we were watching those AI names, especially as we see that infrastructure build-out. And here in the Asian region, we do have SK Hynix reporting earnings.
Yeah, plenty of tailwinds for SK Hynix, not just from those AI announcements, but also its own results, which were pretty strong on the face of it. We also just had some blowout trade numbers from Japan as well, so plenty of news flow in Asia today.
Yeah, exports beating expectations here in Japan and the trade balance turning to a surplus instead of an expected deficit. We are watching the Japanese yen very closely, of course. That has implications for where trade goes from here. Right now, we are seeing some stabilization in the currency, but we had seen some downside pressure in the overnight session ahead of the Bank of Japan policy decision. The expectation is for that Friday meeting to result in a 25 basis point rate hike. You can take a look at the Nikkei right now, gaining now for a fourth consecutive session. And we're seeing the Japanese 10-year JGB yield at very close to that 120 level. But the news flow really strongly on Korea, as we talked about SK Hynix results, a record quarterly profit, not to mention that the stock has already gained about 30% this month alone. So we'll be watching that trading session today. A little bit of downside pressure, perhaps a little bit of sell the news kind of situation as we got those numbers coming broadly in line with expectations and beating slightly to the upside. We're also watching Samsung because they released smartphones with AI-powered features. Watching the currency right now, holding steady at the moment. Korea is expected to sell 20 trillion won of special bonds in order to support and stabilize the currency. Of course, that economy under a lot of pressure right now. Fourth quarter GDP missing to the downside. You're seeing the Kospi losing 0.2%.
Let's take a look at how we're tracking here in Australia. We've been trading now for a little bit over an hour, seeing a bit of softness on the local market, a bit of weakness also for Fortescue Metals. It's off about 1.3% at the moment. Fortescue was out a little bit earlier with production numbers. We did see iron ore shipments rising 1% in the last quarter, retaining full-year guidance there. Another stock we're watching is Santos. That's up by about 1% after also reporting its production numbers. But overall, the index a bit weaker by about 0.5%. We take a look at yields now trading in Japan. They're stabilizing somewhat. There seems to be some relief that tariff announcements from the US have been delayed pending a study. We're going to get US jobless claims data tomorrow. And of course, we're looking ahead to a Fed decision next week. The 10-year right now at 4.6, just a shade above 4.6. We're seeing the oil price slipping a little bit as well. A lot of factors for traders to consider here, Sherry, including more sanctions potentially on Russia from the US, also tariff risks for China, the European Union. That might crimp demand going forward.
Yeah, Paul, our next guest, in fact, sees more inflationary pressures arising from Trump's new policies. Joining us from Seattle is Todd Jablonski, CIO and Head of Asset Allocation at Principal Asset Management. Todd, great to have you with us. Of course, we don't necessarily have any concrete tariffs as of yet, just a lot of talk about potential tariffs coming up, not to mention those sanctions potentially on Russia. But the fact that we do have asset prices priced to perfection, JP Morgan's Jamie Dimon saying that asset prices are kind of inflated. How much is that a risk?
Well, high asset valuations don't necessarily preclude another good year for risk assets. You know, if that were always the case, we would have had a hard time in 2023 and in 2021, a lot of areas of high valuations. Now, today, you do see that globally, U.S. Global equities have been cheaper 94% of the time using data going back 20 years. So you're right, that premium exists. But I think there's a fundamental case for revenue and earnings growth that can deliver to support the kind of valuations we have in today's markets.
The concentration doesn't concern you. Most of the S&P 500 companies overnight, for example, fell despite the fact that the levels were broadly up.
I know it's interesting as you do see that handful of names at the top of the market really move indices and move perceptions of the market. Particularly December last year, I'd point out, was a very difficult time in most asset classes, including small caps in the U.S. But that was kind of masked by some of the stronger performance at the top. I do note going forward, we are neutral between large, mid, and small U.S. equities in our multi-asset portfolios. While we do think the secular run of exceptionalism of those mega cap trends is there, today's extreme valuations at the top mean that mids and smalls we think are of equal attractiveness as well.
Todd, we've just had some good numbers from SK Hynix. We've got SoftBank shares performing pretty strongly over the past couple of days, both connected to this AI story out of the US. Do you see some opportunities in Asia around some of these AI-linked names?
Oh, no doubt. We of course, see opportunity in Taiwan is in the clearest place in Asia, where you can play some of the AI trends. But I do note, you're right, it comes across in other markets as well. You find that's in Korea. You also find increasingly that you're going to find opportunities across not just pockets of the EM space, but I also like to see Japan, I think, come through in a lot of high expectations. That's been a developed market economy where you've seen, in fact, the resurgence of inflation. People are looking actually at the central bank there and how they respond to inflationary forces. And that's, I think, motivated and stimulated the economy a bit. And I think given it an advantage over Europe, from a global investment perspective, a lot of investor enthusiasm, I think, around the Japanese story.
We've got a Fed decision coming up next week, but it feels like we're not talking about it very much. It's really taken a back seat to this broader theme around strong earnings, around the growth story as well. Is this a positive thing that rates are not the key driver anymore?
Well, at the beginning of the year, you're correct. The perception was that the Fed put would save investors, that you'd see that Fed easing led by the central bank of the U.S., the Fed, that would take us to easier monetary conditions and easier financial conditions. Now, to date, you see some of those expectations temper. Investors today are pricing at about 2 cuts for the year versus 4 they had perhaps even at the beginning. Now, we're fine from an investment standpoint, not relying necessarily on central bank easing. That can be a way forward, and through that fundamental improvement for spreads to remain tight on credit land and what you see on equities, the sales and earnings growth, both coming through with a kind of fundamental support that allows investors to continue, again, what's been a remarkable 3-year run for risk assets that is reliant, of course, on and avoiding exogenous shocks to those markets, and geopolitical risks are indeed running a bit higher than normal.
We have a really remarkable run for Japanese assets as well after decades of being in the doldrums. When it comes to the Japanese story in 2025, will it be about the Bank of Japan? Will it be about yen strength? A lot of these things are really not in Japan's control, especially given the Fed variable here.
On the Japanese story, too, I think you're looking at shareholder return and return of capital to shareholders. That can come in the form of dividends, and that can come in the form of buybacks. We think buybacks in particular have been impacting the Japanese case. They are supportive for investors there. And I think the currency is also well positioned vis-a-vis other DM markets to perform and give some stability while you find increased currency risk really globally.
The currency risk right now for Japan is it to the upside or downside? We continue to see weakness, but at the same time, given the uncertainty globally, I do wonder if we will in fact see a return of these safe haven flows.
I think you pointed in the correct direction. The yen has often been perceived as global investors as a safe haven denomination, and that perception is well earned. I think by the behavior and the fiscal and monetary policies of Japan. So that supports that stability asset, that stability behavior pattern. And we think, yes, perhaps there is upside potential left in the yen from here, particularly in the case of getting, again, any kind of exogenous shock to either rate expectations or earnings expectations.
Todd, I just want to get your views on the oil price as well. Of course, we've heard the intention of President Trump to, quote, drill, baby, drill. What's your outlook for prices from here, and do you see a risk of a glut?
Well, we're underweight commodities across our global multi-asset franchise, and a lot of that has to do with oversupply. You do see, indeed, quite a bit of supply coming online and promises from the United States and President Trump to enable additional supply added to that mixture. When you put that on top of, yes, growing, but not as quickly demand, that does portend, perhaps negative demand for energy amid the overall commodity complex. Now, there are spots in particular, such as gold, within that same commodity complex, where I think you do find more attractive secular forces and features that point to perhaps a more nuanced implementation across that complex of commodities.
Right, Todd Jablonski of Principal Asset Management, you're staying with us. Do stick around. There's plenty more to discuss. But at the moment, we're checking also those tech names, especially in South Korea, as we got SK Hynix now recording that record profit given the AI infrastructure boom that we're seeing right now. Perhaps a little bit of that sell the news situation, given that we have seen this company surge about 30% this year, adding to 20-plus gains already last year. Samsung Electronics under a little bit of pressure, but Paul, really we have seen, of course, that rivalry between SK Hynix and Samsung a little bit falling behind SK Hynix when it comes to those advanced chips, HBM. And right now the expectation is that market of high bandwidth memory could amount to $130 billion. So who takes a piece of that pie is a key question. It seems SK Hynix at the moment is in the lead, Samsung a little bit behind, but Samsung doing pretty well when it comes to its phones. It's just launched 3 new Galaxy S25 smartphones with AI-powered features.
Yeah, and on the subject of those phones, the dimensions of them are also becoming a subject of discussion as well. The plan is to have the Galaxy S25 be ultra thin. It's also going to have a thinner edge, a thinner profile, and this is to get in front of Apple, really, which is also expected to add an ultra-thin version of its iPhone later on this year. So a few design changes there to try and entice consumers. So the slimmer S25 Ultra are going to be available later this year. More ahead on the Asia Trade. This is Bloomberg.
Newsroom, the weekly podcast that invites you, the listener, into a lively debate with our fellow columnists about the biggest stories of the week. I'm your host, Jonathan Guilford. Hundreds of executive orders and memos, the proposed removal of thousands of government appointees, decreed emergencies on the border and in energy markets. President Trump has begun his second term with a rush of activity. Much of it is about breaking with the recent past, ending or investigating a swathe of policy left by his predecessor, withdrawing from the Paris Climate Agreement, stridently laying out the case for expanded oil and gas production, undoing tweaks to immigration enforcement, and unwinding executive action on artificial intelligence. Legal challenges are already rolling in, including against an effort to end the granting of citizenship to all children born on US soil, a more substantial potential rupture with long-standing norms. It is now Tuesday, one day after the inauguration. Here with me to discuss how much of what we have seen represents actual meaningful change and how much might be signaling ahead of more binding legislative work to come are Gabriel Rubin, Breaking Views correspondent in Washington, D.C., and Robert Siren, who covers energy, immigration, and technology in New York.
Nice to be here.
It's good to be here.
So there is obviously a whole lot to pass through here, and some of the implications are still emerging, but broadly, it makes sense, I think, to start with what's missing, and that is tariffs. Trump is promising trade barriers will come in February on Canada and Mexico, but the centerpiece of his argument over American decline, the United States trading relationship with China, seems oddly missing. Gabe, what do you make of this?
Yeah, it was definitely the number one missing thing on Trump's first day when we saw action on all sorts of other major priorities, including major changes to the U.S. Constitution that may or may not fly in the U.S. courts in terms of his move on birthright citizenship. In terms of tariffs, though, Trump mostly left it to his appointees to sort of iron out the details over the coming days, and the executive orders were limited to studies of how tariffs might affect U.S. trade flows and how the U.S. could get U.S. trading partners like Canada, Mexico, China, and others throughout the world to change their policies on other things like drug trafficking or immigration, border security, etc. Tariffs on Canada and Mexico were threatened for February 1st, so that sets up an early first challenge for Trump's trade policy. But largely, because there isn't a team in place yet, you don't really want to launch a giant economy-wrecking program when you don't even have people in their offices yet. So this is all coming. We don't know what shape it's going to take just yet, but it makes sense that Trump went for some of the things that are more within his control or more amorphous on day one, as opposed to firing all the guns he has all at once.
Right. And I think, like, you kind of make the point here, like, economy wrecking. Like, obviously, there's a lot that flows from the idea of, oh, we're targeting, nations that we think of as close, literally, and metaphorically allies, before we get to, like, the broader question of China, right? And obviously, the Biden administration had its share of frictions with Europe over EV subsidies, or Japan over the steel industry. But, like, this is stuff that's pretty big and pretty disruptive that he's promising to just, like, bring in. I mean, obviously this touches a lot of stuff from energy and beyond. Like, Rob, like, how do you think about this in kind of the context of what it's actually going to mean for the economy?
There's a big difference between what he's saying and what's actually going to happen. The last time he was in office, there were a lot of exemptions that were put in place. And a lot of this seems to kind of wants to maximize attention on himself, as well as kind of carve out exemptions, also increasing his power. If you did things like if you put 25% tariffs on Canadian oil, for example, it'd be a huge hit to the U.S. consumer, because a lot of Canadian oil is imported to the United States because our refineries can essentially use that very cheaply, because they were built to use Venezuelan crude, which is kind of similar to Canadian crude. And therefore, if you put a 25% premium, then the refineries become inefficient and they have to use higher cost feedstocks. Long story short, the price of gas will probably increase for consumers. So that's the type of thing that would be. It seems unlikely he would put something like that in place.
Right. And I mean, bringing us into energy, I guess, I at least was surprised by how much of his inaugural speech was taken up by promised action on energy. I mean, like, I'm not entirely sure what it means to declare a national emergency regarding energy.
I don't think we are either.
Right. But, like, in terms of what Trump is talking about here, trying to increase drilling for oil and gas, making changes to kind of federal leasing for offshore development, I guess broader sort of implied promises around essentially wrenching back from the green transition, right? Like, how much of that can actually happen, or let's say change what's already happening in energy markets? Is the US government effectively already hemmed in by the fact that we already have rising domestic energy abundancy, and, coal is already becoming uneconomic in some cases? Or is there something that can really meaningfully change here?
You have to look at the economic signals. So what's happening now is we're producing, the world's biggest amounts of oil on the planet. We're the biggest producer of oil. And making it easier to produce oil won't actually increase production very much at all. For example, like, one thing he wants to do is he wants to make it easier for fewer environmental regulations, leasing federal land in places like in Alaska. And that's not happening because already right now, the price of oil, these are very high cost areas he's opening, like in Alaska. The biggest production areas in America where we're producing oil right now are the Permian Basin in Texas. And in the Permian Basin, there's basically no federal land that's being leased. So doing all these things doesn't really change the incentives for oil companies. It will make a difference for something like offshore wind, because right now he said basically that's all federal leases because it's offshore. And he's saying we're not going to put pause on that. And also onshore and offshore leases, they may do things like they may not close approvals and permits, and that could slow things down tremendously. So it's more in the areas of like what's actually being built could be changed, but in other words, green energy, that's mostly what's being built. But the other areas, not so much of a change at all.
Got it. Okay. And then, like, on that sort of, I guess the approvals part, the permitting process. I mean, I know, Gabe, you've written a bit about what a bottleneck the permitting approval process is. Like, it's kind of funny because it feels like, again, to Rob's point, that really centers the, let's say, discretionary authority of the Trump administration and their ability to be a kingmaker in things. Like, do you see that as potentially particularly significant?
Yeah, the goal early on, the goal during the Biden administration was to also change permitting rules to make it easier to set up transmission projects for renewable energy and to get a lot of these renewable energy projects off the ground and sort of shorten the amount of time it takes from idea to actually producing energy. What Trump wants to do is essentially that, but for the oil and gas industry almost exclusively. But the question is, whether it is done in such a way that it also benefits renewable energy developers, specifically on land, given that the offshore wind piece of it at least seems to be Trump's main target in terms of preventing that sort of development. But if this ends up helping, solar developers in the Nevada desert, that could be positive for the green transition. But if it's only helping with natural gas pipelines, then that will obviously not help with the green transition and be a bit more in line with what Trump and his most prominent supporters say they want.
Right. And I mean, I guess speaking to this whole idea of how much inefficiency is there in government, how much red tape, we did get the executive order on the Department of Government Efficiency. So this is the agency, not an agency, ostensibly steered by Tesla boss Elon Musk, who has become one of Trump's biggest backers through social media network X, which he owns. It seems like this is already somewhat controversial, already drawing a lawsuit. I mean, we've seen like a big cultural shift among tech leaders. I guess this is important insofar as it kind of helps cement that and the linkage between tech and the Trump administration. But is there any there yet?
Well, in terms of the efficiency part of the Department of Government Efficiency, they have already fired their first government worker, Vivek Ramaswamy, who was initially, I shouldn't say fired, he was not fired, but Vivek Ramaswamy, who was supposed to co-lead the new departments, either in quotes or not in quotes, with Elon Musk, will be departing, despite attending the inauguration yesterday. He is presumably going to run for governor, in the state of Ohio, where he's from. So the Department of Government Efficiency is off to a bit of a strange start in that one of its two leads is already out. It seems that they are trying, based on the executive order that was released yesterday, to combine this with an existing U.S. government program called the U.S. Digital Service, which would allow them to put these government efficiency employees within many of the existing government agencies and just sort of use existing statute in order to get them in there. And they would presumably be tasked with finding inefficiencies in government agencies and cutting waste and finding employees to fire or to get to work more productively. Whether that ends up happening is really an open question. Prior efforts by perhaps more serious and experienced people like former Vice President Al Gore did, produce some changes in the 1990s, did cut some spending in the sort of post-Cold War era when there was a lot of transition and sort of defunct programs, especially defense programs, to cut in the wake of the Soviet Union's demise. So the question is whether we're building our own Soviet system, putting political commissars in these agencies, or whether this is sort of a real effort to cut waste and inefficient spending in government agencies. So that really remains to be seen. The target has already been cut sort of by Musk from 2 trillion to 1 trillion. And even that, he said, was a difficult goal to achieve. So a lot of questions about the future of this government efficiency initiative. And it seems to change by the day.
I love that comparison. And yeah, it's interesting. I didn't actually know about the Gore effort back in the day. Like you say, I suppose it's a little bit different when you're talking about closing bases or what have you versus cutting Medicare and Medicaid, the government insurance programs, which, any scholar of the US budget knows it's really kind of healthcare and the army that are taking up most of that spending.
And Social Security. So the Social Security, these entitlement programs, just so listeners know, constitute roughly 2/3 of all government spending. So what you end up cutting, that sort of discretionary piece is much smaller than those parts combined.
Right. And I guess the one thing I'm curious about in terms of the tech linkage is we saw Trump roll back an executive order issued by the Biden administration on artificial intelligence, which was sort of about like putting in some idea of safeguards and reporting up to the federal government on I guess what you would consider frontier, so the most technologically sophisticated models. We are in the arms race moment. We've just had an extremely impressive model released out of China in DeepSeek. I mean, I don't know if Rob, it's interesting. So Jensen Huang, the head of NVIDIA, which provides the chips that sort of are the lifeblood of AI, wasn't at the inaugural. This order, at least I didn't kind of hear anything leading up to this, that would be on the table. Like, does it feel like the federal government, when it comes to AI development, is really where the action is, or that any of this matters so much? Or I don't know. There's a lot of policy that's up for grabs, including, funding for chip plants and so on, right?
Yeah, the American policy matters for the tech industry more in terms of export restrictions than in terms of any, executive order which would put in place to monitor, potential risks arising from artificial intelligence, if only because there weren't any costs imposed really on the tech industry, except, occasional reports on, hey, this might be a risk or something. But, for NVIDIA, putting limits on exports to China has caused, it has restricted their revenue just because China had been a large export market. And they're still trying to always get around them because they put a limit saying, okay, they can't be above this certain capacity. So NVIDIA would design a chip which was just below it, and then they would lower the rate below that, and it caused lots of, basically it wasn't, NVIDIA wasn't happy with a lot of the legislation, or the executive orders were put in place. So I don't really see it having much of an effect. It's more, if anything, the rules which affect the industry will probably put in place more in Europe and other areas.
Got it. Okay. Well, I mean, so I guess as part of this effort, right? Doge, as it's known, has already drawn a lawsuit, but feels like we're setting up for a much bigger legal clash, right? We had, as mentioned, Trump promulgated an executive order seeking to sort of reinterpret the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, long interpreted to grant citizenship to all people born or naturalized on U.S. soil. The executive order seeks to kind of curtail that for people who maybe don't have legal status or are here on a temporary visa. I imagine this will probably get tied up in courts, while other actions, including those, announced over the past 24 hours, will maybe cause some actual changes in enforcement and so on. But Rob, you've written that Trump is really playing with fire here, given the importance of immigration flows to the U.S. economy. What's sort of the backdrop of what's happened with immigration in the past few years? And what's going on, as far as you can see, with these orders, and how significant is that?
Well, yeah, immigration is significant in the U.S. economy because about a fifth of our workforce is people who are born overseas. Now, most of those are legal, but a large chunk of that, 20%, roughly 20%, are illegal. So I can't recall offhand, it's about 4%, something like that. But these people are also concentrated in certain areas, like in Texas and Florida, and they also concentrate in certain industries like construction and agriculture. And last time Trump was in office, he promised to crack down on illegal immigration. Didn't really happen that much. I mean, if you look at the actual number of deportations, they didn't really change that much. There was a policy put in place during COVID, which said that you could turn away asylum seekers basically at the border or deport them because there was a health risk from that. That policy is eventually overturned. Now Trump is coming in. There are more restrictions. There's so many restrictions. It's hard to say, what one will hold up. It's clear that some will be certainly challenged, like the birthright citizenship. That seems clearly unconstitutional. I'm not a constitutional scholar, but it seems like it's pretty clear in the Constitution that is the right. Versus other things such as saying, okay, well, the military has a right to, or has a clear, the military should help enforce the border, or things like, asylum seekers, will stop asylum seekers. That's probably somewhere in the middle. So there's all these different categories of people. And, cutting those off will have an effect in the U.S. economy, if only because the U.S. population is getting older. We need more workers. We have, like the inflation rate is already high and unemployment rate's extremely low. So if you cut off immigration, what does that mean? It means you probably have higher inflation, lower growth.
Right. And I guess as markets begin to metabolize, like what is actually happening here, right? Whether it's the long-term economic effects, beyond like the human cost of an immigration crackdown, or anything that's going to happen with the federal budget or energy markets, a lot of it is it feels like hurry up and wait from the administration, a lot of noise and a lot of heat, but with all the meaningful details still to be filled in. I mean, obviously we're just on day one, but I do wonder, Gabe, you've written a bit about how, for instance, Trump's nominee for Treasury, Scott Bessent, has cast uncertainty in trade policy as almost part of the plan, so to speak, that, tariffs can be weaponized as negotiating tools, so you need like some uncertainty in there. But in the meantime, markets are operating in real time. We've seen big moves over the past couple of months in anticipation of this agenda. And I think today also in the US dollar, based on what was and was not said on tariffs. Like, what actually happens when the rubber meets the road here?
Yeah, so Bessent has been really clear, and he sort of spelled this out at his confirmation hearing last week, that tariff policy has three main goals. There's sort of the protectionist side of things, the goal of protecting domestic industry and shielding it from some foreign competition, especially when that foreign competition, as in the case of, for instance, Chinese steel, that might be a dumping situation where you're really trying to protect local industries from cheaper imports abroad, especially when they're flooding in. The second would be to raise revenue, which Trump seems to love. He even wants to start this new external revenue service, which seems pretty unnecessary given that there's customs and border protection, but that's a separate issue, not very efficient. And then the third thing that tariffs can do is that they can change the behavior of your trading partners vis-a-vis other issues. That would be border security or drug trafficking, things like that. So those are the three uses. And you can't really do all of those things at once, because if you want to pay for, your government spending or finance your tax cuts with revenue from tariffs, then that disappears once you reward your trading partners for cracking down on drug trafficking, because there needs to be a carrot along with the stick. So you end up in a situation where tariffs are trying to do all things for all people, and it's really hard to sort of reimagine the global trade system on the fly, which leaves U.S. economic policy in a really precarious spot, because you essentially need to reimagine all of your supply chains and trade relationships overnight. So back to the initial question, how much of this is just heat and smoke and bluster? Some of it will have to be. Some of it, because if they ultimately carried it through, would be disastrous for both the U.S. economy and the global economy. So surely some of this is bluster, but the problem is we just don't know what at this point, and it really changes by the day because Trump does not stick to one negotiating strategy. He'll throw out percentages or countries or industries based on the needs of the daily news cycle, and that's no way to run a railroad.
There are also conflicts between the goals he's trying to set. For example, putting a 25% tariff on Mexico would really harm the Mexican economy. And one of the primary reasons people immigrate to the United States is because they're looking for economic opportunity. If Mexico's economy is, basically fallen into a severe recession, a lot more people are probably going to try to immigrate to the United States.
Right. And of course, layered on top of all of this, we're going to get daily feedback from markets somewhat erratically on how all of this is going. But for now, sounds like it's a lot of we are still waiting and seeing. With that said, Gabe, Rob, thank you so much for joining me on the Viewsroom.
Great to be here.
Thanks.
Thanks for tuning in. This podcast was produced by Oliver Taslich in London. You can listen to a new episode of The Viewsroom every Thursday on the Reuters app or your favorite platform. And don't forget to tune into our sister podcast, The Big View, every Tuesday, as well as other great podcasts from the Reuters team. If you like what you heard, please follow The Viewsroom and let us know what you thought. And check out our views on the biggest stories in business and finance every day at breakingviews.com and reuters.com.
गैस क्रूड ऑयल में ऊपर जो एफईजी बने हैं वही टारगेट जोन रहेंगे, ध्यान रखना। नेचुरल गैस अभी भी रेंज के अंदर ही है, एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट पे आया है ना रेजिस्टेंस पर है। 4 PM ऑलरेडी हो चुका है, 5 PM 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग के बाद थोड़ा और वॉल्यूम नेचुरल गैस में एक्सपेक्ट रहेगा। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम and subscribe the channel.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Valerie Teitel.
And I'm Stephen Carroll.
Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky says any effective peacekeeping force deployed in his country will need to include U.S. troops. In an interview with Bloomberg's editor-in-chief John Micklethwaite, Zelensky said that his European allies don't have enough soldiers to pose a realistic deterrent to Putin.
It can't be without the United States. I will explain you why. Even if some European friends think that it can be, no, it will not be. First of all, nobody will risk without the United States. The second, that's what can divide NATO, divide EU and USA. That is a goal and dream of Putin, to divide this unity.
Zelensky's comments come as Trump threatens to impose financial penalties on Russia if it doesn't end the war soon. In a Truth Social post, Trump said Russian President Vladimir Putin should make a deal soon or face additional tariffs and sanctions.
A Royal Navy submarine has been deployed to warn off a Russian spy ship in UK waters. The British government says the spy ship, called Yantar, was gathering intelligence and mapping the UK's underwater infrastructure. Defence Secretary John Healey told Parliament he has a message for Vladimir Putin.
We see you, we know what you're doing, and we will not shy away from robust action to protect this country.
Healy says the ship is an example of growing Russian aggression and threats to cables and other offshore infrastructure. The incident comes less than a month after undersea internet cables were damaged in the Gulf of Finland in the Baltic Sea.
Donald Trump has downplayed the national security risk posed by TikTok, the social media app owned by China's ByteDance. Speaking to Fox News Channel's Hannity, Trump was asked if he was concerned by claims that the app could be used as a spying tool by Beijing.
You can say that about everything made in China. Look, we have our telephones made in China for the most part. We have so many things made in China, so why don't they mention that, you know?
Let me get to
the
some
interesting
issues.
thing with TikTok, though, is you're dealing with a lot of young people. So
they love it.
Is it that important for China to be spying on young people?
Donald Trump's remarks on Fox News Channel Hannity came days after he offered the social video app a temporary reprieve from legislation that would have forced it to shut down in the U.S. Trump has credited the app for improving his political standing among young voters, citing that as part of the reason he decided to give ByteDance more time to secure a sale.
Britain is likely to face more frequent technical recessions after a slowdown in the economy's speed limit made it vulnerable to growth shocks. That's according to analysis from Bloomberg Economics, which reveals the UK's trend growth rate has halved from an annual average of 2.5% between 1955 and 2009 to 1.2% in the following years. This is nearly half of Britons say they expect the economy to worsen in the next 3 months. 48% of those polled by the British Retail Consortium took the pessimistic view. Bloomberg's James Woolcock has more.
The UK is in a mood. The BRC's negative numbers join a growing pile. S&P's consumer sentiment gauge is at a one-year low, and Deloitte see business confidence at a two-year low. Bloomberg put the gloominess to the Chancellor in Davos, who responded saying there was good news on global investments.
We can trade surveys and data, but, you know, I'm here to sell Britain, to talk about the strengths and what we are doing. We're reforming the planning system, we're reforming our regulatory system, reforming pensions.
We've got more details on that reform Rachel Reeves wanted to highlight. The government are announcing plans to limit legal challenges to infrastructure projects. It's another attempt to cut back red tape in Britain, but will it bring back confidence in their growth plans? In London, James Woolcock, Bloomberg Radio.
The European Commission wants to keep London as part of its clearinghouse system for 3 more years. It's proposing extending its post-Brexit equivalence arrangement until 2028, which EU members will now need to consider. Efforts by Brussels to move clearing from London have been met with skepticism from some in the financial industry who believe Europe doesn't have the infrastructure to handle the trading volume.
A huge new fire north of Los Angeles has prompted evacuations after weeks of blazes in the area. What's been labelled the Hughes fire expanded quickly to more than 9,000 acres and remains uncontained. So far, 50,000 people have been placed under warning or forced to leave their homes. One local resident has fire crews in his back garden.
It's a little nerve-wracking, but there's nothing I can do about it, so I have to stay somewhat calm about it and just roll with it. We've done it before. It's happened before.
Local residents speaking there. Critical fire weather conditions are expected to last through the day, making it challenging to control the threat. The wildfire has stoked fresh fears in a region already devastated by 2 weeks of deadly infernos that have killed at least 28 people and destroyed nearly 15,000 structures.
Elon Musk has openly questioned whether companies in Trump's newly announced AI venture could fulfill their pledges. SoftBank, OpenAI, and Oracle said they would deploy $100 billion immediately, with plans to increase that to at least $500 billion. In an exchange on Musk's X platform, Musk wrote that SoftBank, quote, doesn't actually have the money. OpenAI Sam Altman issued a response stating that the Stargate project is great for the U.S. and that he hopes Musk will put America first in his new role. Rachel Metz covers artificial intelligence from Bloomberg News.
Elon Musk clearly has a long history with Sam Altman and with OpenAI, and Elon is also involved in his own company. He's involved with now the federal government. So he's got a lot going on. I think he made a really fair observation, though, like, hey, where is this money coming from?
Rachel Metz says the exchange exposes an early rift within the White House as Musk takes on a new government efficiency role in the Trump administration.
Those are your top stories on the markets. The Stoxx 600 down 0.1% on Wall Street. S&P E-mini futures are 0.2 lower. Nasdaq futures down by 0.5%. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index is 0.1% stronger this morning. That's news when you want.
वापस आता है अगर प्राइस क्रूड ऑयल का नीचे सपोर्ट पे फिर से बाय कर सकते हैं। एक बार देख लेते हैं आज इन्वेंट्री कितनी एक्सपेक्टेड है क्रूड ऑयल की शाम को। लास्ट टाइम -2 थी, इस बार -0.1 लास्ट टाइम के कंपैरिजन में ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं। अगर फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग -0.1 से ज़्यादा कुछ भी डेटा आता है तो इट इज़ नेगेटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस। लेट्स सी एग्जैक्टली कितना आता है डेटा। नेचुरल गैस को भी देखोगे तो -270 बुलियन, लास्ट टाइम -258 बुलियन एक्सपेक्टेड थी। ओके, लास्ट टाइम से थोड़ा सा ही कम ये लोग एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं, तो अगर फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग आता है तो इट इज़ पॉजिटिव फॉर नेचुरल गैस प्राइस। अभी तो बिल्कुल ही वॉल्यूम डाउन चल रहा है लग रहा है नेचुरल गैस का। क्रूड ऑयल ठीक ठाक आ गया है। लेट्स सी एफईजी निकालता है बीच में, यहाँ पर भी एक एफईजी बना हुआ है। मॉर्निंग पे वहीं से रेजिस्टेंस लिया था, अगर एफईजी का निकल जाता है ऊपर तो फाइनल रेजिस्टेंस तक वेट करेंगे। टारगेट थोड़ा सा बड़ा ही है ये, 90 पॉइंट। बाकी अगर एफईजी ब्रेक नहीं होता है तो ये रुका रहेगा थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ पर। ऊपर आता है तो ये रेजिस्टेंस जोन है, यहाँ से एक सेलिंग का प्लान रहेगा, और अगर नीचे फिर से आता है तो फिर से बाइंग कर सकता है। बाकी जो लोग ऑलरेडी बाइंग में है चाहे तो यहाँ पर वापस थोड़ा बहुत प्रॉफिट भी बुक कर सकते हैं। एफईजी का वी डोंट नो, ब्रेकआउट होगा नहीं होगा कह नहीं सकते, बट होता है तो फिर फाइनल टारगेट रहेगा। बाकी नहीं होता है तो थोड़ा सा सेलर्स ही स्ट्रांग रहेंगे। एफईजी ब्रेक हो जाता है थोड़ा सा बायर्स स्ट्रांग हो जाएंगे उस केस में। नेचुरल गैस का भी एफईजी ऊपर नीचे काफ़ी ज़्यादा बार कर चुका है। अब या तो ये नीचे सपोर्ट पे आ जाए या फिर ऊपर ही चला जाए, या फिर कोई नया लेवल अगर क्रिएट करता है दैट इज़ ऑल्सो गुड। China asks big insurers and mutual funds to invest more in stocks. क्रूड में हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर लेना गाइस, ठीक है। क्रूड में यहाँ पर हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर लेना। एफईजी ब्रेक करता है तो ट्रेल कर लेना अगर और क्वांटिटी है, नहीं करता है तो फिर रिजेक्शन मिल जाएगा, वापस नीचे आ जाएगा प्राइस। ऊपर और जाना है फाइनल टारगेट तक तो एफईजी ब्रेक करना जरूरी है प्रॉपरली। So book the half profit and trail SL.
the modern cloud, more tools and more data means more security risks. But Dynatrace helps secure applications from the inside out by actively blocking attacks and detecting risks throughout the entire lifecycle, including runtime vulnerabilities.
Stocks tied to the AI trade are jumping on the back of President Trump's Stargate project announcement. For more, we're bringing in Angelo Zeno, senior equity analyst at CFRA Research. Angelo, thank you so much for joining us. This announcement bringing with it some drama in the form of Elon Musk saying, oh, they don't actually have the financing lined up for this thing. Then Sam Altman of OpenAI kind of pushing back against that. And I guess my first question would be, with the kind of magnitude of some of the gains that we're seeing with anything that's reportedly associated with this project, do you think that those gains are justified here?
Yeah, so, thanks for having me. I guess, the first thing I thought about when I saw the actual numbers, the 100 billion and the 500 billion, was I was like, these numbers are absolutely enormous. So Stargate is something that has kind of been speculated about for over a year, right? It's kind of been the vision of Sam Altman here for quite some time, and we've kind of now finally seen his kind of news come out. When I kind of look about, whether or not some of these numbers are realistic, I don't think that's necessarily kind of, what we should kind of be focused on right now. I think this is, for bulls, a very positive data point out there. Clearly, we need to see the demand side of things play out for us to kind of see any sort of numbers like this actually kind of come to fruition. But that said, listen, I think you got to be excited about it. I think you should have some doubt about, the funding aspect of all this. But nonetheless, I mean, you can always throw new investors kind of, within this, the 100 billion, 500 billion, funding rounds and what have you. So it's all about kind of seeing that demand come to fruition. And when we kind of think about 2025 and 2026, it is going to be the year of AI agents or agentic AI, and we need to start seeing a lot of the things that we're seeing right now in kind of the test phase kind of go into production. And we need to start seeing that by the second half of 2025 into 2026. And if we see that, that optimism will be there to continue to spend and spend aggressively.
Angelo, off these headlines, though, clearly, I mean, investors are placing bets. They're excited. So I want to talk about some of the reaction, the response we're seeing in your coverage universe. I look at a name like Oracle today, Angelo. It's surging almost 7% in today's trade. What do you make of that? Is that move justified, Angelo?
So I think Oracle is a little bit of a different story relative to maybe other AI-oriented names out there, specifically on the news yesterday and what have you. And the big reason for that is because I think what you're actually seeing, or why the stock is reacting like this, is because you're almost seeing a strengthening of the relationship between Oracle and potentially OpenAI out there. And you kind of saw the news also kind of amidst the Stargate news also that Microsoft is no longer going to be the exclusive provider for compute capacity out there for OpenAI. They do still have that right of first refusal, and you still have a very strong relationship between Microsoft and OpenAI. But that said, I think Oracle is becoming a much bigger player here on the cloud side of things. When you look at that infrastructure business, it's growing at north of a 50% clip here on a year-over-year basis. It's about 17% of their revenue. You look 2 years ago, that business was growing about 50% on a year-over-year basis, but it was only about 8% of their revenue. So when you kind of extrapolate some of the opportunities here for Oracle over the next 2 to 3 years, I think it's actually warranted to see the type of move that you've seen here on Oracle over the last 2 days.
And hey, Angela, I want to get your take on effectively what was an opinion piece that came out from The Information that said, what if Oracle bought Salesforce? Now, I can, count on one hand, probably two hands, the reasons why that might be unlikely. But I was curious what you thought.
I think that's interesting. I didn't see it, but those would be kind of two massive companies out there, kind of coming together. Oracle, clearly kind of focusing more on the on the infrastructure side of things right now within kind of that software ecosystem, so more on the cloud side of things. And clearly you've got, also them as kind of a big kind of one of the big two ERP players out there along with SAP. So I can see, throwing, Salesforce in there with Oracle, some kind of synergies out there, some complementary type offerings, and, potentially creating an absolute massive powerhouse on the software side of things. Whether or not, something like that ever comes to fruition, again, all speculation and who knows. But I think it could potentially make sense if you were to see something along the lines of a combination between the two, to be honest with you.
Angelo, always good to see you. Always good to have you on the show. Thanks for joining us.
All right, thanks for having me.
Our next guest has 3 themes investors should keep in mind for 2025. Broaden your equity horizons, stay invested, focus on income, and lastly, put your cash to work. ETFs are one way to do all of that. Here on set, we've got Marissa Ansel, Goldman Sachs Asset Management Head of ETF Investment Strategy, and she's joining us in studio for this week's ETF report brought to you by Invesco QQQ. Marissa, great to have you. So these 3 investment themes that you point out to us, I want to start on broadening your investments. How do ETFs allow investors to have an avenue for broadening their equity exposure?
Great. Well, first of all, thanks so much for having me on the show. It's great to be here today. As we look at the equity market today, levels of equity market concentration are really at all-time highs.
गाइस क्रूड ऑयल में हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर लेना, ठीक है। जिन लोगों ने बाई किया हुआ, फिर रिपीट कर रहा हूँ नीचे से, एफईजी के ऊपर नहीं गया तो और ऊपर जाएगा नहीं। एफईजी का ब्रेक करना जरूरी है। एफईजी ब्रेक हो जाता है तो और ऊपर जा सकता है, इसलिए समझ लो इसके ऊपर निकला तो ये सेकंड टारगेट, यहीं से रिजेक्शन मिलता है तो वापस डे लो आ जाएगा 6500 to 510। बाकी अगर ये निकल गया एफईजी के ऊपर, थोड़ा सा बुलिश साइड पे रखेंगे, चांसेस है कि फिर ऊपर वाला ब्रेकआउट भी लेवल ब्रेकआउट करे। बाकी अगर ये नहीं आता एफईजी से रिजेक्शन लेके नीचे गिरता है तो फिर चांसेस रहेंगे नीचे वाला सपोर्ट ब्रेक हो जाए। नेचुरल गैस स्टिल कोई खास ना सपोर्ट पे आया है प्रॉपर्ली, ना रेजिस्टेंस पे, तो वी हैव टू वेट, या तो कोई नया लेवल क्रिएट हो या फिर प्राइस ऊपर दिए हुए सपोर्ट या फिर रेजिस्टेंस की ओर आ जाए। कि 4:45 5 PM होने वाला है। लेट्स सी नेचुरल गैस में भी कुछ बीच में अगर एंट्री बनती है तो। करंट कैंडल इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। people are watching guys, लाइक करो बाकी लोग भी। only 16 लाइक्स ही हुए हैं, इन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया अभी तक। Don't forget to like the stream and subscribe the channel. नेचुरल गैस में भी देखते हैं, ये कैंडल एक बार क्लोज होती है, उसके बाद कुछ अगर सेटअप बनता है तो। नेचुरल गैस की करंट कैंडल अगर क्लोज करती है कहीं 342 के ऊपर, 342.5 के ऊपर, तो फिर एक बाइंग का प्लान रखेंगे, ठीक है। अभी 10 मिनट है कैंडल क्लोज होने पे, तो वी विल सी, वी विल वेट। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल भी इंपॉर्टेंट लेवल पर है, एफईजी के ऊपर अगर निकला तो ऊपर और जाएगा, नहीं निकलता है रेजिस्टेंस लेता है तो फिर वापस डेलो की ओर। से यहाँ पर अगर थोड़ा कंसोलिडेशन हो जाए क्रूड में और ब्रेकआउट मिल जाए ना, मोमेंटम अच्छा आ जाएगा, या फिर एटलीस्ट एक कैंडल भी ऊपर क्लोज कर जाती है अपर लेवल पे एफईजी के 15 मिनट की।
David Rubenstein, Carlyle Group co-founder. Always great to see you here at WEF, David. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
There's been no shortage of things to talk about coming from the new Trump administration. Are you as optimistic on what this administration can get done as basically what I've heard from every executive here on the ground at Davos?
I think most business executives are reasonably optimistic. There may be some that aren't, but basically, new administrations always produce some optimism. And now the optimism is in the business community because they would see less antitrust regulation, they believe. They would see less enforcement by the SEC, perhaps. And they would see more openness at the White House to some of the things the business community wants to do. A good example might be cryptocurrencies. So I think the business community does generally feel optimistic about what the Trump administration is likely to do. That's not to say that the Biden administration didn't do some things that were very good for business, but clearly this administration is seen by business community as much more sympathetic, rightly or wrongly.
Is the biggest opportunity for the Trump administration to extend their tax cuts?
That's an important opportunity, but that's a necessity in the sense that it's unlikely that the Congress will want to not have those tax cuts extended. As we learned, when you have tax cuts and people get used to that rate, it's very difficult to have them jump up again. So I suspect it's not something that's going to be an unexpected addition. I think the president's likely to want to do things that he hasn't done before, and Congress has some ideas as well. But that's an important part of what he wants to do. But remember, tax cut legislation doesn't have to be done probably until the end of the year. So he's going to want to do a lot of things earlier. So they'll work on the tax cut legislation, but it's got to go through the Ways and Means Committee, got to go through the Senate Finance Committee. It'll take a while.
You've extensively studied presidents. In fact, you recently wrote a book on it. Are business leaders too optimistic on what this president can get done in the first 100 days and then also the next 4 years?
Well, I don't want to say they're too optimistic or too pessimistic. I think I'm not going to characterize it. I would say there's no doubt there's a lot of optimism. And there's no doubt in the tech community they're very optimistic. Whether that's justified or not, time will tell. But you saw the inaugural ceremonies, and a lot of tech leaders were there. So you usually don't see that in inaugurations, having business leaders stand behind the first family or something like that. There's no doubt that they're optimistic and they're willing to suspend a disbelief about certain things and they're willing to go forward. I think the business community generally, not just the tech community, is pretty optimistic about this administration helping them in some ways. Time will tell whether it's going to work.
How does this administration impact the business of doing deals? How does Carlyle's business change over the next 4 years?
We won't know for certain, but there's a general feeling that, one, if tax rates are lower, that's probably good. Now, the tax rates are really going to stay the same, but if they're kept as low as they are now, that will be positive. Many people in the business community and private equity would say it's good. Secondly, IPOs are likely to flourish a little bit more. The IPO market has not been that robust. It's now thought that more and more people will take their companies public. It's also thought that the stock market will probably keep going up as it has since the election. People also think the antitrust enforcement will probably be less rigorous, and therefore you can get more deals done. And people think that financing costs will probably come down as interest rates go down. So I think generally it's a very good situation the business community and private equity feel.
Someone I think you know well, NASDAQ CEO Adina Friedman.
Right, she used to be the CFO at Carlyle.
That is correct. Well, she came onto my podcast and she said the second half might be really good for IPOs. Do you share that optimism?
Well, she would know better than me about IPOs because that's a large part of what she worries about. I think that a lot of people are working on IPOs. We have a number of companies I think are likely to go public this year, and a lot of other firms do as well. So yes, I do think it'll probably be a good year for IPOs, but a good year is almost anything compared to what we've seen in recent years. There haven't been that many great IPOs.
Dried up. It dried up.
Well, it's also dried up for other reasons. In 1997, there were twice as many companies that were public as there are today. And that's for other reasons. A lot of people just don't want to go public. For example, Stripe is a great company.
They're here on the Promenade.
Right. They don't want to go public. At least they've said for the time being they don't need to go public. They've been around for at least a dozen years, perhaps. So a lot of companies say we can get financing. We can let people liquefy their holdings, investors and or employees without going public.
What do you think about these? I did a panel for WEF on companies staying private for longer. And they're still able to raise money. The valuations seem high. I mean, have AI valuations and tech valuations, does it seem too frothy to you?
You only know when there's a bubble when it bursts. So we'll find out in time whether these valuations are too high. If you had told me 2 years ago,
क्रूड देखो ट्राई तो कर रहा है एफईजी के ऊपर निकलने का, बट क्लोजिंग चाहिए, नहीं आती है क्लोजिंग तो एफईजी स्टिल देयर, एफईजी को ही कंसीडर अभी भी करना ही पड़ेगा. ओवरऑल देखोगे तो 1:3 समथिंग कुछ मिला है. 1 ओवरऑल ये 6 का टारगेट आप मान के चल सकते हो. इसको सिर्फ 15 पॉइंट का ही एसएल है, ज़्यादा बड़ा नहीं है. तो 1:3 एंड 1:3 टोटल मिला के 1:6 हो गया अप्रॉक्स। तो अगर एफईजी के ऊपर निकला तो फिर ये फाइनल टारगेट यहाँ तक का उस केस में एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं। अगर नहीं आता है तो फिर लाइक वापस नीचे की ओर ही आएगा और फिर सपोर्ट के भी ब्रेक होने के चांसेस बढ़ जाएंगे। तो ट्रेल जरूर करना भाई, जिन लोगों ने बाई किया यहाँ पे सपोर्ट पे, बुक द हाफ प्रॉफिट एंड ट्रेल रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी। नेचुरल गैस में भी एक कैंडल क्लोज होती है तो एक ट्रेड यहाँ पर भी प्लान करते हैं। ओके 3 मिनट और है बस। ये कैंडल अगर क्लोज करी ऊपर 342.5 इसके ऊपर कहीं क्लोज करती है तो फिर एक बाइंग का प्लान रहेगा पुल बैक में। कैंडल क्लोज हो गई नेचुरल गैस की। देखो पुल बैक आता है तो इसमें एक बाइंग का प्लान रखेंगे। भी हो गया है, एक पुल बैक आता है तो वी कैन गो फॉर बाइंग साइड। इस ऊपर वाले एफयूजी को रिमूव कर सकते हैं, जरूरत नहीं है। पुल बैक अगर आता है तो एक बाइंग का प्लान रखेंगे इसमें नेचुरल गैस में। लाइक भी करते रहो guys. Don't forget to like the stream. नेचुरल गैस अगर पुल बैक देता है तो एक बाइंग प्लान रखेंगे. ओके, एक बाइंग का प्लान कर सकते हैं यहाँ पे. भी ट्राई कर रहा है एफईजी के ऊपर निकलने का. कैंडल क्लोज होती है नहीं होती है. हाफ प्रॉफिट एटलीस्ट बुक करके चलना है इसमें. नेचुरल गैस में भी पुल बैक आता है तो एक बाइंग का प्लान रखना. ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस में भी एक बाइंग का प्लान है. डेलो एसएल रख सकते हो, उससे बड़ा एसएल तो नहीं लेंगे. खैर 1 पॉइंट का एसएल काफ़ी रहेगा. क्रूड में हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल करना. नीड टू सी एफईजी का क्या रहता है यहाँ पर, ब्रेक करता है या फिर नहीं. टारगेट दे दिया तो अच्छा मूव आ जाएगा ऑलमोस्ट 80 to 90 point approx. ये नेचुरल गैस में भी देखो बाइंग के बाद टारगेट ऊपर ही रहेगा ये ब्लू पर्पल कलर की जो लाइन है 348 एंड 352 51 लगभग 8 to 9 पॉइंट दिख रहे हैं दैट इज द टारगेट जोन इन दैट केस 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग 7 पीएम एक डेटा है गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए इंपॉर्टेंट देन 8 पीएम यूएस मार्केट ओपन 9 पीएम नेचुरल गैस इन्वेंट्री और 9:30 क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री और यूएस के प्रेसिडेंट स्पीच देंगे वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम में नेचुरल गैस का भी वही टारगेट ऊपर वो पर्पल कलर की लाइन एंड देन 351 52 नीचे पूरा ही सपोर्ट जोन मान सकते हैं एग्जैक्टली तो आया नहीं लेवल पे तो दैट इज द ओनली लेवल वी कैन कंसीडर इट राइट नाउ ठीक है से पुल बैक आता है फिर से ले सकते हैं ठीक है नेचुरल गैस में थोड़ा वॉल्यूम आना स्टार्ट हो गया तो आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग कि मोमेंटम थोड़ा हो जाएगा फास्ट दिस इज 7 कुछ ज़्यादा ही बड़ा टारगेट है क्रूड स्टिल स्ट्रगलिंग एट एफईजी अभी भी एफईजी पर स्ट्रगल कर रहा है एफईजी पे अभी भी रुक रहा है क्रूड। फिर से पुल बैक आता है तो फिर से बाय कर सकते हैं, ठीक है, जो लोग नहीं कर पाए हैं। बाकी अगर सीधा ऊपर गया तो फिर ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस जोन के अराउंड सेलिंग का प्लान देखेंगे। देखो कैंडल तो क्लोज हो गई क्रूड में, और लेवल एफईजी के ऊपर नहीं हो पाई कैंडल, स्टिल क्लोज्ड। 515 हो चुका है ऑलरेडी। लाइक भी करोगे इस 50 पीपल आर वाचिंग, 50 लाइक्स तो होने चाहिए स्टिल। जो लोग अभी आए हैं रिपीट कर देता हूँ, नेचुरल गैस अगर एक पुल बैक दे तो वापस एक बाइंग का प्लान कर सकते हो। ऑलरेडी बाइंग में हो तो ट्रेल कर लेना, ऊपर गया सीधे तो फिर ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस जोन के अराउंड सेलिंग रहेगा। क्रूड ऑयल में भी बाइंग किया हुआ है तो हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करना है। एफईजी रुक रहा है थोड़ा बहुत, एफईजी के ऊपर अगर सस्टेन किया तो फिर फाइनल टारगेट तक जाएगा, वहाँ वापस सेलिंग का प्लान करेंगे। नीचे आता है तो वापस डे लो पे बाई कर सकते हैं, बट याद रखना एफईजी के अगर नीचे ही रहा मार्केट तो थोड़ा सा सेलर्स स्ट्रांग रहेंगे उस केस में। जैसा कल हो रहा था सपोर्ट एरिया पे क्रूड में, उसी तरह का मोमेंटम फिर एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं। बाकी देखते हैं क्या इसमें यहाँ पर भी कुछ बाय कर सकते हैं क्या। एफईजी अगर ब्रेक होता है तो एक सेकेंड, पॉइंट
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm John Tucker.
And I'm Karen Moscow.
Karen, President Trump takes center stage in Davos this morning. He's going to be addressing the world's financial elite by video link. And Bloomberg's Amy Morris brings us a preview of what global Wall Street is expecting.
People are optimistic in pockets.
New York Stock Exchange President Lynn Martin at Davos says most everyone there is already optimistic about the Trump administration, but they do have some questions.
The geopolitical landscape is probably the biggest one, tariffs in particular, and Obviously, the knock-on effect of questions around tariffs is going to be inflation.
The forum says President Trump will address the gathering. That will be followed by a dialogue. Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, thanks, Amy. And in that dialogue, he's going to field questions from several executives, including Blackstone's Stephen Schwarzman, Bank of America's Brian Moynihan, and Banco Santander Chair Anna Boden. You can catch the entire conversation at 11 a.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and the Bloomberg Podcast channel on YouTube.
Well, John, President Trump is downplaying the national security risk posed by TikTok after offering the social video app a reprieve from legislation that would have forced it to shut down. Trump spoke with Fox's Sean Hannity.
People want to buy it.
But those that say they know say it's a spying app for the communist Chinese.
But but you can say that about everything made in China. Look, we have our telephones made in China for the most part. We have so many things made in China. So why don't they mention that? You know,
Let me get to
the
some
interesting
issues.
thing with TikTok, though, is you're dealing with a lot of young people. So
they love it.
Is it that important for China to be spying on young people, on young kids watching crazy videos and things?
And under an executive order signed during his first day in office, the president delayed a TikTok ban in the U.S. by an additional 75 days.
In the same Fox interview, President Trump doubled down on his decision to pardon people who attacked police during the January 6 riots. He said the Capitol convicts were treated like the worst criminals in history.
Most of the people were absolutely innocent. Okay, but forgetting all about that, these people have served horribly a long time. It would be very, very cumbersome to go and look. You know how many people we're talking about? 1,500 people. Almost all of them this should not have happened.
On Monday, Trump pardoned and commuted the prison sentences or ordered the dismissal of charges in all of the 1,500-plus Capitol riot criminal cases.
Well, John, the acting defense secretary is deploying 1,500 more troops to comply with President Trump's declaration of a national emergency at the southern border. Robert Salesses says he had also approved the use of military aircraft to assist the Department of Homeland Security with deportation flights of more than 5,000 illegal aliens detained by Customs and Border Protection.
And Karen, Secretary of State Marco Rubio plans to travel to Panama as part of a trip to Latin America as soon as next week. This trip underscores President Trump's seriousness about trying to take back the Panama Canal. Sources say Rubio also plans to visit Guatemala, El Salvador, and Costa Rica.
John, more details are emerging involving President Trump's plan to make the U.S. an artificial intelligence powerhouse. The Information is reporting SoftBank Group and OpenAI each plan to commit $19 billion of capital to the $100 billion project known as Stargate. The tech outlet says the two companies would then both own 40% of the endeavor. Tech industry players, including Elon Musk, have questioned the lack of details around the venture and its financing.
And Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says any effective peacekeeping force deployed in his country will need to include U.S. troops. In an interview with Bloomberg editor-in-chief John Mickothwaite at Davos, Zelensky said his European allies don't have enough soldiers to pose a realistic deterrent to Putin.
It can't be without the United States. I will explain you why. Even if some European friends think that it can be, no, it will not be. First of all, nobody will risk without the United States. The second, that's what can divide NATO, divide EU and USA. That is a goal and dream of Putin, to divide this unity.
Zelensky's comments come as Trump threatens to impose financial penalties on Russia if it doesn't end the war soon. For the full interview, head over to the Bloomberg Talks podcast feed, featuring our most important conversations from Bloomberg Radio, television, and the Bloomberg terminal.
Well, John, let's turn now to the wildfires in Los Angeles. Fire crews are making progress on stopping the threat from an enormous new blaze north of L.A. that forced students to evacuate and prompted inmates to shelter in place. The Hughes fire has expanded to more than 10,000 acres, but the blaze is now 14% contained. Los Angeles County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney says quick mobilization of resources, including aircraft, had given fire crews a fighting chance.
The situation remains dynamic, and the fire remains a difficult fire to contain, although we are getting the upper hand.
Los Angeles County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney, the wildfire stoked fresh fears in a region already devastated by 2 weeks of deadly infernos that have killed 28 people, destroyed nearly 15,000 structures, and left thousands displaced. The Palisades and Eaton fires, which caused the bulk of the destruction, are still burning, but are now more controlled at 70% and 95% containment, respectively. Time now for the Bloomberg Sports Update, and we bring in John Stashower. John.
Thanks, Karen. The New York Jets have a new head coach. 52-year-old Aaron Glenn, once a star cornerback for the team. Most recently, he's been the defensive coordinator in Detroit. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has been the NBA's best player this season, and last night he poured in a career-high 54 points at Oklahoma City's 120-114 win over Utah, improving the Thunder to 36-7. That's also Cleveland's record atop the East, though the Cavs lost by 1 at Houston. That's your Bloomberg Sports Update.
Thanks, John. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow.
I'm John Tucker, and this is Bloomberg.
There are two kinds of people in the world. People who think about climate change and people who are doing something about it. On the Zero podcast, we talk to both kinds of people. People you've heard of, like Bill Gates.
I'm looking at what the world has to do to get to zero, not using climate as a moral crusade.
And Justin Trudeau.
There are still people who are
Okay guys, for ये जो data है ना, if you want to track the data, which website is good for tracking those data, so there are multiple websites actually available in the market. I'm using this one, forexfactory.com. You can use this, or there are other websites as well, like there is one website called investing.com. If you want to follow that, you will also get, all these details over there. I just share the link. You can go from there as well. This is investing.com link, and this is forexfactory.com link. This forexfactory.com website have a more accurate data. Sometimes there is some discrepancy in data, so you can track from there as well. Okay, and if you have and I hope you have, like tradingview.com, there is also one option of calendar. You can track the data, which data is coming on which day, what is the forecast, and what is the previous data and all. You can track from TradingView as well. So I hope TradingView have everyone have a TradingView, तो TradingView से भी देख सकते हो. ठीक है, अगर आपके पास TradingView है, वहाँ पर आपको ये कैलेंडर में किस तरह से देखते हैं और कौन कौन सा डेटा शेड्यूल है वो देखने के लिए मिल जाएगा. दूसरा आपके पास मैंने शेयर कर दिया investing.com, वहाँ पर है, और एक आपका फॉरेक्स फैक्ट्री. मैं फॉरेक्स फैक्ट्री को ज़्यादा देखता हूँ बिकॉज इसका डेटा थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा एक्यूरेट रहता है एज़ कम्पेयर टू अदर वेबसाइट. ठीक है, कभी कभी डेटा थोड़ा बहुत ऊपर नीचे कर देती हैं वेबसाइट्स, तो ध्यान रखना, ठीक है। किसने पूछा ये? जितेंद्र त्यागी जी, ओके, गॉट इट। नेचुरल गैस साइडवेज फ्रॉम लास्ट फ्यू डेज का तो पता नहीं। इंट्राडे में तो मोमेंटम आता ही है आजकल। देखो जब से वो 350 के ऊपर या 300 के ऊपर प्राइस मूव किया है ना, मार्केट में मोमेंटम ठीक ही आ रहा है। नेचुरल गैस की बात करें तो कुछ देर के लिए साइडवेज रहता है मॉर्निंग सेशन पे कभी कभी, क्योंकि मॉर्निंग सेशन पे लंदन सेशन के बाद ही थोड़ा बहुत वॉल्यूम जनरेट होता है कभी कभी। एक बड़ी कैंडल बन गई तो बन गई, अदरवाइज 300 के ऊपर जब तक प्राइस चल रहा है नेचुरल गैस का, मान के चलो इंट्राडे में आपको आराम से 6 to 12 पॉइंट का मोमेंटम मिल जाएगा अगर आप प्रॉपर लेवल पे कैच कर गए तो। एंड 6 to 12 पॉइंट इज नॉट बैड। सिंगल लॉट 1250 का है अगर फ्यूचर का मैं बात करूं तो। अगर आप 6 पॉइंट भी कैप्चर कर लो, अगर पूरे 12 पॉइंट कैप्चर नहीं भी होते हैं। वेबसाइट से आप देख सकते हो, ठीक है, कौन सा डेटा कब शेड्यूल है। तो अगर 6 to 12 पॉइंट सिंगल लॉट में भी कैप्चर कर लिए तो वेल एंड गुड। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। सैफर खिलजी से कितने बजे लाइव स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट? नोटिफिकेशन मिला नहीं, नोटिफिकेशन मिला नहीं। टेलीग्राम पे तो डाल दिया था, टेलीग्राम पे डाल दिया था मैंने, वही 2 PM के अराउंड। जल्दी स्टार्ट कर दी थी, इंडियन मार्केट साइडवेज था इसलिए। 152 पे टेलीग्राम पे भी मैंने अपडेट कर दिया था। टेलीग्राम ज्वाइन नहीं किया है क्या? डिस्क्रिप्शन बॉक्स में लिंक है, वहाँ से देख लो। उसमें 5 PM लिखा है, बट स्टार्ट ऑलरेडी जल्दी कर दिया था। जब भी मैं लाइव आता हूँ तो टेलीग्राम पे डाल देता हूँ, लाइव आने के वक्त या उससे थोड़ा सा पहले, तो दैट अगर कोई यूट्यूब पे लाइव नहीं भी है तो उनको वहाँ से एक डिटेल व्यू मिल जाए। ठीक है, बाकी जो लोग अभी आए हैं 30 लाइक्स हो गए, लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस। फिर से रिपीट कर देता हूँ, नेचुरल गैस वापस, अगर जो लोग बाइंग में है ऑलरेडी तो वेल एंड गुड। पुल बैक में बाइंग के लिए बोला था, अगर फिर से आता है तो फिर से बाइंग कर सकते हो। ऊपर अगर डायरेक्टली चला गया तो ये रेजिस्टेंस जोन है ऊपर, वैसे तो ये टेस्ट हो चुका है, बट मैं अभी भी एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि ये अभी भी रेजिस्टेंस की तरह काम करेगा। यहाँ से वापस एक सेलिंग का प्लान करेंगे, लोअर लेवल से भी कर सकते हैं, हायर लेवल पे आ जाए तो बेस्ट ही है। क्रूड में भी हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर लेना, एफईजी में थोड़ा बहुत रुक रहा है, निकलता है ऊपर तो हम एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे कि प्राइस 6590 6600 के आसपास मूव करें। ठीक है, ओके। क्रूड में भी देखो यहाँ पर एक बाइंग का प्लान करें क्या? कितना टाइम हो रहा है? 5:37। थोड़ा सा रिस्क ले सकते हो क्रूड में, तो एक बाइंग का प्लान करो। कैंडल वैसे ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी है, बट एक रिस्क ले सकते हैं। कितने थोड़ा सा 10 पॉइंट का रिस्क लिया जा सकता है, इतना भी कोई बड़ा रिस्क नहीं है। एटलीस्ट 10 पॉइंट का रिस्क लेके अगर बाई करना चाह रहे हो, क्योंकि अब मोमेंटम मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो 6:30 के बाद ही होना चाहिए। हाँ, कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है क्रूड में, डेफिनेटली ओपन इक्वल टू हाई दिखेगी आपको, बट छोटा सा ऐसा है, अगर रिस्क ले सकते हो थोड़ा सा ट्राई किया जा सकता है। 7 to 10 पॉइंट फ्यूचर में ऐसा है। चला भी गया एसएल तो कोई ज़्यादा लॉस नहीं होगा। 1:4, 1:3, 1:4, 1:4, 1:5 ही टारगेट रखेंगे। छोटा सा रिस्क है, लेना चाहते हो तो यहाँ पर छोटे से रिस्क के साथ भी एक बीच में प्लान किया सकता है। कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है। करते रहो guys. Don't forget to like the stream and subscribe the channel. Yes, today is the inventory day. आज क्रूड ऑयल, नेचुरल गैस दोनों की इन्वेंट्री कल नहीं आई थी ना क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री, तो इसलिए आज शेड्यूल है। अगेन देखोगे क्रूड ऑयल को तो कैंडल फिर से ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बन रही है। ये ट्रेड का ध्यान रखना जो यहाँ पर लगाया हुआ है, ठीक है। 6 PM होने वाला है, लेट्स सी कुछ मोमेंटम 6:30 तक होता है या नहीं होता है। फिर क्योंकि 6:30 की कैंडल ही आ जाएगी, दैट इज़ अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कैंडल एक्चुअली। उससे पहले थोड़ा मूव कर जाए प्रॉपर्ली तो वेल एंड गुड, नहीं तो 6:30 की कैंडल के भरोसे ही रहना पड़ेगा। कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बना के ब्रेक करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं वापस प्राइस को नीचे क्रूड ऑयल में, हाँ, इस पर्टिकुलर लेवल पे। लास्ट कैंडल भी ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी थी, होल्ड कर गई। लेट्स सी ये करती है नहीं करती है, क्योंकि एफईजी के ऊपर निकलना जरूरी है, मार्केट को ऊपर जाना है तो। लास्ट कैंडल भी हाई, दिस कैंडल भी ओपन इक्वल टू हाई। थोड़ा रेजिस्टेंस पर ही ट्रेड अच्छे मिलते हैं, बीच में लिए ट्रेड अक्सर फेल होते हैं ना सागर भाई। नहीं, इसमें और भी फैक्टर्स हैं एक्चुअली, यू नो। अब बीच का मतलब क्या हो गया, मान लो आपने कहीं बीच में बाई कर लिया है, सेल कर गया, प्राइस वहीं से चला गया ऊपर। सपोर्ट से बाइंग आई थी, आधे में आपने बाई किया, वहीं से सीधा चला गया ऊपर। अब कहने के लिए तो वो अच्छा ही है, राइट। बट नॉर्मली देखा जाता है कि सपोर्ट और रेजिस्टेंस पे ही क्योंकि रिस्क रिवॉर्ड अच्छे हो जाते हैं ना, तो और तो क्या ही होता है, रिस्क रिवॉर्ड आपके फेवर में हो जाते हैं, दैट इज अ गुड केस, वन ऑफ द गुड केस, नंबर वन। फिर और भी चीज़ें डिपेंड करती हैं ना, कभी कोई न्यूज आ गई, मान लो कोई डेटा आ गया, हम आके सडनली मूव कर जाता है उस केस में तो कभी कभी सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस भी होल्ड नहीं किया ना, और फिर मान लो उस लेवल पे आपने बाई या सेल किया और प्राइस न्यूज़ की वजह से मूव कर गया, तो फिर तो किस्मत ही कहेंगे उसको। क्योंकि कुछ टाइम ऐसे होते हैं, कुछ डेटा ऐसे होते हैं जहाँ पर मार्केट रिएक्ट प्रॉपरली। मान लो कोई सपोर्ट है वहां पर, कैंडल कोई ओपन इक्वल टू हाई क्यों बना रहा होगा, और कौन बना सकता है? कोई नॉर्मल पर्सन सेल तो करेगा नहीं वहाँ पर। कोई सेल करके ओपन इक्वल टू हाई सपोर्ट बना रहा है, इट मीन्स वो कहीं ना कहीं चाहेगा वो ब्रेक कर दे उस सपोर्ट को, या फिर रेजिस्टेंस पे ओपन इक्वल टू लो बना रहा है तो कहीं ना कहीं चाहेगा कि उस रेजिस्टेंस को ब्रेक कर दे। होगा नहीं होगा ये अलग बात है, बट नीड टू सी द कैंडल एज वेल।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm John Tucker.
And I'm Karen Moscow.
Karen, President Trump takes center stage in Davos this morning. He's going to be addressing the world's financial elite by video link. And Bloomberg's Amy Morris brings us a preview of what global Wall Street is expecting.
People are optimistic in pockets.
New York Stock Exchange President Lynn Martin at Davos says most everyone there is already optimistic about the Trump administration, but they do have some questions.
The geopolitical landscape is probably the biggest one, tariffs in particular, and obviously the knock-on effect of questions around tariffs is going to be inflation.
The forum says President Trump will address the gathering. That will be followed by a dialogue. Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, thanks, Amy. And in that dialogue, he's going to field questions from several executives, including Blackstone's Stephen Schwarzman, Bank of America's Brian Moynihan, and Banco Santander Chair Anna Boden. You can catch the entire conversation at 11 a.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and the Bloomberg Podcast channel on YouTube.
Well, John, President Trump is downplaying the national security risk posed by TikTok after offering the social video app a reprieve from legislation that would have forced it to shut down. Trump spoke with Fox's Sean Hannity.
People want to buy it. But those that say they know say it's a spying app for the communist Chinese.
But but you can say that about everything made in China. Look, we have our telephones made in China for the most part. We have so many things made in China. So why don't they mention that? You know, the interesting thing with TikTok, though, is you're dealing with a lot of young people. So
they love it.
Is it that important for China to be spying on young people, on young kids watching crazy videos and things?
And under an executive order signed during his first day in office, the president delayed a TikTok ban in the U.S. by an additional 75 days.
In the same Fox interview, President Trump doubled down on his decision to pardon people who attacked police during the January 6 riots. He said the Capitol convicts were treated like the worst criminals in history.
Most of the people were absolutely innocent. Okay, but forgetting all about that, these people have served horribly a long time. It would be very, very cumbersome to go and look. You know how many people we're talking about? 1,500 people. Almost all of them should not have been, this should not have happened.
On Monday, Trump pardoned and commuted the prison sentences or ordered the dismissal of charges in all of the 1,500 plus Capitol riot criminal cases.
Well, John, the acting defense secretary is deploying 1,500 more troops to comply with President Trump's declaration of a national emergency at the southern border. Robert Salesses says he had also approved the use of military aircraft to assist the Department of Homeland Security with deportation flights of more than 5,000 illegal aliens detained by Customs and Border Protection.
And Karen, Secretary of State Marco Rubio plans to travel to Panama as part of a trip to Latin America as soon as next week. This trip underscores President Trump's seriousness about trying to take back the Panama Canal. Sources say Rubio also plans to visit Guatemala, El Salvador, and Costa Rica.
John, more details are emerging involving President Trump's plan to make the U.S. an artificial intelligence powerhouse. The Information is reporting SoftBank Group and OpenAI each plan to commit $19 billion of capital to the $100 billion project known as Stargate. The tech outlet says the two companies would then both own 40% of the endeavor. Tech industry players, including Elon Musk, have questioned the lack of details around the venture and its financing.
And Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says any effective peacekeeping force deployed in his country will need to include U.S. troops. In an interview with Bloomberg editor-in-chief John Mickothwaite at Davos, Zelensky said his European allies don't have enough soldiers to pose a realistic deterrent to Putin.
It can't be without the United States. I will explain you why. Even if some European friends think that it can be, no, it will not be. First of all, nobody will risk without United States. The second, that's what can divide NATO, divide EU and USA. That is a goal and dream of Putin, to divide this unity.
Zelensky's comments come as Trump threatens to impose financial penalties on Russia if it doesn't, and the war soon. For the full interview, head over to the Bloomberg Talks podcast feed, featuring our most important conversations from Bloomberg Radio, television, and the Bloomberg terminal.
Well, John, let's turn now to the wildfires in Los Angeles. Fire crews are making progress on stopping the threat from an enormous new blaze north of L.A. that forced students to evacuate and prompted inmates to shelter in place. The Hughes fire has expanded to more than 10,000 acres, but the blaze is now 14% contained. Los Angeles County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney says quick mobilization of resources, including aircraft, had given fire crews a fighting chance.
The situation remains dynamic, and the fire remains a difficult fire to contain, although we are getting the upper hand.
Los Angeles County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney, the wildfire stoked fresh fears in a region already devastated by 2 weeks of deadly infernos that have killed 28 people, destroyed nearly 15,000 structures, and left thousands displaced. The Palisades and Eaton fires, which caused the bulk of the destruction, are still burning, but are now more controlled at 70% and 95% containment, respectively. Time now for the Bloomberg Sports Update, and we bring in John Stashower. John.
Thanks, Karen. The New York Jets have a new head coach. 52-year-old Aaron Glenn, once a star cornerback for the team. Most recently, he's been the defensive coordinator in Detroit. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has been the NBA's best player this season, and last night he poured in a career-high 54 points at Oklahoma City's 120-114 win over Utah, improving the Thunder to 36-7. That's also Cleveland's record atop the East, though the Cavs lost by 1 at Houston. That's your Bloomberg Sports Update.
Thanks, John. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow.
I'm John Tucker, and this is Bloomberg.
Are you looking for a new podcast about stuff related to money?
Well, today's your lucky day.
I'm Matt Levine.
And I'm Katie Greifeld.
And we are the hosts of Money Stuff, the podcast. Every Friday, we dive into the top stories about Wall Street, finance, and other stuff.
We have fun, we get weird, and we want you to join us.
You can listen to Money Stuff, the podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Posed by TikTok. Speaking on Fox News, he suggested that all electronic products made in China could carry a spying risk. This comes after he delayed the ban on the Chinese-owned app for 75 days through an executive order.
I'll tell you, people want to buy it. People want to buy it.
But those that say they know say it's a spying app for the communist Chinese.
But you can say that about everything made in China. Look, we have our telephones made in China for the most part. We have so many things made in China. So why don't they mention that? You know,
Let me get to
the
some
interesting
issues.
thing with TikTok, though, is you're dealing with a lot of young people. So
they love it.
Is it that important for China to be spying on young people, on young kids watching crazy videos and things?
I don't want China spying on anybody.
No, but they make you telephones and they make your computers and they make a lot of other things. Isn't that a bigger threat?
a welcome sign by investors. Certainly, CSI 300 climbed as much as 1.8% earlier, so more than erasing yesterday's declines, outperforming what we're seeing in the Hong Kong space. And this is also, I think, more than recouping the declines of a day ago. Also worth noting here that there are still some lingering questions. I mean, when you look at how, is there going to be a boost beyond the short-term sentiment and actually the channeling of capital? And think also that how traders, some of them might be choosing to take profit off the table, given we're just, not far from the long holiday season. Keep in mind as well, when you look at the A versus the H share premiums, there's some expectation that given the government support, that we could see further widening of that as well, Sherry.
Yeah, I mean, there are questions about how long it will take for those insurers to really lift that equity exposure, right? But April, do stick around because we want to discuss this with Audrey Go, Head of Asset Allocation at Standard Chartered Wealth Management. Audrey, great to have you with us. April just making really important points right now about these new measures by Beijing in order to lift sentiment and support the stock market. But I do wonder how sustainable this tailwind will be when we, of course, still have tariff threats and an uncertain policy from the Trump administration.
So we do believe that this is a step in the right direction in terms of policy support by the Chinese authorities to the Chinese markets. However, I think more needs to be done because if we look at the scale of stimulus so far, they have been drips and drops. And if we think about the amount of stimulus since September till now, they're probably to the tune of low single digits in terms of percentage of GDP. And that clearly pale in comparison to what they did, say, back during 2015, 2016, as well as 2007, where they spent to the tune of 15 to 30% of GDP in order to support markets and growth. So I think step in the right direction, but we probably look forward to more details, more announcements of policy stimulus in the upcoming meeting in March this year, which I think many investors will be anticipating.
And what about the tariff threats? Is there any right now estimate of how impactful they could be, especially to the broader stock markets in China?
So day one and day two, in terms of Trump's taking office, has been quite reasonably constructive where China market is concerned, given that there is no announcement on emergency powers on trade. Neither were there any tariffs being imposed on any countries for that matter, right? And if you look at what came subsequently, where Trump basically said that the 10% blanket tariff on China is probably still on the table, I think that will pretty much remain as a risk overhang on markets for now. And if you think about the range of impact that it may have on the Chinese economic growth, I think depending on the amount, say, whether it's a 10% blanket tariff or even a 60% blanket tariff, we might well see an impact to growth to the tune of, say, between 0.5 to as high as 2%. And it really depends on what is the eventual number being announced by Trump. But our base case is one where I think the administration within Trump's party will probably take a more saner approach, either adopting for something a bit milder or something along the line of gradual tariffs over the course of the next few years, and even trying to strike some deals to be reached with China, right, where China can buy some quality products from the US, vice versa, or in return for lower tariffs or even no tariffs at all. So those are the developments we'll probably want to keep a watch out for over the course of the coming weeks as Trump continue in his office.
Might gradual tariffs be actually a bit more problematic for not just China, but also the likes of the Federal Reserve, because some have likened that approach to akin to a number of supply shocks coming in eventually?
So I think the key risk to watch out for is really inflation, because if you think about just a one-off tariff increase, that will probably drive a one-off higher in terms of price levels, and then markets sort of look beyond that, and life goes on. But if you think about a more gradual approach, then I think it could certainly heighten price expectation in terms of long-term inflation expectation. And it's still a question mark to what extent will that be accounted for, reflected for by the Federal Reserve. So for now, I think in the near term, if tariffs were to be gradual scenario, markets will probably take it quite positively. I think then longer term, then we will have to assess how inflation expectation actually evolves from a price perspective to see how will it really cascade much higher expectation down the road, and then triggering tighter policies coming from central bank. Then that might really hit markets more significantly.
Right, and authorities in China will certainly be assessing as well.
Yes.
But when it comes to the kind of stimulus that you think we ultimately might see from them beyond this drip feed, what do you think ultimately is going to be the impact on the earnings story for China this year and the next?
So for now, the policy measures, supportive measure has been pretty limited, or drip feeds, as you mentioned. Our expectation is they probably continue on the road of easing monetary policy, whether it's in terms of rate cuts, or in terms of trying to drive some stabilization when it comes to borrowing costs for their corporations. And in fact, some of the measures that they have initiated since last year have seen some decent sort of improvement in sentiment, where we've seen property developers sentiment actually improving at the margin. So I think those are useful measures. I think furthermore, I think we can also look at more measures in terms of trying to boost consumption, which is probably one key area that the Chinese authorities wants to develop long term in order to really move away the reliance on trade and on investments only.
Can you imagine the PBOC just outright purchasing stocks and ETFs from the market directly at some point? We saw the Bank of Japan, for example, doing exactly that. If the situation becomes more dire for the markets with tariff uncertainty, could that be an option?
Yeah, clearly that could be one option that they might want to pursue, because we have seen the Japanese done it before, and it does have a positive impact, especially in trying to bring Japan economy out of this deflationary cycle that they've been for the last maybe 30 years or so. So clearly one step that the Chinese authorities can make, and they certainly have the team or the ammunition available to do that in terms of the team champions, national champions that they have at their disposal. But for now, I think if we think about what's been announced from the Trump administration so far, they're probably not at this juncture, because we've also not seen a lot of clarity with regards on how Trump would engage with China in terms of trade. So the more likely scenario is, once that gathers more clarity, at least on the trade front, then we might then see more concrete policy action coming through from the Chinese authorities to think about how they can better support economic growth as well as asset markets in China.
For now, though, we have the likes of the BOJ. The expectation is that they will move tomorrow. Whether you're looking at swaps or what economists are expecting, why not, perhaps wait until we get more clarity on tariffs?
I think for now, if we think about Japan, they haven't really been the target by Trump as yet, right? So if you look at the countries that Trump is targeting, it's really the likes of China, Canada, Mexico, and to a certain degree, European country as well. So Japan has been relatively insulated. And I think when it comes to the rate hike coming through, I think market is already pricing in one rate hike by the BOJ meeting. So that's quite priced already for now. So I think from a yen perspective, we might well see, what we call as, buy the rumors and sell on fact in terms of how the yen may trade after the policy meeting. And I also do feel that it may be a rather unappreciated risk in terms of the BOJ hiking beyond the 2 rate hike that's been priced by the market today. Because if you look at the overall inflation trajectory, the Japanese economy have seen inflation or headline inflation trading above 2% mark since 2022 till now, 2023 till now. So it's about 2 years or so. And at the same time, if you look at wage growth, domestic wage growth itself, which is a key metric that the central bank governor is watching, it has also been on an upward trajectory, and now it's now hitting 3%. And if we think about what is going to be upcoming in terms of the Shunto negotiation in spring, later in March as well, I think grapevines also suggest somewhere in between 4 to 5% sort of wage hike as well, potentially. So it's actually quite robust, at least where inflationary pressure is concerned. So I think they are quite ripe to actually hike rates, and the risk is they might hike more than what market expects.
Yeah, the macro picture supports BOJ move. But what do you think Ueda would have to say to signal to the markets tomorrow that this is not a dovish hike?
I think he'll be quite careful, because the last hike back in July, he did a hawkish hike, right? And that triggers some market rout. in currency markets, in equity markets, bond markets as well. So I think he might well err on the side of caution and just deliver one rate hike and probably sound really neutral in terms of forward guidance, or even not giving any forward guidance at all, in order not to jeopardize the market. But our sense is over a longer term horizon or 12-month horizon, the trend where the yen is going to move toward is probably biased to maybe a stronger yen rather than a weaker yen.
Oh, that is interesting, really. How have you come to that conclusion, given, of course, that we do have also the rate differentials in play with the Federal Reserve?
So if we look at the rate differential between Japan versus the US, even with the rate hike or even two rate hikes, there's still going to be a very wide differential between both economies. So that's also likely to support, at the margin, some US dollar strength for that matter. But I think optically, if we think about Trump being at the helm, and one of his first priorities is to really rebalance the trade relationship with different countries, he might well favor a weaker dollar vis-a-vis some of his trading partner. So I think from an optics perspective, I think that may also bias the yen towards a slightly stronger trajectory. And we've also seen that during the first Trump era in 2017 to early 2018. So that's one. And the second thing is as well is if we look at inflation as well, right now headline inflation is probably around 2.9%. And the next inflation print tomorrow, I think, is going to come in at around above 3%, 3.2 to 3.4%. So they are actually quite ripe to normalize the monetary policy. Because among developed markets today, if we look at real interest rates, Japan is probably one of the most negative in terms of developed market economies. And yet their economy is not really in any dire need of stimulus because it's doing quite reasonably okay.
And that was really interesting for me, that we have been talking about a stronger U.S. dollar when we have heard from President Trump numerous times, even during his first presidency, that he doesn't like to see very weak foreign currencies because that's not helpful, that they're actually cheating when it comes to becoming trade partners and the trade surplus and so forth. When it comes to this rotation among sectors, some of the Trump trades that have been played out, if the calculation changes to a weaker dollar instead of a stronger dollar, what will you be watching for changes in allocations?
So I think this is one key risk or area that we are monitoring quite closely, because in the event we do see a weak dollar or significantly weaker dollar, then what this means is we probably get lower use at the same time and looser monetary conditions. And that's probably quite a risk-on sort of environment where equity markets are concerned. And obviously the likes of US equities will do well, but it is really the rest of the world which has really significantly lagged the performance of the US, which will likely do even better. So if you think about a weaker dollar, that could well mean a stronger emerging market currencies, potentially even a stronger yuan for that matter. So the likes of Asian equities may have, even emerging markets will probably have better performance on the back of that. And then from a sector perspective, at least in the US, a weaker dollar certainly will benefit the likes of tech, because they tend to be a lot more export-oriented. But having said that, in the US, we also have policy deregulation, which is a tailwind, tax cut, which is also another tailwind as well. So that will also likely support some of the more domestically focused areas of the market, for example, in financials, for that matter, as well in small caps, which is also one area that we like within the US.
Audrey, help me understand this. I mean, when it comes to Trump, obviously he's seen as somebody that's really pro-business. We look at the past day and what he's announced for AI spending, but is there a disconnect between what they're aspiring for in terms of funding perhaps and what they can actually bring to the table?
So I think if we look at his recent announcement of a joint venture of an AI-related investments into the US, I think top of mind is probably trying to ensure that the US regains or maintain their supremacy when it comes to advanced technology, when it comes to AI. And I think given that if you look at technology stock as a sector, that's a big chunk of the US market, close to 40%. So I see that announcements having lesser sort of guardrails around AI and allowing them to really develop capabilities at full speed ahead as a potentially a constructive area for the market and supporting US equities. But obviously from a more personal perspective, I think we do need certain guardrails on AI to avoid misuse, right? But again, from a market perspective, they probably don't read it as intently as what we do.
So, Audrey, what was interesting about April's question and what she's alluding to, that perhaps the funding is not necessarily there when it comes to these investment commitments that are being made. My question would be, is intent to invest enough to justify these frothy valuations that we're already seeing if we continue to see this American exceptionalism and tech exceptionalism in 2025?
So I think valuations have always been a thorn for investors trying to invest in these stocks. And I've always tell my clients, right, if you want something which is great, you wouldn't get it cheap. Similarly, if you want something cheap, it probably wouldn't be great. So the two doesn't go really hand in hand. So for now, our expectation is as long as the outlook, the guidance, the earnings trajectory development continue to develop well in the good direction, these stocks will continue to be quite well bidded by investors, and they should continue doing well. And also, I think if you look at AI, they're probably still at its sort of a beginning stage of nascency. We've seen a lot of attention in AI chip makers, for example, but over time, this should also broaden out to some of the other supporting infrastructure to develop AI, for example, cooling systems, data centers for that matter. So as it progresses, it should also broaden out to the rest of the sector. And let's also not forget the potential productivity gains it could also have for the rest of the economy beyond the tech sector. So that could also help markets and support their valuations.
Audrey Goh, good to have your insights. Head of Asset Allocation at Standard Chartered Wealth Management Group, and of course our own April Hong there. But still ahead this hour, we discuss more about tech, the AI infrastructure build-up. EFM Asset Management's Dan Heiler joins us for more. And of course, we do have those results from SK Hynix as well. This is Bloomberg. Mizuho Financial Group CEO says a Bank of Japan rate hike on Friday is about 90% certain, with another tightening likely in July. Speaking to us in Davos, Masahiro Kihara also outlined how he sees the new U.S. administration impacting business for Japan's third biggest bank.
President Trump is very, very friendly to the business, and I think that will be generally that will be a plus to the banking industry. For us, we have a sizable operation in the U.S. We have been adding capabilities in the investment banking area, so this will be a good opportunity for us too. Yeah.
What opportunities do you see? We know that you'd like to expand your M&As, for instance.
Sure.
What are the plans?
So 2 years ago, we purchased a M&A boutique firm called Greenhill. And that has added a lot of transaction to our platform in the U.S., but also cross-border. So I think moving on, we should fully integrate this Greenhill platform into our Mizuho platform, and then we can collaborate. Those platforms can collaborate, and that will increase our transactions.
So that Greenhill acquisition is going smoothly.
Very well.
What can be expected in the next 12, 24 months?
Well, I would say that increased transactions, it means that the M&A transactions will increase. Also,
can you put a figure to it? Can you put a number?
Well, that's a little bit difficult for me at this moment. But but also, our revenue, let's say, 25% comes from the U.S. Actually, I guess we're probably aiming to sort of move that into 30% or so. That can be done, I think.
Okay, we have to talk about the BOJ.
Sure.
Expectations are high that the BOJ will hike on Friday. Is that 100%?
Well, there's no 100% in this world, but
99%.
But I would say there is a high chance, 90% probably. I mean, BOJ was looking what this new President Trump's how it will come out. I think there was no, out of expectations. BOJ has confirmed that probably there will be 3 years of consecutive wage increase. So I think there is a environment set for them to raise rates. Yes.
Okay, so if it does raise rates on Friday, when could be the next move? It wouldn't be one and done.
Right. So July, making sure that the next wage increase will turn into increasing consumption in Japan. So July, and then maybe next January or February.
What might the movements be in the market? The last time the BOJ raised rates, we saw stocks slump 14%.
Right.
And we saw the unwinding of the yen carry trade.
Yes. Well, I guess it's the issue of conversation, dialogue with the market. And I think this time they are doing a good dialogue with the market, I think. So I don't think there will be a surprise in the market this time. Fundamentally, if you think why they are raising rates, it is because the fundamentals are good. There's wage increase, there's an increase in consumptions. So, there shouldn't be a surprise. That's what I think.
Do you think the BOJ might consider what the next move would be for the Fed and what the Fed might be doing in 2025?
Well, that would only be when BOJ will not, the Fed will not be able to, move down the interest rate because of because inflation is sticky. Maybe that might be a concern for them because that means that the U.S. economy might go down. So, but as far as they don't see it, I don't think they will care about Fed's movement. Not that much.
Projection for the yen, some say 140, 145.
Yeah.
And how would that impact your business?
Yeah, so I would say somewhere around 145 is the area that should go. As I said, 40% of our revenue comes from abroad,
right.
Which means that when you calculate the profits into yen, it will decrease a little bit.
Mizuho Financial CEO Masahiro Kihara with Bloomberg's Hazinda Amin in Davos. We'll have plenty more ahead. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back. You're watching Insight. Take a look at how SK Hynix is trading at the moment. We're seeing the worst day in more than a week after the chipmaker's modest capex plans failed to impress investors looking for stronger forecasts on AI demand for advanced memory chips. SK Hynix did report record quarterly profit and also a 75% jump in sales in line with analysts' estimates. The chipmaker expecting sales of high bandwidth memory to more than double this year. We have seen the stock already rally about 30% this month alone. So you're seeing a little bit of sell the news in today's session. We're also, of course, keeping an eye on Trump's massive Stargate venture, promising hundreds of billions of dollars in investments into AI infrastructure. The information is reporting that OpenAI and SoftBank are each committing $19 billion to the venture. But public sniping has broken out over the project's funding between Elon Musk and OpenAI Sam Altman. Musk openly questioning whether the partners will be able to follow through on their promises, saying in the next post they don't actually have the money. Musk calling out SoftBank specifically, claiming the Japanese company has less than $10 billion secured. Altman fired back on X, saying, "What's great for the country isn't always what's optimal for Musk's businesses." Meanwhile, the CEO of SoftBank-backed chip designer ARM told Bloomberg's Caroline Hyde the Stargate project will have widespread support and won't need to tap public money.
There is a lot of backing for this, Caroline. Believe me, it was not taken lightly to make the announcement yesterday at the White House with President Trump. So I think you can feel pretty good that the financial backing behind this is quite solid.
Let's get perspective from our next guest. Joining us is Daniel Heiler, senior analyst at EFM Asset Management. Daniel, great to have you with us. How much understanding do you have at this point of these announcements and really the structure of funding when it comes to this AI infrastructure build out in the U.S.? And I guess ultimately the question is, how much will it matter long term given the intent to invest at this point?
Yeah, great. Hi, Sherry. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, it's quite a little bit entertaining to see the back and forth with some personal I think, some personal rivalry going on here between these billionaires. So it's fun to watch. It is a new era of public discourse, which is good and it's healthy. As we look at the spending, I don't think that really is the key benefit overall. The spending clearly will come from many areas. I think where the excitement here on Stargate is it kind of creates a structure and an initiative to coordinate. I mean, you need more coordination of these data centers. There's so much complexity across the entire supply chain, from power to systems to land to water, and I think the U.S. over a number of decades really has lacked that kind of cooperation for industrial policy between Washington and industry. So from that standpoint, I think it's exciting to see that. I think there's a lot of low-hanging fruit in the U.S. to enable these companies to get together and get things built. You need electricians. I mean, look at TSMC. They were delayed a year in Arizona, and they had to pull together all these things together. So it is. I think it's quite exciting to see this era come, and with a lot of support out of Washington to actually execute on industrial policy for the first time in American history.
The CEO of Anthropic calling this a little bit chaotic, though. I mean, do you have an understanding at this point about the stakeholders in this new venture, whether the government will play a role, and how much of a reorganizing of the landscape?
Guys, US market कह रहे New York session Forex New York session open होने वाला है. Let's see कुछ नया ट्रेड बनता है. क्रूड तो साइडवेज चला गया ऑलमोस्ट उसी एफईजी पर. 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग है. 5 seconds इंपॉर्टेंट कैंडल रहेगी. बाकी नेचुरल गैस भी देखो नीचे सपोर्ट पर ही है. यहाँ बाइंग एक्सपेक्ट है एक. वोलेटाइल कैंडल रहेगी, ध्यान रखना. क्रूड भी अटक गया वहीं पे बीच में. ऊपर आता है क्रूड ऑयल तो यहाँ एक सेलिंग का प्लान कर सकते हैं वापस. नीचे आया तो वापस एक बाइंग का प्लान कर सकते हैं. बाकी आज डेटा भी है क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री वगैरह, तो हो सकता है साइडवेज चला जाए कुछ टाइम के बाद. नेचुरल गैस की बात करें तो ऊपर एक रेजिस्टेंस जोन रहेगा, वो एक सेलिंग जोन है हमारे पास ऊपर. नीचे सपोर्ट जोन एक हमारे पास 334 वाला है, 33, और एक सेम ये लेवल है 341, 42. यहाँ से भी एक बाइंग प्लान है. बाकी नेचुरल गैस की भी इन्वेंट्री है. क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री आएगी आपकी 9:30, नेचुरल गैस 9 PM, और अभी 7 PM पे अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का डेटा है. गोल्ड और सिल्वर को इम्पैक्ट करेगा. बाकी गोल्ड और सिल्वर में देखोगे, सिल्वर में तो नीचे बहुत सारे एफईजी हैं बस. बाकी गोल्ड में देखते हैं कुछ नए लेवल बनते हैं. तो नीचे एक सपोर्ट अच्छा है 2729 के अराउंड. बाकी ये तो एफईजी में ही है. सिल्वर में भी देखोगे, पहले गोल्ड को देख लेते हैं. नीचे सपोर्ट 2729 2730 के अराउंड अच्छा मिल जाएगा. ये एक रीटेस्ट था, एक कल कर दिया था रीटेस्ट, थोड़ा बहुत अभी भी रुका, बट मेरे अकॉर्डिंग अब ब्रेक हो जाना चाहिए इसको. तो इस रीटेस्ट को रिमूव करते हैं. कोई नया लेवल अगर क्रिएट हुआ है तो लेट्स सी. सपोर्ट तो नीचे ही है. बाकी ऊपर गोल्ड में देखोगे पीछे काफी प्राइस मूव किया था, तो वहां पर 15 मिनट में उतना पीछे कुछ चार्ट दिख नहीं रहा है. ऊपर आता है तो 30.77 के अराउंड सिल्वर में एक रेजिस्टेंस देखेंगे, बीच में एफयूजी है जहां पर रुक सकता है प्राइस। ठीक है, थोड़ा पुल बैक अगर देता है नेक्स्ट सिल्वर को तो यहाँ कहीं सेलिंग का एक प्लान रखेंगे। नीचे एफयूजी है, लेट्स सी रुकता है या फिर नहीं। भी करते रहो guys, 60 people are watching, don't forget to like the stream। तो नीचे सपोर्ट अच्छा है गोल्ड में। फिलहाल ये भी अपने रिटेस्ट जोन के अराउंड ही होल्ड किया हुआ है थोड़ा बहुत। बाकी नेचुरल गैस भी सपोर्ट के अराउंड ही है नीचे। हाँ, गोल्ड में देखोगे ना ऊपर प्रीवियसली जो कल का हाई बना था उसके अराउंड ही मार्केट में 15 मिनट का चार्ट शो हो रहा है एक्चुअली। ओके 5 मिनट लेफ्ट, देखते हैं कुछ मूव इस कैंडल के बाद आता है। तो न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन हो चुका है, वॉल्यूम ठीक ठाक एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हो दोनों जगह। क्रूड नेचुरल गैस 7 PM का डेटा भी है, ध्यान रखना गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए इंपॉर्टेंट। तो देखो हल्का सा अगर पुल बैक दे तो इसमें भी एक सेलिंग का प्लान रखना। इफ इट गिव्स द पुल बैक, ठीक है 2751 के आसपास मिल जाए, 52 के आसपास मिल जाए तो इसमें भी एक सेलिंग का प्लान करेंगे। बाकी ये रीटेस्ट देखो पहले भी हो चुका है, आज दोबारा कर दिया, हायर हाई बना नहीं है रीटेस्ट में, तो बार बार यहाँ पर बाइंग करना सही नहीं है। वी हैव टू रिमूव दिस रीटेस्ट नाउ एंड मार्क द रेजिस्टेंस। सपोर्ट नीचे रहेगा, बीच में एफईजी होंगे, वहां पर रुक सकता है, बात अलग है, बट वी कैन सेल फ्रॉम हियर। बाकी 7 PM का डेटा देखते हैं एग्जैक्टली कितने आता कितना है। इम्पैक्ट करेगा गोल्ड के प्राइस को। वॉल्यूम दोनों जगह अच्छा है, क्रूड में नेचुरल गैस, क्रूड ऑयल आप कह सकते हो अपने एफईजी पर ही रुका हुआ है स्टिल। जरूर आई थी बीच में, एक एक्सपेक्ट किया था कि एफई से और ऊपर निकलेगा, बट वो कम्प्लीटली साइडवेज ही चला गया। एक छोटा सा इसमें एसएल जा चुका है, ध्यान रखना बीच में जो ट्रेड बनाया है क्रूड ऑयल में 10 पॉइंट का ही छोटा सा ही एसएल था। वापस नीचे आएगा तो वापस बाइंग प्लान करेंगे, या फिर ऊपर जाता है रेजिस्टेंस पे तो फिर वहां सेलिंग प्लान होगी। ये इन्वेंट्री है, लेट्स सी कुछ मूव कर देता है क्रूड, या फिर यहीं पर साइडवेज गया तो फिर विल सी। Minute left in candle closing. दोनों ही लेवल ना नेचुरल गैस में ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस और ये सपोर्ट नीचे, ये काफ़ी अच्छे हैं। ये भी सपोर्ट ही है, ऑलरेडी एक बार सपोर्ट ले चुका है, दूसरी बार आ रहा है। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल गया साइडवेज रखता है कम्प्लीटली। क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री एक्सपेक्टेड, या देखो लास्ट टाइम जितनी आई थी उससे थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्ट कर रखा है इन लोगों ने फोरकास्ट में, तो अगर ज़्यादा आती है तो इट इज़ नेगेटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस ऑब्वियसली। एग्जैक्टली कितनी आएगी वो तो देखना पड़ेगा अभी। फोरकास्ट तो लेकिन पॉजिटिव ही है प्राइस के लिए, एग्जैक्ट डेटा डिपेंड करेगा कितना आएगा। याद रखना क्रूड ऑयल की 3 इन्वेंट्री आती है, एक क्रूड ऑयल की आती है, गैसोलीन की आती है और एक ईआई का डेटा आता है, ठीक है। तीनों को कंबाइन करके देखना होता है। जो नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री 9 बजे है, क्रूड ऑयल की 9:30 पर है। Guys, 60 people are watching, like करो। क्रूड ऑयल अगर आ जाता है नीचे तो वापस बाइंग का प्लान रखना। जी के ऊपर कैंडल तो क्लोज करी थी, रीटेस्ट नहीं कर पाया। दस मिनट में डेटा भी आने वाला है गोल्ड और सिल्वर का। गोल्ड और सिल्वर में जो लोग ट्रेड कर रहे हैं थोड़ा फोकस रखना उस डेटा पे। में कोई न्यूज़ तो डेटा है इन्वेंट्री का, उसके अलावा फिलहाल और कोई न्यूज़ तो नहीं है। जब यूएस के प्रेसिडेंट की स्पीच भी है, वहां पर थोड़ा सा वॉलेटाइल हो सकता है प्राइस।
Third, this is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes every weekday. I'm Jonah Green in New York.
And I'm Tara Oakes in Liverpool. A new fast-spreading wildfire north of Los Angeles has exploded to over 9,000 acres, forcing evacuations for more than 30,000 people. The Hughes fire is being fanned by strong winds and dry brush, and it's pressuring firefighters who have managed to bring 2 major fires in the LA area under control in recent days. Matthew Van Hagen is the Hughes Fire Public Information Officer.
Out here, it's more sparsely populated. However, out here, we are dealing with high winds, which we also saw with the other fires, along with a thick fuel bed, very receptive fuel bed, and steep topography again.
The Trump administration has urged government employees to inform on each other in order to root out any attempts to hide diversity programs. The move comes a day after he pressured the private sector to join the initiative and told government employees in offices administering such programs they would be placed on paid leave. Business and world leaders are scrambling to keep pace with Trump's early actions, and we'll be watching his video address at the World Economic Forum in Davos later today. Our executive producer, Lila DeKretzer, is there.
This is definitely the event everyone has been waiting for. It's actually quite late here. It's about 5:30 this afternoon, but I know many world leaders and business leaders will be really interested in it. Funnily, though, Trump's shadow has loomed over this event the entire time.
How exactly has that manifested?
We had one banker tell us that they've set up a war room to deal with the flurry of information that's coming in. But I think by far the biggest impact we've seen and the one that's had the most sort of like reverberations is the rollbacks on DEI, or diversity, equity and inclusion. The WEF has always had gender parity, better representation as part of its goals. And rollbacks against DEI go against that very grain.
What a company is going to do? Are they going to do what he says?
There were definitely people who believe in better representation, believe in gender parity, have been pushing their companies to do that. But they said DEI had almost become like ticking the box. We had some very important advocates for better diversity in the workplace saying the words were causing problems, so they were searching for new words. And then we had tech companies who face a real issue here. They've got contracts with the US. Trump has said he's going to remove those. One of our reporters spoke to 3 tech executives who said what they would probably do is they would keep the initiatives but call them a different name.
Mexican authorities have begun constructing giant tent shelters in the city of Ciudad Juarez. They're preparing for a possible influx of Mexicans deported under Trump's promised mass deportations. Interior Minister Rosa Isela Rodriguez says the government will be ready. As Mexico prepares, Trump is sending a warning to officials in the U.S. On Wednesday, the administration directed federal prosecutors to criminally investigate state and local officials who attempt to resist its immigration enforcement efforts. That's according to a memo to Justice Department staff seen by Reuters. Sarah Lynch covers the DOJ.
So the memo that came out this week is an escalation, I would say, of sort of the sanctuary city policies that we saw in the first Trump administration. The first Trump administration, they primarily used a kind of carrot and stick approach by withholding grant money that cities vitally need and rely upon if they wouldn't cooperate and provide information about anybody who they'd picked up for a possible crime who might be here in the country illegally. And if they refused to provide that information, then in turn they would be refused access to grant money. This time around, they're saying to all the federal prosecutors across the United States, if we encounter instances where local police or sheriffs or district attorneys or whoever, if they refuse to provide information that we need in order to determine who is in the country illegally and has been accused of a crime, we authorize you and we in fact order you to pursue investigations into those individuals for obstructing the federal process, which is carrying out the immigration laws of the country.
During the campaign, President Trump promised sweeping tariffs on China Canada and Mexico on day one. But as industries from oil and gas to automakers and even food companies brace for these new tariffs, the Trump administration is now positioning his sweeping approach to international trade as a way to pay for extending billions of dollars in tax cuts. Our White House reporter, Jarrett Renshaw, has been looking into those claims.
They want to extend about $4 trillion worth of tax cuts. And Trump has signaled that he kind of wants to redefine what tariffs are in Washington and kind of use them like we do corporate taxes, income taxes, raise them to generate revenue to pay for government programs, or in this case, pay for a permanent extension of his 2017 tax cuts.
And who actually pays for tariffs?
Studies have shown there's typically two outcomes. One is consumers pay more because they're charged more, or companies take in less profit.
So what's been the reaction to this proposal among lawmakers?
That's where it gets complicated. Not every Republican lawmaker is really keen on tariffs. Some have industries they want to protect, or, middle income, low income Americans in their district that they don't want to be hurt. So there is not consensus around the bold and broad tariffs that Trump wants to deploy.
Syria's new authorities are racing to fill a security vacuum after dismantling ousted President Bashar al-Assad's notoriously corrupt and brutal security forces. And our reporting has shown that they're using Islamic teachings to train a fledgling police force, a move officers say aims to instill a sense of morality. Amina Ismail joins us with more.
They put together an emergency plan, which includes strategies like importing police officers who served in the north, in areas basically where they ruled in the past. And there's a massive shortage in personnel, of course. So their strategy is to reappoint defectors from Assad's interior ministry and recruit new policemen.
What has your reporting shown about this use of Islamic teachings in police training?
We have spoken to many police officers in Damascus, and what they have told us that they are incorporating Islamic teachings into their police training. But they have also emphasized that their goal is not to impose Islamic law on the general population. And their aim is to instill a sense of morality and ethical behavior in the police force. They said that they believe that understanding religious matters is crucial for recruits to act justly. But they did not elaborate much on the details of what exactly they'll be teaching people.
So what are the concerns within Syria about this new approach?
The worries are more about how big a role Islam might play in Syria's constitution, and also there are fears that putting a religion at the center of policing may alienate the cosmopolitan population and minorities who are not interested in religious law. There's also a fear of potential discrimination against those of other faiths. The new authorities have shown pragmatism in the past, backing away from enforcing strict interpretations of Islamic law, which suggests potential flexibility in their approach to policing. However, the real test will be how this approach is implemented in practice, considering Syria's diversity and the need to maintain stability and earn trust across the country.
Thailand has become the first country in Southeast Asia to hold legal same-sex weddings. And they're aiming to mark the occasion with more than 1,000 marriage registrations in a single day. Colorado's top court has unanimously ruled that animals can't sue to demand their release because they are not human. The decision means that 5 elderly African elephants will have to stay put at the Colorado Zoo after an animal rights group sued on their behalf.
ये नेचुरल गैस में ध्यान रखना, अगर इसको थोड़ा सा बुलिश होना है ना नेचुरल गैस को, तो एक हायर हाई बनना जरूरी है. ठीक है, सपोर्ट था एक बार, बाइंग ऑलरेडी आ चुकी है, सेकंड टाइम आ रही है. अगर इसने हायर हाई बना दिया तो आप समझना कि ये थोड़ा बुलिश साइड पर है, सपोर्ट और स्ट्रॉन्ग बना रहेगा. अगर ये लास्ट स्विंग के ऊपर नहीं निकल पाता है और हायर हाई नहीं बना पाता है, तो फिर चांसेस रहेंगे कि अब थर्ड टाइम आएगा ऑलरेडी, तो फिर क्या कर दे, ब्रेक डाउन कर दे इस तरीके से. तो अभी इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि इसको थोड़ा सा बुलिश साइड पे जाना है तो एटलीस्ट इसके ऊपर एक हायर हाई बन जाए, कैलेंडर क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे 15 मिनट की। तो थोड़ा सा अपने टारगेट का ध्यान रखना, अगर ये हायर हाई नहीं बना पाया ना, विच इज़ अराउंड 6 पॉइंट, अगर मिल जाते हैं तो आप मान के चलो 10 से 12 पॉइंट मिल जाएंगे। अगर हायर हाई नहीं बना तो फिर ब्रेकडाउन के चांसेस बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाते हैं, क्योंकि सपोर्ट है अगर स्ट्रॉन्ग बना रहेगा तो हायर हाई कंटिन्यूसली बनते रहते हैं। जब हायर हाई नहीं बनते हैं तो फिर वो ब्रेक डाउन कर देता है, क्योंकि सेलर्स नहीं है हाई लेवल पे, लो लेवल पे ही आ चुके हैं। तो जिन लोगों ने बाई करके रखा है फिर से यहाँ पर थोड़ा सा अपने एसएल को ट्रेल कर सकते हो। टारगेट बड़ा ही है, पहले भी बाई किया था, फाइनल टारगेट वैसे यहीं तक है, ऊपर इस रेंज के आसपास आधे से ही लौटा है। अब की बार भी अगर हायर हाई नहीं बनता है, नीचे आया तो फिर ब्रेक डाउन ही करेगा। तो इसलिए बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है इस लेवल के ऊपर एटलीस्ट कैंडल क्लोज करे। ठीक है, इसके ऊपर एक हायर हाई बना दे मार्केट, क्योंकि मैंने पीछे देखा यहाँ पर कुछ खास ऐसा कोई रेजिस्टेंस बना तो नहीं है। गैप डाउन के बाद हो सकता है फॉरेक्स में बनाओ, तो लॉजिकल यहाँ पर रुकना तो नीचे है प्राइस को। अगर रुकता है तो इट मीन्स कोई ना कोई रेजिस्टेंस रहा होगा वो गैप डाउन में, कैंडल नहीं दिख रही है तो ध्यान रखना जिन लोगों ने बाई किया है, ट्रेल कर लेना एसएल, या तो मिलेगा पूरा टारगेट, नहीं मिलेगा तो कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट निकल जाएंगे, क्योंकि अब रिस्क नहीं ले सकते अगर ये हायर हाई नहीं फॉर्म करता है यहाँ पर इस तरह से। फिर यही आएगा नीचे डायरेक्टली, एक काफ़ी अच्छा पैटर्न। बाकी स्ट्रांग हुआ तो हायर हाई बना देना चाहिए। ठीक है, ओके। क्रूड भी नीचे आता है तो वापस एक बाइंग करेंगे। क्रूड में भी एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड अगर बनता है ना, थोड़ा सा पुल बैक दे दे और इस तरह से एक सेलिंग का प्लान कर लेंगे यहाँ पर एक ना, थोड़ा सा अगर और आ जाए नीचे कैसा रहेगा। ऊपर आता है तो बढ़िया है, अगर यहीं से रिटर्न कर गया क्रूड तो सेलिंग का ट्रेड मिल नहीं पाएगा। करने को तो यहाँ से भी सेल कर सकते हैं, बट उसमें प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि एसएल बड़ा हो रहा है एंड टारगेट उतना मिल नहीं रहा है। अगर मैं यहाँ से सेलिंग का प्लान करूँ तो एसएल हाई ही रखना पड़ेगा उस केस में, प्राइस एक्शन के अकॉर्डिंग देखा जाए तो अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 25 पॉइंट का एसएल बनता है। और अगर मैं लोअर एंड भी लूँ टारगेट का तो सिर्फ 35 पॉइंट मिलेंगे, विच इज अराउंड 1:4। बाकी अगर थोड़ा सा ऊपर लेवल तक पुल बैक मिल गया तो 13 to 15 पॉइंट का एसएल रहेगा, और लगभग 45 to 50 पॉइंट का टारगेट, विच इज अराउंड 1:3.5 to 1:4। तो अगर ऊपर आया तो देखेंगे सेलिंग, अगर यहीं से सेलिंग आती है तो नॉट इंटरेस्टेड। इवन दो रेजिस्टेंस शुरू हो चुका है, पुल बैक के अकॉर्डिंग सेलिंग करी जानी चाहिए, बट इतना बड़ा छोटा सॉरी रिस्क रिवॉर्ड सही नहीं है, नॉट सूटेबल एज पर द प्राइस एक्शन। रिस्क रिवॉर्ड ही मैटर करता है ना, रिस्क रिवॉर्ड को अगर ध्यान नहीं रखेंगे, सिर्फ ट्रेड लेना है करके ले लेंगे तो फ़ायदा नहीं है। करते रहो guys. Don't forget to like this stream. बड़ा slow like करते हो. Okay, डेटा भी आया था 7 PM पे. That data unemployment claims का. फ्लैट है. वैसे देखा जाए तो डेटा में थोड़ा सा डिफरेंस आपको जरूर दिखेगा, बट यहाँ पर मार्केट ने फ्लैट ही लिया है. 21,000 फोरकास्ट था, आया है टू 23,000, विच इज़ ग्रेटर देन फोरकास्ट. फोरकास्ट से ज़्यादा आया है, तो डिफरेंस बहुत कम है, इसलिए यहाँ पर ये वेबसाइट ने इसको ब्लैक में लिखा है. ठीक है. अदरवाइज अगर डेटा को, अगर जितना भी डेटा है उसके अकॉर्डिंग रीड करोगे तो इट इज़, जितना फोरकास्ट था उससे ज़्यादा आया, तो इट इज़ नेगेटिव. नॉर्मली इट इज़ नेगेटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर, बट डिफरेंस बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं है, तो इसलिए वेबसाइट फ्लैट मान के चल रहा है. इट मीन्स न्यूट्रल. वेबसाइट ने न्यूट्रल लिया है डेटा को गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए, बट जो डेटा आया है दैट इज़ नेगेटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर. सिल्वर नीचे आता है तो एक बाइंग का प्लान यहाँ पर रहेगा. ऊपर आता है तो फिर हमारे पास 30.77 के अराउंड एक रेजिस्टेंस है. सेम गोल्ड नीचे 2729 के आसपास एक सपोर्ट मिलेगा. ऊपर 2751 के अराउंड एक रेजिस्टेंस. अब कोई और डेटा तो नहीं है आज के दिन गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए. 9:30 पर यूएस के प्रेसिडेंट की स्पीच है, उस पर थोड़ा सा फोकस जरूर रखियो. वहाँ पर वॉलेटिलिटी बढ़नी चाहिए. ठीक है, तो यूएस मार्केट और 9:30 पे थोड़ा बहुत और वॉलेटाइल हो सकता है गोल्ड सिल्वर. नहीं तो लेवल अच्छे हैं ऊपर नीचे दोनों ही सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस के. लेट्स मूव ऑन टू द क्रूड ऑयल चार्ट अगेन. बाकी सिल्वर को भी देखोगे, इफ यू लुक एट द सिल्वर चार्ट एज वेल. ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है, नीचे सपोर्ट. बीच में एफईजी है, वहां पर थोड़ा बहुत रुक सकता है, अदरवाइज लाइक्स हो चुके हैं. कम ऑन गाइस, 100 इज द टारगेट. 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट है. जैसे सिल्वर में देखोगे ना दो सपोर्ट साथ साथ ही बने हुए हैं एक्चुअली। ये बंदा आया नहीं है नीचे, दोनों को मर्ज कर देते हैं, बेटर रहेगा, थोड़ा बड़ा सपोर्ट बन जाएगा। बट दो सपोर्ट है, या तो फिर नीचे वाला ही रखो। ऊपर भी एक सपोर्ट है, अगर चाहो तो उससे मर्ज कर सकते हो। बाय द वे वहाँ पर ऑलरेडी प्राइस सपोर्ट ले चुका है एक बार, बट बहुत पास पास है तो ऐसा ना हो रुक जाए पहले ही। तो मर्ज भी किया जा सकता है। नॉर्मली ऐसा होता नहीं कि दोनों लेवल एक साथ बहुत पास पास क्रिएट हो, बट कभी कभी देखने के लिए मिल जाएगा।
plus Capitol riot criminal cases. Well, the House passed a bill to require the detainment of unauthorized migrants accused of theft and violent crimes. It marks the first legislation that President Trump can sign as Congress, with some bipartisan support, swiftly moved in line with his plans to crack down on illegal immigration. The acting defense secretary, meanwhile, deploying 1,500 more troops to comply with President Trump's declaration of a national emergency at the southern border. Robert Salesses says he had also approved the use of military aircraft to assist the Department of Homeland Security with deportation flights. Secretary of State Marco Rubio plans to travel to Panama as part of a trip to Latin America as soon as next week. The trip underscores President Trump's seriousness about taking back the Panama Canal. Sources say Rubio also plans to visit Guatemala, El Salvador, and Costa Rica. Turning now to the wildfires in Los Angeles, fire crews are making progress on stopping the threat from an enormous new blaze north of L.A. that forced students to evacuate and prompted inmates to shelter in place. The Hughes fire has expanded to more than 10,000 acres, but the blaze is now 14% contained. Los Angeles County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney says quick mobilization of resources, including aircraft, had given fire crews a fighting chance.
The situation remains dynamic, and the fire remains a difficult fire to contain, although we are getting the upper hand.
Los Angeles County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney, the wildfire stoked fresh fears in a region already devastated by 2 weeks of deadly infernos that have killed 28 people, destroyed nearly 15,000 structures, and left thousands displaced. The Palisades and Eaton fires, which caused the bulk of the destruction, are still burning, but are now more controlled at 70% and 95% containment, respectively. Turning now to earnings, American Airlines forecast a surprise first quarter loss, breaking from rival carriers cashing in on unusually strong winter demand and pricier domestic fares. General Electric exceeded Wall Street expectations for profit and sales in the final months of the year. This as the jet engine maker worked through supply chain limitations and capitalized on a strong maintenance backlog. S&P futures are lower this morning, down 0.2%. Dow futures little change. NASDAQ futures down 0.6%. And the 10-year Treasury yield 4.63%. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow, and this is Bloomberg.
More fragmented
नेचुरल गैस का चार्ट लगा देते हैं, एक सेकेंड। ओके देखो आ तो गया है कि लेट्स सी हायर हाई बनाता है या नहीं। इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा, देखो हायर हाई बनाना बहुत ज़रूरी है। विक से फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, कैंडल तो क्लोज होनी चाहिए एटलीस्ट। हाई बना तो ये सपोर्ट स्ट्रॉन्ग स्टिल माना जाएगा। अगर हायर हाई नहीं बनता है, प्राइस फिर से यहाँ से नीचे आता, बिकॉज यहाँ पे कोई रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है नेचुरल गैस में, ध्यान रखना। गैप डाउन हुआ है, अगर उसमें बन गया हो फॉरेक्स में, मुझे नहीं पता, एमसीएक्स में तो नहीं है। अगर ये नहीं आता है, यहाँ से वापस रिटर्न करता है, तो फिर ये सपोर्ट ब्रेक होने के चांसेस बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाएंगे। तो इसको थोड़ा सा सपोर्ट को होल्ड करना है या फिर ऊपर और निकलना है, तो ये एक हायर हाई फॉर्मेशन ज़रूरी है इस तरीके से। भले फिर थोड़ा नीचे आ जाए चल जाएगा, उस केस में पूरा टारगेट मिलने के चांसेस काफ़ी ज़्यादा हाई रहेंगे। ओके देखो क्रूड ऑयल आ गया थोड़ा ऊपर तक। एक सेलिंग का प्लान रहेगा क्रूड ऑयल में। देखो पुल बैक आया है। वैसे तो इसमें कोई लेवल है ही नहीं, सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस दिख रहे हैं नीचे और ऊपर काफ़ी दूर बने हुए हैं। थोड़ी देर पहले ही मार्केट एक सपोर्ट पे आया था, वहीं पर ठीक ठाक ट्रेड बना था। तो जो बीच में ट्रेड बन रहे हैं ना, थोड़ा सा इन पर रिस्क कम रखना, ठीक है। कितने पॉइंट का एसएल बन रहा है? 13 पॉइंट का एसएल है अप्रॉक्सीमेटली। डे हाई इज द ओनली एसएल। यहाँ तक रख लो। बाकी देखो मेजर लेवल तो यही है, ऊपर ये रेजिस्टेंस जोन है और नीचे सपोर्ट जोन है। बाकी बीच में थोड़े बहुत एफईजी से ट्रेड बन रहे हैं, तो वो बना रहा हूँ। उन पे एसएल छोटे और रिस्क रिवॉर्ड बड़ा होना चाहिए, तभी फ़ायदा है। Okay, done. ये नेचुरल गैस स्टक हो गया बिल्कुल यहीं पर। देखो अब अगर ये नहीं बनाता है ना हायर हाई, इन केस चाहो तो हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर लो। एसएल तो कॉस्ट पे रखा हुआ है, कॉस्ट पे रखना। अब नीचे आया है ना, वापस बाय मत करना। ब्रेक डाउन के चांसेस बहुत ज़्यादा हैं। फिर ऊपर ही चला जाए तो बेटर है, यहाँ सेल करेंगे। अब क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री और नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री भी है, यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग भी आने वाली है। बाकी जिनको हो चुका है प्रॉफिट अवॉइड करना, ठीक है, अननेसेसरी रिस्क लेने से। डेटा 7 पीएम वाला गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए वैसे नेगेटिव था, डेटा को देखोगे, बट अगर फॉरेक्स फैक्ट्री में देख रहे हो तो वहाँ पर वो न्यूट्रल शो कर रहा है, बिकॉज वो शायद डिफरेंस को बहुत कम कंसिडर कर रहा है। तो अगर फॉरेक्स फैक्ट्री वेबसाइट के अकॉर्डिंग देखोगे, इट इज़ फ्लैट न्यूट्रल जिसको हम कहते हैं, बट क्योंकि वहाँ पर डिफरेंस है थोड़ा बहुत, तो उसको हम नेगेटिव ही मानेंगे फॉर गोल्ड सिल्वर। ओके, तो कंफ्यूज मत करना कि वेबसाइट न्यूट्रल लेके क्यों चल रही है। साइट को अगर देखोगे तो यहाँ पर जब भी वो डेटा आता है, अगर वो नेगेटिव रेड कलर बना होता है, नेगेटिव होता है तो ठीक है, ये रेड कलर बन जाता, मतलब नेगेटिव है गोल्ड और सिल्वर। नेगेटिव है आपका डॉलर इंडेक्स के लिए। अगर ये रेड बना होता है तो इसका मतलब नेगेटिव फॉर डॉलर इंडेक्स, पॉजिटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। अगर ये यहाँ पर एक ग्रीन कलर से लिखा आता तो इट मीन्स इट इज़ पॉजिटिव फॉर डॉलर इंडेक्स, नेगेटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। ब्लैक का ब्लैक कलर से लिखा है, इट मीन्स न्यूट्रल लिया है। अब यहाँ पर आप चेक करना क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री और नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री में। और नेचुरल गैस चला जाओ ऊपर भाई। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल में याद रखना ये जो ट्रेड बनाया है पुल बैक में, ये कोई रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है ना, ये वो सपोर्ट था, एफईजी है इसलिए प्लान कर रखा है। तो थोड़ा एसएल छोटा ही है, क्वांटिटी कम रखना, ठीक है। अगर थोड़ा सेफ ट्रेड चाहते हो तो लेवल्स का वेट कर सकते हो, वहाँ पर थोड़ा प्रॉपर ट्रेड बनेगा। बाकी अगर ये ट्रेड प्लान कर रहे हो, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी लास्ट ट्रेड में एसएल जा चुका है एक 10 पॉइंट का। अगर इसमें भी गया एसएल तो फिर एक चीज़ क्लियर है, बीच में ट्रेड मत लेना, नहीं लेना चाहिए। डोंट टेक द ट्रेड इन मिडल ऑफ द लेवल। Forex में नेचुरल गैस में देख लेते हैं एक बार, एमसीएक्स में तो नहीं है। capital.com ब्रोकर, अरे वहाँ पर भी गैप डाउन ही हुआ है। capital.com ब्रोकर में देखोगे गैप डाउन ही हुआ है, ये आपका 18th ऑफ जनवरी के बाद 20th ऑफ जनवरी को जो मार्केट ओपन हुआ है ना, वो गैप डाउन। एफवीजी है यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा, एफवीजी बना हुआ है यहाँ पर एक, यहाँ पर ना एक एफवीजी है फॉरेक्स में। capital.com ब्रोकर चार्ट में देखोगे, यू कैन सी द एफवीजी एक्चुअली। भी काफी बड़ा एफवीजी है, छोटा मोटा भी नहीं, काफी बड़ा एफवीजी है। सॉरी, जो गैप डाउन हुआ है फॉरेक्स में भी, वो भी काफी बड़ा है एक्चुअली। इसने कहीं इसको जो लास्ट ये कैंडल है, ये कैंडल आपकी 315 की है, अर्ली मॉर्निंग 315 की कैंडल। फिर 19 को मार्केट क्लोज था, सीधा मंडे को ओपन हुआ है गैप डाउन। नाउ आई थिंक ये क्यों रुक रहा है यहाँ पे। चल गैस में जाओ तो हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके गाइस एसएल कॉस्ट पर रख लो, या फिर कॉस्ट पे रखा हुआ है एसएल तो वेल एंड गुड। हायर हाई नहीं बना तो सपोर्ट वीक हो जाएगा, इतना जरूर कह सकता हूँ। फिर मार्केट ट्राई करेगा 334 36 तक आने का। आज का चार्ट देखोगे, जो पहली कैंडल ही बनी थी 430 की 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पर फॉरेक्स में, वो इसी एफईजी से रिजेक्शन मिली है, इसी लेवल पे रिजेक्शन मिला है। फिर ये दूसरा रिजेक्शन है यहाँ पर, दिस अ थर्ड टाइम इस एफईजी पर प्राइस। 7:30 भी हो गया, आधा घंटा और है यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग में। नेचुरल गैस नहीं बना पा रहा है हायर हाई। क्रूड ऑयल में पुल बैक का एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड है, एफईजी पर है, कोई रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है, ध्यान रखना। थोड़ा सा छोटा ही एसएल है, क्वांटिटी कम रखना, एसएल भी जा सकता है, इसलिए रिस्क ज़्यादा नहीं उठा सकते। कुछ ज़्यादा ही साइडवेज हो गया, सपोर्ट से एक बार बाइंग आई, उसके बाद यहाँ देखोगे तो कुछ मोमेंटम ही नहीं हो रहा है। या तो डायरेक्टली रेजिस्टेंस को हिट करे या फिर नीचे आ जाए सपोर्ट पे। Twenty-five people are watching, 50 likes only. 25 लोगों ने लाइक अभी भी नहीं किया, करते रहो गाइस लाइक।
World. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean globalization will change. Globalization will stay. There are multiple ways to make sure that the world remains globalized.
Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. Happy Thursday, everyone. These are the stories that set your agenda. Asian shares gain after China urges insurers and mutual funds to buy more stocks. The latest support for markets in the face of Donald Trump's tariff threats. Billionaire bust up. Elon Musk says, show me the money to companies that promise President Trump billions for AI infrastructure. OpenAI's Sam Altman, though, pushes back, saying Musk is wrong. Plus, in our Davos exclusive conversations, Volodymyr Zelensky calls for US troops in a potential peacekeeping force in Ukraine. And Argentina's president says he could leave the Mercosur trade pact for a deal with the US. European futures are pointing lower by 0.2%, but put it in this context. You've seen 6 straight days of gains for European stocks, up at record levels right now. So a bit of profit taking, a bit of a breather, arguably, before we get more of the earnings momentum coming through next week. FTSE 100 futures here in the UK currently pointing lower by 0.3%. S&P futures currently pointing off by 0.1%. But again, the gains for the S&P yesterday, 3 straight days of gains for the S&P, and that index as well, also closing in on record highs. The Nasdaq 100 performing well yesterday by the end of the close, currently looking low by 0.2%. Let's flip the board and have a look cross-asset. You have jobless claims out of the US later today. We are counting down to the BOJ decision, of course, on Friday. Growing expectations that they will hike again for the third time under Governor Ueda. The benchmark US 10-year is currently yielding you 4.60. Not a lot of movement currently in US Treasuries in the session today. Euro-dollar at 104. We've been hearing again from ECB officials on the hawkish end. Holtzman suggesting that there can be patience from the ECB, though he seems to be something of an outlier. $78 a barrel on Brent. There's a report suggesting the inventory build-up is there now in the US. So that's putting a bit of pressure on oil prices, down 0.3%. And gold holding around levels we've not seen since the end of last year, 2,752 for the yellow metal, down 0.1%. But again, holding above those levels for gold as expectations build up. Maybe there's further to run. The tariff threat is building into positioning around the yellow metal as well on some reports. Let's get more in terms of the Asian market view, with really interesting lines coming out in terms of the pressure, at least measures coming through for the insurance sector and state-owned enterprises in China to buy more domestic stocks. Ava Hong in Singapore for the details on that story then.
Yeah, Tom, I mean, just in the past day, you saw how sensitive Chinese stocks are to any of these Trump headlines. So markets were really focused today on this big briefing, and that included the chairman of the securities regulator for measures to support equities. And what we got was how they are going to be encouraging mutual funds, insurers, among other measures, to invest into onshore stock markets, but beyond the impact on A-shares and beyond perhaps the short-term sentiment boost, there doesn't seem to be much in the way of a game-changing measure. So very quickly, we saw the CSI 300 500, the Hang Seng, which climbed well over 1% earlier in the session. Look at how those gains have evaporated. That's the China story, but elsewhere in the region, we're also watching out for what's happening in South Korea. Today, the Kospi underperforming its GDP, South Korea's GDP missed, flipped the board. The main reason why we're seeing that drag on the South Korean benchmark is the benchmark heavyweights, SK Hynix, Samsung Electronics. They are underwater today, and this is for SK Hynix despite reporting record profits. It's failing to meet this really high bar, and of course, this is a key supplier for NVIDIA on high bandwidth memory chips. I think it faces a similar affliction to its top client where it fails to meet lofty expectations. This is what you see in the share performance. So a bit of profit taking also underway on South Korean stocks today. Flip the board again. Tomorrow, as you say, is BOJ Day. And we have ahead of the decision tomorrow, a Japan inflation print. But all bets are for a 25 basis point increase. This would be by the most in 18 years. Key to watch will be the tone of communication from Ueda. If he sounds dovish, that could send dollar-yen higher. Remember, there's a lot of uncertainty still regarding Trump's policies. And keep in mind as well that when it comes to Japan's trade surplus versus the U.S. is much higher than during the first Trump administration. So these risks at play that might be reflected in the yen, even if the BOJ hikes tomorrow. Tom.
Okay, that trade surplus in Japan could leave it vulnerable then to the tariff threat from President Trump, though he has yet to name Japan in terms of a potential target. But there is that expectation that maybe in terms of the surplus, Japan could be vulnerable. Avra Hong with a check on the Asian markets, of course, and the important details around China's further intervention to prop up its equity markets. Now to what's happening in terms of the tech front and a sparring match, it seems, between Altman and Elon Musk. Elon Musk has clashed with OpenAI's Sam Altman, not for the first time, by the way, but this time over President Trump's AI venture, saying they, quote, don't actually have the money. By they, he's talking about SoftBank and OpenAI, amongst others. Altman hit back, questioning Musk's motives. For more, let's bring in opening trade anchor Kriti Gupta. Kriti, this has broken open into the open. This was posted by Musk on X, and then you had Sam Altman replying. There's a couple of layers to this. One, seemingly, this is a big question about the AI infrastructure plan that he's pushed through. Number two, is this a split now within the Trump team? What does this mean in terms of the relationship between Musk and Trump? I just wonder what you take from what we've been seeing overnight.
Well, a couple of things, and then you mentioned it there. This is not the first time Elon Musk and Sam Altman have come head-to-head. We know there is a little bit of a rivalry there, especially when it comes to the fact that they both kind of created the early versions of AI together and then had this big kind of falling out about what the future of AI actually looked like, to the point that Sam Altman really pushed forward the concept of AI in everyday lives. Elon Musk took a real step back and said this is actually potentially something that is dangerous and the very first time maybe needs to be regulated, which is, of course, something Elon Musk doesn't often say in terms of his ventures. I think the relationship with Donald Trump may be a little bit more important here, though, in terms of this rivalry, simply because we know Elon Musk and Donald Trump have a relationship, a friendship, for lack of a better term. But you'll remember that even when it came to the peg of Treasury Secretary, Elon Musk had backed Howard Lutnick very, very publicly. And a lot of the expectation was that because of that support, that's where Donald Trump would take his cue. And he did the exact opposite. He chose Scott Bessent instead. And that really, I think, speaks to the idea and almost throws cold water on the idea that Elon Musk is maybe not the Trump whisperer to the extent that everyone thinks he is. That being said, this is still a massive investment, $100 billion that could potentially be multiplied by 5. The idea that Elon Musk is saying, well, maybe this isn't enough to hit those goals, I thought that was quite interesting.
Yeah, fascinating. And there's still big questions about how they get to that point. How do they get to the first 100 billion, let alone 400 or 500 billion US dollars? As you say, the relationship as well, whether or not this is a fracture point in terms of that relationship between Trump and Musk. Meanwhile, we've also been hearing from President Trump articulating his views about TikTok again. And it's a reminder that he sees things much more through the prism and lens of economics and trade deals than national security. And this is what he's been saying around TikTok. Take a listen.
I'll tell you, people want to buy it. People want to buy it.
But those that say they know say it's a spying app for the communist Chinese.
But you can say that about everything made in China. Look, we have our telephones made in China for the most part. We have so many things made in China. So why don't they mention that? You know,
Let me get to
the
some
interesting
issues.
thing with TikTok, though, is you're dealing with a lot of young people. So
they love it.
Is it that important for China to be spying on young people, on young kids watching crazy videos and things?
I don't want China spying on anybody.
No, but they make your telephones and they make your computers and they make a lot of other things. Isn't that a bigger threat?
President Trump speaking to Fox News in the Oval Office. Kriti, you followed the twists and turns of the TikTok saga in detail. What do you make of these comments?
Well, a couple of things. I'll start with the last one he made, which is that they being China, are hitting your phones and spying on your conversations. That was the argument around Huawei and pulling the Huawei infrastructure out of the United States and arguably in a lot of Western countries as well. So that's the parallel that Donald Trump is making. And it's not the only tech company coming out of China that has that impact on the rest of the world, or perceived impact, I should say, on the rest of the world. The TikTok story is interesting because in addition to talking about the ban, the spying ability, we're still talking about who the buyer may be. And this is for the very first time that I've heard in recent history where a president is talking about, an American president is talking about a national stake in a foreign entity that is based in the U.S., let alone a national stake altogether. Just for some context, the last time you talk about this, you're going to things like the railroad in the 1800s, the development of electric grids, for example, things that necessarily need to be put in government hands because privatizing them just puts the cost kind of out of whack. That's really the game changer in this argument, that he's not only brokering a deal, he's talking about how the U.S. government can play a more active role in it. And it comes at a time, by the way, when the U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel kind of conversation as well, one of the concessions there was the government having veto power on the production capacity. So this is a new era that we kind of put under Donald Trump as the kind of deregulation president, and yet there is still maybe a larger footprint in certain areas where the president of the United States, Donald Trump, may have a bigger hand in his role as, in the Oval Office.
So from the domestic security of the US to the domestic security of Ukraine, and we've been hearing from President Zelensky, he's been talking to the Bloomberg team on the ground at the World Economic Forum, and he talked about the need for US peacekeeping troops to join any European force after any ceasefire. The significance of this, he basically poo-pooed the idea that Europe could do it alone.
Which is quite contrary to what Emmanuel Macron has said around this as well, because there's been a key piece, a key tension point between France and Germany, as we know, specifically to Emmanuel Macron and Olaf Scholz, about who is brokering that potential ceasefire, both saying that Europe needs to have a hand at the table. Even Vladimir Zelensky, who's actively trying to become not just a NATO member, but an EU member as well, saying, well, no, the U.S. very much needs to be a part of that equation. Take a listen to what he told our very own John Micklethwaite.
It can't be without the United States. I will explain you why. Even if some European friends think that it can be, no, it will not be. First of all, nobody will risk without the United States. The second, that's what can divide NATO, divide EU and USA. That is a goal and dream of Putin, to divide this unity.
Vladimir Zelensky there speaking to our very own editor-in-chief, John Micklethwaite, at the World Economic Forum in Davos. He's basically making the point that it's the U.S. or nobody in terms of that backing. It also comes at the same time that Donald Trump has allegedly told Vladimir Putin to make a deal on Ukraine or face the costs that include taxes, tariffs, further sanctions on top of, by the way, the sanctions that Joe Biden put on Russia as kind of that last measure, basically risking the fact that there could be higher oil prices down the pike for American consumers.
Yeah, Trump posting that on Truth Social, and to some, at least around the edges, it suggests that Trump isn't just going to go full bore on the Russian side of this. He is weighing up the two, at least to some extent, and putting pressure there on Putin, as you say. Opening trade anchor Kriti Gupta, thank you very much indeed on the significant lines of the cross around TikTok and, of course, AI and the competition between Musk and Sam Altman. Meanwhile, Trump flows and links to everything. Argentinian President Javier Milei says he is willing to leave the Mercosur trade pact if necessary, to leave it, to cement a free trade deal with the US. Although adding he hopes that is not needed. Milei, a fierce critic of Mercosur, spoke to our editor-in-chief of Bloomberg News, John Micklethwaite, at Bloomberg House in Davos.
Well, if the extreme condition were that, yes. However, there are mechanisms that can be used even being within Mercosur. So we think that it can be done without necessarily having to leave Mercosur.
We have a great lineup of guests, possibly with less good sideburns, from the World Economic Forum in Davos, of course, through this hour. David Velez, founder and CEO of Nubank, and Catherine McGregor, CEO of Engie. Those exclusive conversations coming up. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
As my birthday signals another milestone in my life, I'm hopeful that if I stay true to myself and follow my instincts, my legacy will be looked on kindly for generations to come.
Welcome back. Brazilian fintech Nubank says it now has reached 10 million users in Mexico and plans to expand its product portfolio in coming months. Bloomberg understands the bank is considering moving its legal base here to Britain, which could, of course, be a major win for the UK's efforts to attract tech companies. Let's get more with Bloomberg's Jemana Pasechi, who is at the World Economic Forum in Davos. Jemana.
Good morning, Tom. Yeah, well, we're going to talk about some of Nubank's expansion efforts. But before that, just want to welcome CEO David Velez. Good to have you here.
Thank you so much.
The talk of the town is the return of the Trump administration. And I just want to start off asking you how you're thinking about it as Brazil's obviously largest fintech company and actually the largest financial services company in Latin America. The relationship between Lula and Trump hasn't been so warm over the years. Are you worried this is going to have ramifications on business?
I don't believe so. I think ultimately Brazil is very aligned geopolitically to the U.S. It's very important for the U.S. to have Brazil and broader Latin America to be very close. Brazil has a lot of commodities, a lot of energy for data centers, a lot of water, big population. So I think geopolitically it's very important for the U.S. and Latin America to be close, for Brazil to be close to the U.S. irrespective of the political party. And I think they're going to be able to have good parties and work together well.
How are your customers feeling about the high levels of inflation and interest rates in the Brazilian economy right now? The macro isn't so supportive.
Yeah, I mean, I think the macro has deteriorated a bit over the past couple of months. But frankly, the reality is this is one more cycle. We as a company have been around for 11 years. In those 11 years, we've seen that up and down of interest rates and inflation about 5 to 6 times. Yeah. We've seen interest rate going from 8% to 15%, back down, inflation up. So people are used to it. It's part of the game of operating in a country like Brazil. And I think businesses understand how to caution their business model to make sure that they can sustain and operate within that entire environment.
Yeah, you've got about 60% market share in Brazil. So more than 1 in 2 people are using Nubank. Are you at saturation points? Have you achieved the maximum of what you can achieve within Brazil?
I mean, at some point, we're going to run out of Brazilians. Clearly, but we've been saying that for about 4 years. And even now, we're seeing over 1 million Brazilian customers coming in the door every month. 1 million customers, really. And so, yeah, I think we'll continue to grow a number of customers. But when you look at the penetration we have in the different products, we're still very early days. We have 15% market share in credit card, 8% in personal loans, 2% in investments, 1% in insurance. So there is a huge amount of opportunity to grow within the base of customers that we have to increase the revenue per customer and the type of products that we have.
What about outside Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, even Argentina? Would you be considering expanding there under Milei?
Yeah, sure. Mexico is our #1 priority this year. It's a huge opportunity. It's a very big market, over 120 million people. And there's 12% credit card penetration. Over 60% of the Mexican consumers are still outside the banking system. So there is a huge opportunity to provide banking services to a large percentage of the people that haven't been able to access the banks. And the right way to do it is digitally. We've had Really great success in Mexico so far. We just passed 10 million customers, becoming one of the largest financial institutions in Mexico. And it's beating all of the metrics that we have in Brazil. So we feel very good about Mexico. Colombia's in an earlier stage, also following the same path. And to your question, Argentina, we were about to launch Argentina in 2019, and we had to pull the brakes because things change very quickly. We're looking very curiously at what's happening right now with President Milei. And if there is continuity in some of the metrics and the progress that he's been able to do, we're absolutely consider launching in Argentina.
Okay, that's interesting. What about U.S.? I mean, U.S. is a mature market, but still, would you ever consider expanding into the U.S. as well at some point?
Yeah, I think it's possible. And to be very frank, I think if you asked me a question 6 months ago, I would have said probably not. Suddenly, things change from a regulatory environment, and there is a real sense that it might be good to deregulate all of these different banking regulations. Looking from the outside, it felt very unfriendly for fintechs and for new entrants. Now it feels more friendly. And I think there's opportunity in the U.S. to bring much more competition. While there are a lot of banks in the U.S., when you look at subsegments, like the subprime subsegment or prime or the Hispanic population in the U.S., there is a lot of lack of access to financial services and very high cost and interest rates. So we will absolutely consider, we'll see how things develop from here, but we'll absolutely consider that.
There are reports that you are thinking of moving your domicile to Britain. Talk to us about that, because you seem to be going against the grain. Most people, most businesses seem to be wanting to leave the UK as a domicile. So what's the thinking there? Why the UK?
So we haven't formally announced anything. I think what we are preparing ourselves is for the next 10 years of our growth, and the next 10 years for us is going to be about obviously solidifying what we've built in Latin America and then expand this banking model globally. We think this model, digital banking model, is the future of consumer retail banking in the world. It's a model that serves more people, makes them happier, generates more profits for investors. And we're in the first second of that development globally on digital banking. So as we think forward, we want to make sure that we choose a jurisdiction that might help us from a business perspective, tax perspective, and financial regulatory perspective to be able to execute that plan. Yeah,
I'm sure UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer would be happy to hear that. The positive affirmation of some of their plans. David Velez, the founder and CEO of Nubank. Tom, I'll toss it back to you.
Jemana, thank you very much indeed. Interesting lines, on the US and UK. Jemana Pasechi on the ground for us at the World Economic Forum. Thank you. Coming up, the Dutch Prime Minister tells us he expects the US will continue pressing them to restrict ASML's exports of chip-making machines to China. We bring you some of that exclusive interview next. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Now, Dutch Prime Minister Dick Schoof has told Bloomberg that it is important that the security of Europe be, quote, on top of mind for President Trump as well as for Europeans, and that the two sides maintain an open trading relationship. He spoke exclusively to Chad Thomas in an interview at the World Economic Forum in Davos.
It's very important that the security of Europe is on top of our minds and also on top of the mind of the new American president, and therefore it relates very strongly, of course, to Ukraine, and make sure that peace in Ukraine is with Ukraine and with Europe. And economically, it's very important that the open relationship and the open trade relationship we have is still in place. So we are looking very carefully at import tariffs and what that could mean for our trade and our companies.
Do you expect Europe to remain united if there becomes a tariff war? Obviously, that's not what anyone wants, but is there a worry that it's sort of every man or woman for himself and countries within Europe don't stick together?
Well, there's always that worry. But in the European Council, I think we have the idea that we should do it together, that's important. Whether it's on the positive side in making sure that Europe is competitive, but also, you might say, on the negative side, if we have to react to what the Americans can do, and that's going to hurt our economy.
Are there discussions already taking place within the European Council of how you would potentially react if you had to?
Of course, we had some discussions about how could we react, and one of the most important things is that we should react from a strong position. I mean, Europe has a strong economy, has a strong competitiveness already, has a strong consumer base, so that's important for the United States as well. So that gives us a strong position. So you can really rely on a good discussion with the new administration and see how you can work out all kinds of deals.
You have a strategically important company based in the Netherlands, ASML. What do you expect from the Trump administration when it comes to ASML?
Well, I think that in relation to the China policy of the United States, and also when we look at the Netherlands, we are aligned, more or less. But when it comes to ASML, we have on a weekly basis, we have discussions, and we want to make sure that ASML, which is a very important tech company, and it's very important for the Dutch economy and also very important for the development of high tech in Europe and in the Netherlands, we want to make sure that that position is in place, and therefore we also made all kinds of arrangements with ASML and with the local government and the technical university to make sure that ASML can thrive, but also the whole community around Eindhoven, it's called Brainport, can thrive.
All right, the Dutch Prime Minister speaking to Bloomberg there at the World Economic Forum. Coming up, our conversations at Davos continue this hour. We're going to discuss President Trump's energy demands on Europe with the CEO of French utilities company Engie. That is coming up. This is Bloomberg.
In this gig, you get comfortable being uncomfortable. The enemy is always adapting. Hey, handsome. Always iterating.
Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. Happy Thursday. These are the stories that set your agenda. Asian shares mixed after China urges insurers and mutual funds to buy more stocks. The latest support for markets in the face of Donald Trump's tariff threats. Billionaire bust up, Elon Musk says, show me the money to companies that promised President Trump billions for AI infrastructure. OpenAI Sam Altman pushes back, though, saying Musk is wrong. Plus, in our Davos exclusive conversations, Volodymyr Zelensky calls for US troops in a potential peacekeeping force in Ukraine. And Argentina's president says he could leave the Mercosur trade pact in return for a deal with the US. European futures seemingly searching for a catalyst this morning after 6 straight days of gains, punching through record highs by the end of the close yesterday, adding, around 0.4%. By the close yesterday on the Stoxx 600, currently pointing lower by 0.2%, but again in the context of a run-up of 6 days of strength for European equities. The FTSE 100 futures are pointing lower by 0.3%. S&P futures stateside kind of pointing lower by about 0.1% after 3 days of gains and near record highs for the S&P 500. Nasdaq 100 futures currently pointing to losses of 0.2% after adding more than 1%. A strong day again for that tech-heavy index yesterday. Let's flip the board and have a look cross-asset. Jobless claims out of the US later today should give us more colour in terms of the health of the labour market. You are still seeing pricing of a little over 1 cut through the rest of the year for the Federal Reserve, about 36 basis points by year end. 460 right now on the benchmark US 10-year. Not much movement across the Treasury curve in the session today. Euro dollar at 104. Brent a little softer, down 0.5%. Some reports suggesting, industry reports suggesting that there is an inventory build-up in the US in terms of the stockpiles there. And gold at 2,754 on the yellow metal, just down 0.1%. Now, talking of energy, European natural gas for delivery this summer has become even more expensive than prices for next winter. This after continued supply tightness. And as Germany discusses subsidies for refilling storage sites, maintaining sizable fuel inventories has, of course, become crucial for Europe's energy security since it lost most Russian pipeline flows. Let's cross over right now to the World Economic Forum, Davos. Francine Lacroix standing by with a guest who can talk to this issue. Fran.
Tom, thank you so much. Now joining us now is Catherine McGregor, Chief Executive of the French utility company Engie. Thank you so much for joining us. Ms. McGregor, there's a lot going on, of course, here in Davos for the last 3 days as Chief Executives trying to understand what the Trump policies mean for them and their business. There will be a virtual address, we understand, today by Donald Trump, also engaging with Chief Executives. What do you want to hear from him?
Well, I think I would be very interested to hear about energy policy for United States, for United States businesses, and how energy can enable Trump's agenda on growth and on business thriving in the United States, where I think and I hope that renewables will continue to play a major role. Time to market for renewables is exceptional, and given the growth demand that we are expecting on energy in the United States, I would expect that renewables are going to continue to play a big role, which is important for a company like Engie, as you know, we are present in the United States, and we would like to continue to be part of this renewable growth stories.
But when you look at the IRA and the fact that, you know, Donald Trump maybe wants to take back the money that has been already spent on IRA, do you think that's money that will go into renewables in Europe instead, the collateral benefits maybe of some of the Trump policies?
Well, I would, first of all, on the IRA, I think we'll have to see exactly what happens. Renewables are very competitive as an energy production mean. So whether tax credit will continue or not, I don't think necessarily it will pose a major problem for renewables. There is, again, such a demand. And then turning to Europe, renewables, first of all, are a very important part of the European mix. Almost half of the electricity produced in Europe last year came from renewables. So renewables are already a reality. And indeed, I think not only they're bringing solution to climate change, decarbonizing our energy mix, for sure, they are also bringing this better sovereignty. So whatever is installed in Europe is producing regardless of other partners' willingness to import or export to Europe. So I think the sovereignty that renewables bring should indeed be an additional argument for Europeans to continue and don't lose the conviction and the determination to develop these renewables powers.
How much do renewables depend on the actual price of energy? So the lower the price of energy of fossil fuels go down, does it push back actually the adoption of renewables?
I really don't think so. In most cases, you will see that renewables are actually very competitive. Of course, they don't suffice alone. You need to complement them with energy storage. So batteries are going to be very, very important. You also need to look at upgrade to the grid. So all these elements are going to be very important. And then we talk a lot about electrification, but there is also the molecules. As you know, we can't electrify everything. So there's going to be also work to be done on greening the gas. And here, you know, things like biomethane, et cetera, are going to be really important.
Catherine, talk to me a little bit about how, again, there's a lot of tensions and question marks of what happens with Ukraine. We're talking about the gas transit deal being put to an end. What are you expecting for energy prices in Europe for this year to be like? More elevated or less elevated than last year?
Nothing like during the heights of the crisis. Okay. So the prices have come down. However, we are expecting volatility in the energy market to continue to be strong because the volumes that were exported from Russia to Europe have disappeared from the global markets and have not been replaced by new capacity. And here I'm talking about the gas. So we're expecting, in terms of security of supply, we're not alarmed, even though the storage in Europe is a little bit lower than last year, but nothing completely abnormal. So we expect security of supply to be at good level. On the other hand, volatility is expecting to be quite high until roughly 2026, the end of 2026, where new volumes should come. But again, you know, this volatility, renewables and energy transition is actually a very important answer to that, because the more you can have local production and the more immune you are from external factors. So energy transition, good for sovereignty for Europe.
But for the next 12 months, should European users expect their gas prices or gas bills to go up?
There is a number of factors. We are not alarmed again. It is very difficult to forecast the energy price, but I'd say watch the volatility. That's important. And let's keep at it on the energy transition front.
Can you give us an update? I mean, you said, of course, all of your presence in the U.S. Are you expecting to reduce the headcount because some of the uncertainties in the U.S., or will you stay steady?
No, we are going to stay steady. We have, on the renewable side, we have a number of projects that we have in our pipeline, and depending on the situation, we can adjust, from one geography to another. So we like to have a bit of flexibility, but we have good projects ongoing in the U.S., and at this stage, we look forward to delivering those projects. Customers are expecting them. In fact, I was discussing yesterday with some customers in the United States, and they are expecting us to continue to deliver. They continue to be very committed to the net zero transition. Yeah. They also say it's good for them, it's good for their customers themselves. So from that standpoint, I think this determination to continue to decarbonize the power and to bring power rapidly to our customers, including in the US, at this stage, we believe is still very much on the radar screen and on the agenda, which is great.
But does the Trump administration actually slow the process down instead of derailing it?
I think maybe, if I want to point to negatives, I would say uncertainty is not good. So, noise, uncertainty. So that's maybe one point, we should ask the president this evening is, the more certainty and the less noise we have to do business, that's important. It's true everywhere in the world. So that's really the message that will help. I think there is also a question on the offshore, and we believe that offshore renewables are an important part of the future mix. But if that has to take a pause, then that'll be fine. It's a shame, but we can live with it.
Well, you can live with it. Any M&A targets? I know you have not been acquisitive actually in 2024. Or what can we expect for this year?
Yeah, on the renewable side, and I think in most of our portfolio, we're really trying to add value at ENGIE by mostly organic development. We can do small M&A. I think on the infrastructure side, we've been quite open to say that we have a strong presence in France on the gas side, and we look forward to having a bit of a rebalance on the power networks because electrification is such a macro trend. We would like to be part of that on the regulated asset base. So we'll be looking at organic development in Latin America on power networks, potentially M&A, but we're always very selective. Capital allocation discipline is important to us at ENGIE, and so we'll stick to that.
Catherine McGregor, thank you so much for joining us today. Braving the cold, Tom. It is very cold, but not as cold as yesterday. But a good conversation there with the chief executive of ENGIE. We'll have plenty more from Davos throughout the day. I'm going to hand it back to you in London.
Fran, thank you very much. Indeed, another great conversation out of Davos, of course. Francine Lacroix on the ground for us, continuing those interviews through the day. There's plenty more from Davos, of course, today and going through to the end of tomorrow as well. Here are just some of the interviews to look out for. The French Foreign Trade Minister, Laurent Saint-Martin, the NATO Secretary-General, Mark Rutte, the EIB President, Nadia Calvino, Morgan Stanley's CEO, Ted Pick, that will be a good one, the Saudi Finance Minister, Mohammed Al-Jadaan, and Iraqi President Abdul Latif Rashid. So all of those interviews coming up. Do tune in for those. Now, Swedish Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson has told Bloomberg that the suspected sabotage attempts of undersea cables in the Baltic Sea linked to Russia's shadow fleet is, quote, unacceptable. He spoke with Bloomberg's executive editor for Europe, Chad Thomas, on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum in Davos.
Regardless whether this is intentional or unintentional, it simply is unacceptable. We cannot accept that important fiber or electricity cables are put at risk because the vessels simply don't respect to protect them.
What actions do you think need to be taken then in the Baltic Sea to make sure that this doesn't continue to happen?
Well, the immediate action is what we are doing right now. We're much more surveillance. We combine civilian and military resources in a much more effective way. We have the ongoing NATO mission, Baltic Sentry, going on right now. So we also combine different countries, different resources to have a better surveillance, basically, and to pinpoint those vessels that we think could be part of the shadow fleet, for example, or acting in a way that raises our attention. In the longer term, we need to prove to countries that we simply don't accept bad seamanship or bad intentions going on in the Baltic Sea.
Sweden's Prime Minister talking to Bloomberg. Interesting in the context of the UK as well, and its Navy challenging a Russian ship in British coastal waters earlier this week. Now, President Donald Trump is threatening more financial penalties on Russia over the war in Ukraine. Trump said on his Truth Social network that President Vladimir Putin should make a deal soon or face more taxes, tariffs and sanctions on Russian goods. Meanwhile, Ukraine's president says any effective peacekeeping force in Ukraine must include US troops to support European allies. Volodymyr Zelensky spoke exclusively with Bloomberg's editor-in-chief, John Micklethwaite, in Davos.
It's great if we will have troops. But we have to understand that the troops will not be in the center of the capital. Yes. They will not have relaxed time. Yes, it's very important because I heard that some allies said that, yes, but it's okay, we can be in the center of some city, and then no, we don't need such contingents.
You want the front line?
Yes, with our people, of course. Yes, because this means security, and that's it. So, but it can't be without the United States. I will explain you why. Even if some European friends think that it can be, no, it will not be. First of all, nobody will risk without the United States. The second, that's what can divide NATO, divide EU and USA. That is a goal and dream of Putin, to divide this unity.
You mentioned China. How important is China in these negotiations? I mean, China is the backer of Russia. They seem to have had an impact on things like Putin not using nuclear weapons, those sort of things. Can China push Putin, and do you have any contact with the Chinese?
I had some contacts with Xi Jinping. We had a phone call during the war. Not too much, not enough, I think. Yes, he can push Putin to peace, I'm sure. I think that only President Trump is the strongest, and Xi Jinping. I think that there is no other allies who can really do it. Yes, because his economy, Putin's economy, after sanctions, after everything, depends very much of China.
You would like Donald Trump and Xi Jinping of China to work together to push
I think yes.
Putin.
Yes, but not without us. It's important.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky speaking exclusively at Davos with Bloomberg's editor-in-chief, John Micklethwaite. Coming up, Argentina's Javier Milei says his government would leave the Mercosur bloc if necessary to get a free trade deal with the US. That exclusive interview is also coming up. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
In this gig, you get comfortable being uncomfortable. The enemy is always adapting. Hey, handsome. Always iterating.
We are working very hard on the possibility of entering into a free trade agreement. And in fact, when I recently took over as a pro tempore president of Mercosur, I pointed out that Mercosur should move forward on three
Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. Happy Thursday, everyone. These are the stories that set your agenda. Asian shares gain after China urges insurers and mutual funds to buy more stocks. The latest support for markets in the face of Donald Trump's tariff threats. Billionaire bust up. Elon Musk says, show me the money to companies that promise President Trump billions for AI infrastructure. OpenAI's Sam Altman, though, pushes back, saying Musk is wrong. Plus, in our Davos exclusive conversations, Volodymyr Zelensky calls for US troops in a potential peacekeeping force in Ukraine. And Argentina's president says he could leave the Mercosur trade pact for a deal with the US. European futures are pointing lower by 0.2%, but put it in this context. You've seen 6 straight days of gains for European stocks, up at record levels right now. So a bit of profit taking, a bit of a breather, arguably, before we get more of the earnings momentum coming through next week. FTSE 100 futures here in the UK currently pointing lower by 0.3%. S&P futures currently pointing off by 0.1%. But again, the gains for the S&P yesterday, 3 straight days of gains for the S&P, and that index as well, also closing in on record highs. The Nasdaq 100 performing well yesterday by the end of the close, currently looking lower by 0.2%. Let's flip the board and have a look cross-asset. You have jobless claims out of the US later today. We are counting down to the BOJ decision, of course, on Friday. Growing expectations that they will hike again for the 3rd time under Governor Ueda. The benchmark US 10-year is currently yielding you 4.60. Not a lot of movement currently in US Treasuries in the session today. Euro-dollar at 104. We've been hearing again from ECB officials on the hawkish end. Holtzman suggesting that there can be patience from the ECB, though he seems to be something of an outlier. $78 a barrel on Brent. There's a report suggesting the inventory build-up is there now in the US. So that's putting a bit of pressure on oil prices, down 0.3%. And gold holding around levels we've not seen since the end of last year, 2,752 for the yellow metal, down 0.1%. But again, holding above those levels for gold as expectations build up. Maybe there's further to run. The tariff threat is building into positioning around the yellow metal as well on some reports. Let's get more in terms of the Asian market view, with really interesting lines coming out in terms of the pressure, at least measures coming through for the insurance sector and state-owned enterprises in China to buy more domestic stocks. Ava Hong in Singapore for the details on that story then.
Yeah, Tom, I mean, just in the past day, you saw how sensitive Chinese stocks are to any of these Trump headlines. So markets were really focused today on this big briefing, and that included the chairman of the securities regulator for measures to support equities. And what we got was how they are going to be encouraging mutual funds, insurers, among other measures, to invest into onshore stock markets. But beyond the impact on A shares and beyond perhaps the short-term sentiment boost, there doesn't seem to be much in the way of a game-changing measure. So very quickly, we saw the CSI 300, the Hang Seng, which climbed well over 1% earlier in this session. Look at how those gains have evaporated. That's the China story. But elsewhere in the region, we're also watching out for what's happening in South Korea. Today, the Kospi underperforming its GDP. South Korea's GDP missed, flipped the board. The main reason why we're seeing that drag on the South Korean benchmark is the benchmark heavyweights, SK Hynix, Samsung Electronics. They are underwater today, and this is for SK Hynix despite reporting record profits. It's failing to meet this really, really high bar, and of course, this is a key supplier for NVIDIA on high bandwidth memory chips. I think it faces a similar affliction to its top client where it fails to meet lofty expectations. This is what you see in the share performance. So a bit of profit taking also underway on South Korean stocks today. Flip the board again. Tomorrow, as you say, is BOJ Day. And we have ahead of the decision tomorrow, a Japan inflation print. But all bets are for a 25 basis point increase. This would be by the most in 18 years. Key to watch will be the tone of communication from Ueda. If he sounds dovish, that could send dollar yen higher. Remember, there's a lot of uncertainty still regarding Trump's policies. And keep in mind as well that when it comes to Japan's trade surplus versus the US, it's much higher than during the first Trump administration. So these risks at play that might be reflected in the yen, even if the BOJ hikes tomorrow. Tom.
Okay, that trade surplus in Japan could leave it vulnerable then to the tariff threat from President Trump, though he has yet to name Japan in terms of a potential target. But there is that expectation that maybe in terms of the surplus, Japan could be vulnerable. Avra Hong with the check on the Asian markets, of course, and the important details around China's further intervention to prop up its equity markets. Now to what's happening in terms of the tech front and a sparring match, it seems, between Altman and Elon Musk. Elon Musk has clashed with OpenAI's Sam Altman, not for the first time, by the way, but this time over President Trump's AI venture, saying they, quote, don't actually have the money. By they, he's talking about SoftBank and OpenAI, amongst others. Altman hit back, questioning Musk's motives. For more, let's bring in opening trade anchor Kriti Gupta. Kriti, this has broken open into the open. This was posted by Musk on X, and then you had Sam Altman replying. There's a couple of layers to this. One, seemingly, this is a big question about the AI infrastructure plan that he's pushed through. Number two, is this a split now within the Trump team? What does this mean in terms of the relationship between Musk and Trump? I just wonder what you take from what we've been seeing overnight.
Well, a couple of things, and then you mentioned it there. This is not the first time Elon Musk and Sam Altman have come head-to-head. We know there is a little bit of a rivalry there, especially when it comes to the fact that they both kind of created the early versions of AI together and then had this big kind of falling out about what the future of AI actually looked like, to the point that Sam Altman really pushed forward the concept of AI in everyday lives. Elon Musk took a real step back and said this is actually potentially something that is dangerous and the very first time maybe needs to be regulated, which is, of course, something Elon Musk doesn't often say in terms of his ventures. I think the relationship with Donald Trump may be a little bit more important here, though, in terms of this rivalry, simply because we know Elon Musk and Donald Trump have a relationship, a friendship, for lack of a better term. But you'll remember that even when it came to the peg of Treasury Secretary, Elon Musk had backed Howard Lutnick very, very publicly. And a lot of the expectation was that because of that support, that's where Donald Trump would take his cue. And he did the exact opposite. He chose Scott Bessent instead. And that really, I think, speaks to the idea and almost throws cold water on the idea that Elon Musk is maybe not the Trump whisperer to the extent that everyone thinks he is. That being said, this is still a massive investment, $100 billion that could potentially be multiplied by 5. The idea that Elon Musk is saying, well, maybe this isn't enough to hit those goals, I thought that was quite interesting.
Yeah, fascinating. And there's still big questions about how they get to that point. How do they get to the first 100 billion, let alone 400 or 500 billion US dollars? As you say, the relationship as well, whether or not this is a fracture point in terms of that relationship between Trump and Musk. Meanwhile, we've also been hearing from President Trump articulating his views about TikTok again. And it's a reminder that he sees things much more through the prism and lens of economics and trade deals than national security. And this is what he's been saying around TikTok. Take a listen.
I'll tell you, people want to buy it. People want to buy it.
But those that say they know say it's a spying app of the Communist Chinese.
But you can say that about everything made in China. Look, we have our telephones made in China for the most part. We have so many things made in China. So why don't they mention that? You know, the interesting thing with TikTok, though, is you're dealing with a lot of young people. So
they love it.
Is it that important for China to be spying on young people, on young kids watching crazy videos and things?
I don't want China spying on anybody.
No, but they make your telephones and they make your computers and they make a lot of other things. Isn't that a bigger threat?
President Trump speaking to Fox News in the Oval Office. Kriti, you followed the twists and turns of the TikTok saga in detail. What do you make of these comments?
Well, a couple of things. I'll start with the last one he made, which is that they being China, are hitting your phones and spying on your conversations. That was the argument around Huawei and pulling the Huawei infrastructure out of the United States and arguably in a lot of Western countries as well. So that's the parallel that Donald Trump is making. And it's not the only tech company coming out of China that has that impact on the rest of the world, or perceived impact, I should say, on the rest of the world. The TikTok story is interesting because in addition to talking about the ban, the spying ability, we're still talking about who the buyer may be. And this is for the very first time that I've heard in recent history where a president is talking about, an American president is talking about a national stake in a foreign entity that is based in the U.S., let alone a national stake altogether. Just for some context, the last time you talk about this, you're going to things like the railroad in the 1800s, the development of electric grids, for example, things that necessarily need to be put in government hands because privatizing them just puts the cost kind of out of whack. That's really the game changer in this argument, that he's not only brokering a deal, he's talking about how the U.S. government can play a more active role in it. And it comes at a time, by the way, when the U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel kind of conversation as well, one of the concessions there was the government having veto power on the production capacity. So this is a new era that we kind of put under Donald Trump as the kind of deregulation president, and yet there is still maybe a larger footprint in certain areas where the president of the United States, Donald Trump, may have a bigger hand in his role as, in the Oval Office.
So from the domestic security of the US to the domestic security of Ukraine, and we've been hearing from President Zelensky, he's been talking to the Bloomberg team on the ground at the World Economic Forum, and he talked about the need for US peacekeeping troops to join any European force after any ceasefire. The significance of this, he basically poo-pooed the idea that Europe could do it alone.
Which is quite contrary to what Emmanuel Macron has said around this as well, because there's been a key piece, a key tension point between France and Germany, as we know, specifically between Emmanuel Macron and Olaf Scholz, about who is brokering that potential ceasefire. Both saying that Europe needs to have a hand at the table. Even Vladimir Zelensky, who's actively trying to become not just a NATO member, but an EU member as well, saying, well, no, the U.S. very much needs to be a part of that equation. Take a listen to what he told our very own John Micklethwaite.
It can't be without the United States. I will explain you why. Even if some European friends think that it can be, no, it will not be. First of all, nobody will risk without the United States. The second, that's what can divide NATO, divide EU and USA. That is a goal and dream of Putin, to divide this unity.
Vladimir Zelensky there speaking to our very own editor-in-chief, John Micklethwaite, at the World Economic Forum in Davos. He's basically making the point that it's the U.S. or nobody in terms of that backing. It also comes at the same time that Donald Trump has allegedly told Vladimir Putin to make a deal on Ukraine or face the costs that include taxes, tariffs, further sanctions on top of, by the way, those sanctions that Joe Biden put on Russia as kind of that last measure, basically risking the fact that there could be higher oil prices down the pike for American consumers.
Yeah, Trump posting that on Truth Social, and to some, at least around the edges, it suggests that Trump isn't just going to go full bore on the Russian side of this. He is weighing up the two, at least to some extent, and putting pressure there on Putin, as you say. Opening trade anchor Kriti Gupta, thank you very much indeed on the significant lines of the cross around TikTok and, of course, AI and the competition between Musk and Sam Altman. Meanwhile, Trump flows and links to everything. Argentinian President Javier Milei says he is willing to leave the Mercosur trade pact if necessary, to leave it, to cement a free trade deal with the US. Although adding he hopes that is not needed. Milei, a fierce critic of Mercosur, spoke to our editor-in-chief of Bloomberg News, John Micklethwaite, at Bloomberg House in Davos.
Well, if the extreme condition were that, yes. However, there are mechanisms that can be used even being within Mercosur. So we think that it can be done without necessarily having to leave Mercosur.
We have a great lineup of guests, possibly with less good sideburns, from the World Economic Forum in Davos, of course, through this hour. David Velez, founder and CEO of Nubank, and Catherine McGregor, CEO of Engie. Those exclusive conversations coming up. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
Over the past decade, we've seen a more fragmented world. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean globalization will change. Globalization will stay. There are multiple ways to make sure that the world remains globalized.
Sea cargo is responsible for 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions annually, and ports are a major contributor. As Mexico's first carbon-neutral port, ICTSI subsidiary Contecon Manzanillo is setting the standard for progress. By deploying electrified cranes and tractors, recycling and reusing resources, and offsetting emissions by allocating resources to preserve critical ecosystems. This demonstrates how ports can be drivers of positive change and sustainable growth.
Welcome back. Brazilian fintech Nubank says it now has reached 10 million users in Mexico and plans to expand its product portfolio in coming months. Bloomberg understands the bank is considering moving its legal base here to Britain, which could, of course, be a major win for the UK's efforts to attract tech companies. Let's get more with Bloomberg's Jemana Pasechi, who is at the World Economic Forum in Davos. Jemana.
Good morning, Tom. Yeah, well, we're going to talk about some of Nubank's expansion efforts. But before that, just want to welcome CEO David Velez. Good to have you here.
Thank you so much.
The talk of the town is the return of the Trump administration. And I just want to start off asking you how you're thinking about it as Brazil's obviously largest fintech company and actually the largest financial services company in Latin America. The relationship between Lula and Trump hasn't been so warm over the years. Are you worried this is going to have ramifications on business?
I don't believe so. I think ultimately Brazil is very aligned geopolitically to the U.S. It is very important for the U.S. to have Brazil and broader Latin America to be very close. Brazil has a lot of commodities, a lot of energy for data centers, a lot of water, big population. So I think geopolitically it's very important for the U.S. and Latin America to be close, for Brazil to be close to the U.S. irrespective of the political party. And I think they're going to be able to have good parties and work together well.
How are your customers feeling about the high levels of inflation and interest rates in the Brazilian economy right now? The macro isn't so supportive.
Yeah, I mean, I think the macro has deteriorated a bit over the past couple of months. But frankly, the reality is this is one more cycle. We as a company have been around for 11 years. In those 11 years, we've seen that up and down of interest rates and inflation about 5 to 6 times. Yeah. We've seen interest rate going from 7-8% to 15%, back down, inflation up. So people are used to it. It's part of the game of being operating in a country like Brazil. And I think businesses understand how to caution their business model to make sure that they can sustain and operate within that entire environment.
Yeah, you've got about 60% market share in Brazil. So more than 1 in 2 people are using Nubank. Are you at saturation points? Have you achieved the maximum of what you can achieve within Brazil?
I mean, at some point, we're going to run out of Brazilians. Clearly, but we've been saying that for about 4 years. And even now, we're seeing over 1 million Brazilian customers.
रिफ्रेश कर देते हैं क्रूड ऑयल को चार्ट को दोनों साइड ही मूव किया यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग के बाद नेचुरल गैस वहीं का वहीं है
provide banking services to a large percentage of the people that haven't been able to access the banks. And the right way to do it is digitally. We've had really great success in Mexico so far. We just passed 10 million customers, becoming one of the largest financial institutions in Mexico. And it's beating all of the metrics that we have in Brazil. So we feel very good about Mexico. Colombia's in an earlier stage, also following the same path. And to your question, Argentina, we were about to launch Argentina in 2019, and we had to pull the brakes because things change very quickly. We're looking very curiously at what's happening right now. Our president.
ठीक है तो अभी यूएस मार्केट ओपन के बाद इन्वेंट्री आने वाली है 9 बजे नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री है ध्यान रखना क्रूड ऑयल भी एफईजी पर ही साइडवेज चला गया आप कह सकते हो कंप्लीट साइडवेज रेंज में ही चला गया कंप्लीट एफईजी से इसीलिए थोड़ा सा ना बाइंग सेलिंग सही नहीं लगती है क्योंकि भरोसा नहीं है एफईजी का कभी बाइंग आती है कभी सेलिंग आती है कभी नहीं आती है यूएस मार्केट ओपन हुआ कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनाई और सीधा ब्रेकआउट भी करते रहो गाइस 60 लाइक हो चुके हैं नेचुरल गैस अभी भी नहीं निकल रहा है यहाँ पर एक एफईजी है फॉरेक्स में निकलता है तो यहाँ तक एक टारगेट एक्सपेक्ट रहेगा पहले नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री आने वाली है तो अब एसएल को ट्रेल कर लेना यहाँ पर जो लोग हैं अपना हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल करें क्रूड ऑयल में देखोगे पहले यहाँ पर एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड था फिर एक बाइंग का लगाया था एफईजी से उसका एसएल किया फिर ये सेलिंग का लगाया था इसका भी जा चुका है छोटा था बट जा चुका है यूएस मार्केट ने ऊपर ही उड़ा दिया प्राइस को स्टोरी व्हाट इज द लर्निंग फ्रॉम दिस लेवल बीच में एंट्री मत करो लेवल पे वेट करो लेवल पे आएगा तभी ट्राई करो नहीं तो प्राइस दोनों साइड ही मूव कर जाएगा। देखते हैं, ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है, वहाँ पर फिर सेलिंग का प्लान रखेंगे। बाकी इन्वेंट्री तक अगर आ जाता है वहाँ तक तो बेटर, वेल एंड गुड। इन्वेंट्री क्योंकि 9:30 पर है, 1 घंटा और है, आ जाए तो बेटर ही रहेगा। कर दिया है ऑलरेडी, हो गया शायद, स्टक हो गया था बीच में। इन्वेंट्री आने वाली है, ध्यान रखना, नेचुरल गैस। गोल्ड और सिल्वर को देखोगे रुके हुए हैं, लेवल पे नहीं आए अभी तक फ्रेश। 30 पे यूएस के प्रेसिडेंट की स्पीच भी है।
time, let's say over the next several months, but I don't see a sudden reaction driven by the futures market move like we saw back in last summer. We're just not positioned the same way.
All right, Jeffrey Kleintot, thanks so much.
Thanks for having me.
Potential tariffs on China, Europe, and Mexico are expected to add pressure on retailers already grappling with a more deal-conscious consumer. Yahoo Finance has had the chance to speak with a number of retail business leaders over the last few days at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. Here's what they've had to say about the potential implications of tariffs.
In the first Trump administration, we saw the first wave of tariffs, and we reduced our China exposure by 50%. We aren't waiting for the next wave of tariffs. We've been working to continue to move our product elsewhere.
We've lived with tariffs already. It's not a new concept. And we've been able to navigate that. It likely translates into higher pricing for consumers at the end there.
More on this, let's bring in Simeon Siegel. He's the managing director at BMO Capital Markets. And Simeon, it's very much a wait-and-see mode, I think, right now for the markets, just in terms of what is going to happen for retailers, how they are adjusting. But from your base case scenarios, how big of a hit, how big of a challenge do you see this being for the retail landscape here over the next several quarters?
Good to see you, Sean. I was seriously thinking
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow, and stocks are lower at the open. This after NVIDIA's main supplier of high-bandwidth memory gave a cautious spending outlook, which sent global chip makers lower. South Korea chipmaker SK hynix gave record quarterly results that failed to impress as investors grapple with stagnant smartphone demand and questions about AI spending in 2025. The S&P 500 down 0.1%. The Nasdaq is down 0.5%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is higher, up 0.1%, and the 10-year Treasury yield 4.65%. Now to Donald Trump's return to Davos. It's a much-anticipated virtual address, and we get more with Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern.
What's going to be interesting is the Q&A portion of this. Now, these aren't journalists, and these are likely people that want to curry favor with the 47th president or those that already have. I'm thinking of Steve Schwartzman. So that's likely going to be a softball question. But potentially we can hear things like deregulation, what these tariffs and trade may look like, especially from Anna Botin of Santander, or what the energy landscape may look like in the United States from someone like Patrick Pouyanné from Total.
And that's Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern. Well, you can catch Trump's speech and the question and answer session beginning at 11 a.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and the Bloomberg Podcast channel on YouTube. Morgan Stanley Chief Executive Ted Pick spoke to Bloomberg from Davos this morning, saying he's optimistic about the year ahead.
I am positive because it is definitely a change in tone. It just feels like the overall framework is one where there's going to be more interaction between the public and the private sectors.
Morgan Stanley CEO Ted Pick added that pent-up demand for mergers and acquisitions, particularly among private equity firms, is poised to spur a surge in deal activity. Pick has been saying for months that the industry is on the cusp of a multi-year investment banking cycle and said last week that Morgan Stanley's pipeline for mergers and acquisitions is the highest in 7 years. Well, Saudi Arabia has investments of more than $770 billion in the U.S. and said it expects relations with Washington will continue to be flourishing as the kingdom pursues its broad economic overhaul. The comments from the Saudi Arabian finance minister at the World Economic Forum came fresh on the heels of news that Saudi Arabia is willing to expand investments and trade with the U.S. by $600 billion over the next 4 years. The House has passed a bill to require the detainment of unauthorized migrants accused of theft and violent crimes. It marks the first legislation that President Trump can sign as Congress, with some bipartisan support, swiftly moved in line with his plans to crack down on illegal immigration. 2 new wildfires that erupted in Southern California are spreading quickly over dry hillsides and forcing evacuations, stoking new fears in a region that's been devastated by recent deadly blazes. The Hughes Fire, which began yesterday and grew within hours to engulf more than 10,000 acres, continues to rage north of Los Angeles. Meanwhile, the Sepulveda Fire started early today west of the city along the 405 near the Getty Center Art Museum and has burned 40 acres. President Trump, meanwhile, is threatening to withhold federal disaster aid for wildfire-ravaged Los Angeles unless California leaders change the state's approach on its management of water. Trump, in a Fox News interview yesterday, repeated false claims that California's fish conservation efforts in the northern part of the state are responsible for fire hydrants running dry in urban areas. He says the blame for Los Angeles' struggles to tame some of the deadly fires lies with Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom. ByteDance is said to be exploring a deal to keep TikTok running in the U.S. without selling its operations there. That's according to board member Bill Ford. The General Atlantic chief executive tells Bloomberg the Chinese company is looking at options for the social media app that could involve a change of control locally to ensure it complies with U.S. legislation. The private equity firm holds a stake in ByteDance, TikTok's parent firm. Meanwhile, in an interview with Fox News, President Trump downplayed the national security risk posed by TikTok. His comments came days after offering the social video app a reprieve from legislation that would have forced it to shut down. In economic news, the number of Americans on benefit rolls climbed to a more than 3-year high, while first-time applications for U.S. unemployment insurance edged slightly higher. Continuing claims, a proxy for people who are already receiving benefits and still can't find a job, jumped to 1.9 million in the week that ended January 11th. That's the highest since November 2021. And the Netflix narco musical about trans identity Emilia Perez dominating the Oscar nominations with a total of 13, including Best Picture and Best Actress for Carla Sofia Gascon, making her the first openly trans actor ever nominated for an Academy Award. The film also landed nominations for directing, original screenplay, and 2 of its songs, and Netflix, despite its starring role in Hollywood, has never won Best Picture. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow, and this is Bloomberg.
There are 2 kinds of people in the world. People who think about climate change and people who are doing something about it. On the Zero podcast, we talk to both kinds of people. People you've heard of, like Bill Gates.
I'm looking at what the world has to do to get to zero,
to see divergence
not
of
using
performance than it is to see everyone win.
And Justin.
When everyone wins, you don't find out who's actually doing a good job. There's just wind at your sails. There's stimulus. There's lack of product out there because supply chains shut down at the beginning of COVID. In a real life environment, you're supposed to have winners and losers, and you're supposed to have them across the high income, across the low income, across goods, across things. It's everything. It's the whole idea of kind of we're simplifying it. I think you want to find who's winning, who's not. Those who are winning, those who have the ability to take price, those are the ones that'll be able to continue taking price. But again, that's on the want side. The need side, the staples, that's different.
All right, Simeon, thanks so much.
Good to see you guys.
President Trump keenly focused on the performance of the stock market, but eking out gains could have more challenges under his second term. Yahoo Finance's Josh Schaefer joining us now to discuss the market under Trump 2.0. And Josh, full disclosure, I was eavesdropping on you while you were talking about this story in the newsroom yesterday and thought that we had to talk about it on the show. What are you looking at when it comes to Trump's ability to influence the market this time around?
Well, if we're going to look at Trump as the CEO of America, he figured out the button that all of the other CEOs have pressed over the last 2 years, right? Trump found the AI button. He comes out with this investment, Stargate, on his, it was really, I guess, technically the first market day that was open, but it was after hours, right? There were reports about it during hours. You started to see stocks move, but you really saw AI stocks take off yesterday, right? As investors digested this news, you saw a giant jump in ARM, a giant jump in shares of Oracle, Palantir, all the way down to Supermicro, NVIDIA. And really, it was an AI rally that we haven't seen in a little bit, guys. We haven't seen anyone really kind of been able to stir up interest in AI. Well, President Trump saying that his administration is very interested in investing in the AI build out in the U.S. That's something that excites investors, and that's something that he can do and continue to talk about to move markets. Maddie, what I was thinking about when I sort of posed that question yesterday in the newsroom was the story I'd written last week, which was Trump might not be able to control the market under this regime in the same way he did from 2016 to 2020, because right now to us, and what we've been hearing from a lot of strategists, is interest rates are one of the key drivers of the market right now, right? And he doesn't really have a lot of control over interest rates, no matter how much he might want to have control over interest rates. That's more a question for Fed Chair Jerome Powell and the Federal Reserve. And so it seems like there's going to be this push-pull of what sort of things can he say that could move the markets, but is interest rates going to matter more? I guess that in some ways remains to be seen a little bit at this point. It's week 1 here.
Yeah, and I guess also next week is going to be telling you, and I were talking about just about the slew of econ data and also earnings that are expected to be out, and then looking ahead even further to that over the next 2 weeks with the jobs report. But it could just be that actually both matter a whole lot to the market here.
Oh, for sure. And let's just think about what the news has been this week, right? What sort of news have we been digesting as investors? The Fed's in a blackout period, so we haven't heard from the central bank. Interest rates have not moved that much this week. We've had some earnings. Netflix had very strong earnings, right? Started big tech. Their earnings overall have been decent, but it's not big tech earnings like we're getting next week. So it's been a quiet week. So who's been in the driver's seat of the stock market? It has clearly been President Trump. The market action on Tuesday was, okay, we didn't get day one tariffs, dollar weaker, stocks rally. Market action on Wednesday was, let's go, AI investment. This is great. AI stocks rally, right? So it's kind of the only thing people are listening to right now. It will be very interesting next week and into the week after as we look at this potential February 1 tariff implementation, right? Next week, you have the Fed meeting, you have big tech earnings, you have a jobs report the week after. The news flow is going to pick up more, and I think we're going to start learning a lot more about how investors are actually, how much attention they're actually paying to every single move that Trump makes over the next 2 weeks than say we're making in week one, because again, I think it's just been a little bit, normally this is one of those weeks where it feels like we just float higher and there's not a lot of news.
Yeah, and I also think it's going to be interesting when we start getting some checks just in terms of market sentiment, and whether or not the market has been a little bit too optimistic when it comes to the payoff and what we could see ultimately from some of his policies surrounding tax cuts, if they're a little bit too optimistic about tariffs too, and kind of how that further gets digests here on Wall Street.
And what do the companies actually say about these policies, right? We're in the middle of earnings season. We haven't heard from about 80% of the S&P 500 executives at this point. What do they say about tariffs? What do retail CEOs say in a couple weeks about tariffs? What do all of these big tech CEOs say next week about this AI investment? You're going to start to learn a lot more about how companies are actually preparing for this and how it feeds into their guidance for the year and how they think it's going to impact profits. I think we're still in our speculative period right now, and we're going to go into getting a little bit more actual data to work with and actual commentary to work with, I think, in the weeks to come.
It'll be really interesting more long-term throughout the year, too, whether or not the market cares as much about the tariff policy once we get clarity on the Fed's path forward and what that neutral rate looks like, then what happens to Trump's ability to control the market if the neutral rate is higher than folks are anticipating right now and what investors are hoping for.
And at some point, when does the deportation story come more into focus, right? We're all talking about tariffs right now, but that also has serious implications for the overall economy and the Fed as well. And I think at some point, you're going to start to see it shift between which policies we're talking about the most.
Yeah, we're seeing more and more economists focus on that part of the story as well. All right, Josh, thanks so much. Well, coming up, we're taking a look at the latest news moving chipmaker stocks, including expectations that President Trump wants to cap chip exports to China. We'll be right back.
Oh, yeah. You're not going to forget to cancel those free trials this time. Right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh, yeah. You're not going to forget to cancel those free trials this time. Right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh, yeah. You're not going to forget to cancel those free trials this time. Right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Now time for some of today's trending tickers. You can scan the QR code below to track the best and the worst performing stocks of this session. All done on Yahoo Finance's trending tickers page. First up, let's take a look at shares of NVIDIA partner and memory chip maker SK Hynix. It's sliding after reporting record quarterly profit of $5.6 billion. Now, SK Hynix leadership warning of potential slowdown in chip demand for smartphones and PCs. But it did say, though, that it expects to see continued demand for its HBM, high bandwidth memory chips, which are used to train AI models. Despite some of that optimistic language surrounding the HBM business, you are looking at losses here of just about 2.5%. But remember, though, this is a stock that has seen a significant run, at least when you take a look at that 1 month chart here of SK Hynix. So a bit of a give back here this morning. I don't think too much to read into. When you try to extrapolate maybe what this signals about the overall AI demand and what we are seeing play out within the market, you see that 1 month chart there up nearly 30%. It still very much points to a bullish background and bullish sentiment surrounding the AI picture and what exactly that is going to look like here. The company reporting a 20 times jump here in operating profit, 75% rise in revenue, driven by that strong demand for that high bandwidth memory chip. So again, when you take a look at that, coupling that with some of the spend expectations that we're hearing from the hyperscalers and what we're hearing from so many of these larger tech giants, I don't think it so much really changes the narrative surrounding.
Alright guys, crude oil तो वहीं का वहीं रुका हुआ है. नेचुरल गैस पे निकलना चाहो तो निकल जाओ, बाकी अब इन्वेंट्री आने वाली है. थोड़ा सा रह गया टारगेट. नीड टू सी इन्वेंट्री किस तरह से प्ले आउट होती है. फिलहाल इन्वेंट्री देखोगे 9 बजे. फोरकास्ट लास्ट टाइम -258 बुलियन था, इस बार -270 बुलियन है, मतलब लास्ट वीक से भी कम ये लोग एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं. तो अगर फोरकास्ट -270 बुलियन से नीचे ही आता है, फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग ही डेटा आता है, सो इट इज़ पॉजिटिव फॉर नेचुरल गैस प्राइस. तो फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग तो डेटा ये बता रहा है कि अगर फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग डेटा आता है तो इट इज़ पॉजिटिव, प्राइस को ऊपर जाना चाहिए. बाकी अगर फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग डेटा नहीं आया तो प्राइस और ऊपर जा सकता है. लाइक फोरकास्ट -270 बुलियन है, मान लो -270 बुलियन से प्राइस क्या आ गया, ज़्यादा आ गया, -260, -250, -100, कुछ भी इस तरह से आ जाता है. तो जितना फोरकास्ट किया है अगर उसके अगेंस्ट आ गया तो फिर अगेंस्ट भी मोमेंटम हो सकता है. तो लेट्स सी एग्जैक्टली क्या आता है. बाकी देखो ऊपर अगर यहाँ रेजिस्टेंस पे आ जाए तो बेटर है, यहाँ से एक सेलिंग का प्लान करेंगे और फिर प्राइस नीचे तक, यहाँ तक एक टारगेट रखेंगे. नीचे सपोर्ट मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो अब होल्ड नहीं होना चाहिए. तो थोड़ा ऊपर लेवल से यहाँ से कहीं थोड़ा कंसोलिडेशन हो, फिर गिर जाए या फिर डायरेक्टली गिर जाए. बाकी बायर्स निकलना चाहो तो एग्जिट कर सकते हो. ठीक है. सिल्वर एंड गोल्ड न्यूज़ है नहीं, कोई न्यूज़ तो नहीं है, बट ये प्रेसिडेंट ट्रम्प की स्पीच है, उसका थोड़ा बहुत इम्पैक्ट पड़ सकता है. ही इज़ स्पीकिंग इन दावोस. दावोस में जो इकोनॉमिक फोरम चल रहा है वहाँ पर बोलेंगे. फिर क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री है 930, उस पर ही फोकस रखेंगे. बाकी क्रूड ऑयल ने बिल्कुल ही यहाँ पर ना ऐसा मार्केट में मोमेंटम कराया है, ऐसा फंसाया है. नीचे से बाइंग करके अभी ये बैठा हुआ है, तो उसका फाइनल टारगेट यही है. इन्वेंट्री आ जाएगी तब तक, अगर आ जाता है तो वेल एंड गुड, फिर इन्वेंट्री पे फोकस रखेंगे. के 2 मिनट लेफ्ट. लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, 70 पीपल आर वाचिंग. जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को फटाफट से लाइक कर दो. 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट है, कम ऑन. ओके 1 मिनट रह गया इन्वेंट्री आने पे 1 मिनट लेफ्ट थर्टी सेकेंड्स ओके इन्वेंट्री 10 सेकेंड्स में इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव आई है फॉर प्राइस कैंडल को देख के लग ही रहा है ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी है लुक एट दिस -270 बिलियन फोरकास्ट था आया है -223 जितना फोरकास्ट किया था उससे कम आ गया है -270 बिलियन -223 बिलियन आया है तो ज़्यादा है ठीक है आगे माइनस का साइन है ध्यान रखना कंफ्यूज मत करना कि ये 223 आया है ये तो कम है प्राइस को ऊपर जाना चाहिए ऐसा नहीं है आगे साइन माइनस का है तो -270 और -223 तो जितना फोरकास्ट किया था डेटा उससे ज़्यादा आ चुका है एंड इट इज़ नेगेटिव फॉर नेचुरल गैस प्राइस ओपन होते ही सेलिंग आ गई है -223 बिलियन यहाँ पर रेड कलर का साइन देख रहे होगे फोरकास्ट से डेटा कम आया है तो इट इज़ सॉरी फोरकास्ट से डेटा ज़्यादा आया है तो इट इज़ नेगेटिव फॉर नेचुरल गैस प्राइस इन्वेंट्री इज़ नेगेटिव फॉर नेचुरल गैस अब सीधा 9:30 पर है क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री नीड टू सी क्या ये अब यहाँ से ब्रेक करता है या फिर ऊपर एक बार ट्राई करने जाता है वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट ठीक है दोनों ऑप्शन है मार्केट के पास या तो ब्रेक करके नीचे आए यहाँ पर एक ही चीज़ फेवर में जाती है बायर्स के मार्केट ने हायर हाई बना दिया है इन्वेंट्री से जस्ट पहले तो मैंने अभी थोड़ी देर पहले भी आप लोगों को बताया था अगर हायर हाई नहीं बनता है तो चांसेस हैं कि ब्रेकडाउन ईजिली हो जाएगा बट मार्केट ने यहाँ पर एक हायर हाई बना दिया है तो अब देखना पड़ेगा थोड़े बहुत यहाँ पर बायर बचे होंगे अभी भी इतने आसानी से निकलेंगे नहीं अगर यहाँ से सडन बाइंग नहीं आती है तो फिर तब चांसेस बढ़ेंगे हायर हाई बना है तो इसलिए थोड़े बहुत बायर यहाँ पर अभी भी रुके होंगे इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव ही थी तो मार्केट डाउन आया है देखते हैं अब अगर ऊपर जाए तो यहाँ एक सेलिंग नीचे आता है तो फिर यहाँ पर एक बाइंग बनेगी नहीं तो नेक्स्ट बाकी यस ये सपोर्ट थोड़ा बहुत अभी भी स्ट्रांग है बिकॉज देर इज़ अ हायर हाई फॉर्मेशन इन 15 मिनट इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव जरूर आई बट प्राइस स्टिल होल्डिंग लुक एट this higher high formation in natural gas hold the support अब क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री 9:30 पे उसी का वेट करेंगे बाकी क्रूड ऑयल की 3 इन्वेंट्री आती है ध्यान रखना क्रूड ऑयल की ईआई की और गैसोलीन की तीनों इन्वेंट्री को देखना होता है होल्ड कर गया प्राइस.
Elon Musk and OpenAI CEO Sam Altman.
ट्रेलिंग एसएल बच गया थोड़े से. हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके चलना गाइस, ठीक है. नेचुरल गैस में जो बाइंग में थे, अगर अभी भी रुके, अगर नहीं निकल रहे थे लास्ट कैंडल पे. ट्रेलिंग एसएल गया नहीं है. इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव ही है, ध्यान रखना, बट प्राइस होल्ड कर गया बिकॉज ऑफ दिस हायर हाई फॉर्मेशन ओवर हियर. अब देखते हैं अगर चला जाए यहाँ तक और यहाँ से सेलिंग आए तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग अब बेटर रहेगा. वाओ, 360 डिग्री रिटर्न. थर्टी पे देखते हैं. नेचुरल गैस इन्वेंट्री 70 लाइक्स भी हो चुके हैं, 30 लाइक्स और रह गए. 60 पे पर आप वॉचिंग. सभी लोग लाइक कर देंगे तो अभी हो जाएंगे लाइक 30 लाइक्स ही रह गए. कम ऑन, लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस सभी लोग बाकी.
Yesterday, adding to some of that risk-on excitement, will it last?
In the long run, yes, we think it will, right? The challenge here is artificial intelligence is really still in its early stages of its investment boom, and this includes, in addition to just building the architecture itself, building out the energy needs and the energy supply needs to support this over the long run. So we think that this has a long road ahead of it. We may be a little ahead of ourselves in price. A lot depends upon what are the investments moving ahead, but we think there's room to run.
And what does that room to run then look like in terms of investor positioning? Where do you see the most opportunity for investors in specific names?
We don't really talk specific names, but obviously those that in the chip sector, right, have been early winners. We've seen some of the big technology names have significant investments. The next stage is really those income investments when it comes to the utility companies, because we really need that energy to start building out the data centers. And even though it's been a challenging couple of years here for real estate, right, data centers really are very important in this process, and there's more to come there. But then lastly, it will have to be the last mile, right? Ultimately, there are companies outside the tech industry.
इन्वेंट्री इम्पैक्ट मिसिंग हो तो गया. इन्वेंट्री का इम्पैक्ट, इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव आई थी क्रूड ऑयल, सॉरी नेचुरल गैस के लिए. कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी, सेलिंग आ गई वापस. नीचे सपोर्ट था, वहां से वापस बाइंग आ गई बिकॉज ऑफ दिस हायर हाई फॉर्मेशन. कुछ बायर रह गए होंगे, उनके एंट्री हो गई होगी वहां पे. क्रूड की इन्वेंट्री अभी नहीं है. क्रूड की इन्वेंट्री 9:30 लिखा हुआ है, देखो यहाँ पे 9 PM IST ओनली. नेचुरल गैस इन्वेंट्री 9:30 पर है क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री. तो क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री आने में अभी टाइम है, ठीक है. क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री अभी आई नहीं है.
Significant by all estimations relative to our current electricity usage in this country.
Rob, what do you think of earnings season so far? Obviously, we heard very, very strong results from a lot of the big banks. We're getting a look now at more of the consumer-facing companies, looking ahead to next week. When it comes to big tech earnings, how big of a test is this going to be for the markets? And are you confident that we're going to clear this higher bar?
Well, certainly the early results are very good, right? We had double-digit expectations coming into this quarter for the fourth quarter results, up 11.6%, I believe, were the pre-release expectations. We're up about 12.5%, 12.6% on earnings right now with everything we've heard, and that's on some very strong results from the financial sector. Early technology results look good, and that could continue to benefit, and we'll have to see this broaden out. Certainly, as we look at some of the airlines, for example, that's been a bit more mixed. but it really looks like this could be a pretty solid earnings season. The key for us will really be, what picture do we get painted for the full year of 2025? Expectations are pretty robust right now for 2025 in total, about 13% year-over-year growth at this point, with S&P 500 expected earnings about 272, if I recall properly. That maybe is a little rich, but here this will be the key, right? What is the news we get from companies about their expectations for the full year? Can the consumer continue to spend at these levels, which, based on the initial jobless claims we saw today, certainly looks like the consumer remains quite healthy, and this could be a decent year for earnings overall.
You know, Rob, I'm curious just from a strategy and strategist perspective here, when it comes to earnings and more of that fundamental picture versus some of the rhetoric and what we're seeing policy-wise coming out of DC, how do you square those two, just in terms of the driving factor, or what is going to have the most influence here over the markets in the months to come?
Yeah, in the near-term months, we think it's earnings, although I think there's a very big question as to what happens when it comes to inflation and trade policy. But right now it's earnings. That remains a very, very solid component here. Over the last couple of years, we've had very strong returns for the equity markets. About half of that has been based on earnings multiple expansion. Going forward, it's going to be earnings that have to be that driver. And then the risk factor, or the opportunity factor, remains what happens with government policy. How does that further enhance the earnings outlook here, or does it start to change the opportunity set and cause some caution in the markets, which will really, it seems like, happen at the price multiple level rather than the earnings growth level.
All right, Rob, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Coming up, as earnings season kicks in a full gear, we are looking at how investors can use options to maximize returns. That's next, right here on Catalysts.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Alaska Airlines, Verizon, and American Express all reporting earnings before the end of the week. And next week, some of the first big tech names are set to report, including Apple, Microsoft, and Tesla. Our next guest has recommendations for how investors could be using options during earnings season. Sean McLaughlin, All-Star Chart's chief options strategist, joins us now for an options segment sponsored by Tasty Trade. Sean, great to have you here. Just level set with me. How great does your investor hygiene have to be in order to engage in options trading during earnings season?
Well, that's an interesting way of putting it. Investor hygiene. I like that. The great thing about options trading and using options for perhaps longer term investments is that you can clearly define your risks in a way that a stock trader cannot. And at earnings season, this is incredibly important because think about this. You're long a stock heading into earnings. You're bullish. You think that the stock is going to pop, and maybe you have a stop loss order working that will take you out if the stock trades down to your price, and it could get you out. Well, what happens if the earnings event happens and the next morning the stock gaps 20% lower, far below your stop loss order? The stock trader is going to get hurt dramatically in that situation because they have no out. They have to get out at the opening price the next day, which is whatever that price is, and it could be way below their stop. Meanwhile, the options trader who played that same trade, maybe just purchasing long calls, their risk is defined. They can't lose any more than what they paid for the premium of those call options. And so they're going to be in a much better position and a position of strength to ride out any volatility. Now, if they get it right, both the stock trader and the options trader are winning, but the options trader is getting better returns relative to the amount of risk they took. So for me, options is the way to play earnings.
You know, Sean, when it comes to some of the strategy behind options trading, when it comes to earnings season, is there a different strategy that should be employed, just given the fact that we are likely to see a more volatile ride for some of these stocks?
Well, there's a lot of people that like to trade earnings in a way where they put on trades right in front of the event, maybe the night, the close, right at the close before the afternoon announcement, and they will sell premium. And what they'll do is they'll sell what's called a delta neutral spread, right? They'll sell some out of the money calls, they'll sell some out of the money puts, and all they're really betting on is the collapse of the options premiums coming out of the event. Because after the event happens, assuming there's no drastic move in the stock, then the fear that priced extra premium in those options will come out, and then the seller of those options can buy them back the next day, presumably at a cheaper price. There's a lot of people that trade earnings events that way. I do not. The way I look at earnings events is I use them as a catalyst for whatever thesis I have on the underlying. So, for example, we're currently long NVIDIA. We got long NVIDIA a couple of weeks ago. We're in an option spread in that. And we bought NVIDIA not because of earnings, but because we like the setup. But we saw that earnings are on the horizon coming up. And I'm using earnings as the catalyst that could continue pushing the stock higher, because the way I learned it is surprises, if you want to call them earnings surprises, they tend to happen, they tend to unfold in the direction of the underlying trend. And NVIDIA has been nothing but up, more or less, for the past year. And so odds are, if there's an earnings surprise, it's likely to be higher. And I'm positioned for that, and I'll win if we go higher. But the important part is if NVIDIA goes the other direction, I have a defined risk trade on it. I already know the most I can lose, and I'm comfortable with that. I've sized my position in a way that if I lose 100% of the premium, my portfolio is only going to lose about 1%. No big deal. I could come back from that.
You got the hedging baked in, Sean. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
We're going to have all your markets action ahead, so stay tuned for more. You're watching Catalysts.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time. From Yahoo Mail.
It's time for Yahoo Finance's Market Minute. Stocks are mixed as investors anticipate President Donald Trump's address in Davos. In individual moves, Warner Brothers Discovery shares slightly higher after CNN announced it's cutting 6% of its workforce. The company plans to pivot to streaming and digital audiences amid declining ratings in its linear network unit. WBD will invest $70 million into the revamp, creating a new streaming product and refreshing CNN's website. Plus, shares of EA sinking today after the video game maker slashed its annual forecast, sparking investor fears around sales of its popular soccer game FC 25. And GE Aerospace jumping after the company reported revenue well above expectations thanks to an influx of orders at the end of the year. The company also announced a $7 billion stock buyback program. And that's your Yahoo Finance Market Minute. For more on what's trending on Yahoo Finance, scan the QR code below to track the best and worst performing stocks of the session. More Catalyst starts now.
In just a few minutes, President Trump is expected to address the World Economic Forum via video link from Washington, D.C. Jennifer Schomburger joins us now live from Davos. And Jennifer, we're already getting some pictures in from Sazi, who I believe is in the room here. Certainly looks like a packed house that's there waiting for the comments from President Trump. But what's the mood like there on the ground?
Yeah, Shauna, I was just in the Congress Hall about 25 minutes ago, and people were lining up to sit down in the hall to hear what the president has to say. I saw Brian Moynihan, who's going to be one of the executives, taking questions from the president and chatting with the president after his remarks, also making his way through the crowd. I think there's an acceptance here that Donald Trump is president, and the major line of dialogue is, what are the tariffs going to look like, and how are they going to affect me? In addition to that, I think AI has been the real buzz here, but really the elephant in the room in every single conversation, whether it's been climate to AI to tariffs, has been Donald Trump. And the onlookers at this conference are very keen on what the president is going to say.
Yeah, Jennifer, there's certainly been a lot of conversation about those tariffs coming from Davos. We heard Jamie Dimon basically saying it's no big deal. It's a national security risk. Get over it. What else have you heard from sources on the ground just about the optimism surrounding Trump's tariff policies, especially after it wasn't specifically mentioned in that inaugural address?
I think there's been a very conciliatory tone here. You know, folks really want to work with the president on this. The EU has said that. China has said that. China has said tariffs are not the way, but we do want to invest in the U.S. and we do want to work with the new administration. The general director of the World Trade Organization told policymakers this morning from countries ranging from Brazil to China, guys, maybe we should, quote, chill for a second here. Let's actually see if this is a negotiating tool and what we actually see take place. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, governor of Arkansas, was just on stage a bit ago saying Trump is the ultimate negotiator. And she also believes this is going to be a tool for negotiations. And let's see where this leaves the U.S.
All right, Jennifer, thank you so much. Appreciate that. And that is, of course, something that makes sense given Sanders being part of the former Trump administration under Trump 1.0. But coming up, we will bring you full coverage of Trump's special address in Davos, followed by expert analysis from that event. So stay tuned right here on Yahoo Finance for more.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Welcome to Yahoo Finance. I'm Brad Smith. Alongside Madison Mills, we are awaiting remarks from President Donald Trump, who will virtually address business and political leaders at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
And after that speech, the president will answer questions from a number of business leaders, including Blackstone CEO Steve Schwarzman, Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan, and the CEO of Santander, and the chairman and CEO of Total Energies. Some of the top things we are watching, of course, energy and tariffs are going to be key to this conversation here. Looking for clarity still from the markets on what those tariff policies are actually going to look like moving forward here, Brad. I think that's something that we can expect to hear some questions on. Obviously interested in hearing what these CEOs have to ask. Doubtful that they'll necessarily be pressing the president as much as perhaps a journalist.
Okay, crude oil की इन्वेंट्री आ चुकी है गाइस. सिर्फ क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री देखोगे, तीन इन्वेंट्री हैं, तीन में से एक क्रूड ऑयल की जो इन्वेंट्री है दैट इज तीनों ही न्यूट्रल आई हैं. वाह. टाइम चेंज 9:30 से 10:30 कर दिया इन लोगों ने. क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री अब आएगी 10:30 पर. चेंज क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री का टाइम चेंज हो चुका है. 9:30 था, अब 10:30 कर दिया. नहीं आने वाली इन्वेंट्री आधे घंटे बाद. प्रेसिडेंट ट्रम्प की स्पीच है, उसको देख सकते हो. नेचुरल गैस इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव थी, इम्पैक्ट हुआ. अभी भी सपोर्ट होल्ड करके बैठा हुआ है प्राइस. बाकी क्रूड ऑयल का तो क्या ही कहें, बिल्कुल दोनों साइड मूव कर करके बैठ चुका है. इस एफईजी को आप रिमूव कर सकते हो, काफ़ी देर से बना हुआ है. अब किसी काम का नहीं है. हर बार ब्रेकआउट ब्रेकडाउन एक दो बार काम कर सकता है. कोई नया और लेवल भी नहीं बन रहा है. द ओनली लेवल नाउ, ऊपर एक रेजिस्टेंस है, नीचे सपोर्ट है. इन्वेंट्री शिफ्ट 10:30 पर है. भाई क्रूड ऑलमोस्ट एफईजी को कंसीडर मत करना, लेट इट गो. तो चाहिए अब नीचे प्राइस को नेचुरल गैस के।
Restrictions, crippling regulations, and hidden taxes like never before. The result is the worst inflation crisis in modern history and sky-high interest rates for our citizens and even throughout the world. Food prices and the price of almost every other thing known to mankind went through the roof. President Biden totally lost control of what was going on in our country, but in particular with our high inflation economy and at our border. Because of these ruinous policies, total government spending this year is $1.5 trillion higher than was projected to occur when I left office just 4 years ago. Likewise, the cost of servicing the debt is more than 230% higher than was projected in 2020. The inflation rate we are inheriting remains 50% higher than the historic target. It was the highest inflation probably in the history of our country. That's why from the moment I took office, I've taken rapid action to reverse each and every one of these radical left policies that created this calamity, in particular with immigration, crime, and inflation. On day one, I signed an executive order directing every member of my cabinet to marshal all powers at their disposal to defeat inflation and reduce the cost of daily life. I imposed a federal hiring freeze, a federal regulation freeze, a foreign aid freeze, and I created the new Department of Government Efficiency. I terminated the ridiculous and incredibly wasteful Green New Deal. I call it the Green New Scam. Withdrew from the one-sided Paris Climate Accord and ended the insane and costly electric vehicle mandate. We're going to let people buy the car they want to buy. I declared a national energy emergency, and it's so important, national energy emergency to unlock the liquid gold under our feet and pave the way for rapid approvals of new energy infrastructure. The United States has the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth.
ऊपर से नेचुरल गैस सेल किया हुआ है ना, तो नीचे तक का टारगेट रख सकते हो, ठीक है। फिर से पुल बैक देगा तो फिर से सेलिंग का प्लान करेंगे। बाकी ये सपोर्ट तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग अब ब्रेक हो जाएगा शायद। नीचे आता है तो फिर यहाँ एक बाइंग का प्लान रखना 333 334 के अराउंड।
Efforts of my last term. In total, the Biden administration imposed 50,000.
लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, 75 लाइक्स नहीं 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट है। 25 लाइक्स और रह गए, फटाफट से कर दो सभी लोग। Only 25 likes.
Promise to eliminate 10 old regulations for every new regulation, which will soon put many thousands of dollars back in the pockets of American families. To further unleash our economy, our majorities in the House and Senate, which we also took along with the presidency, are going to pass the largest tax cut in American history, including massive tax cuts for workers and family, and big tax cuts for domestic producers and manufacturers. And we're working with the Democrats on getting an extension of the original Trump tax cuts, as you probably know, by just reading any paper. My message to every business in the world is very simple. Come make your product in America, and we will give you among the lowest taxes of any nation on earth. We're bringing them down very substantially, even from the original Trump tax cuts. But if you don't make your product in America, which is your prerogative, then very simply you will have to pay a tariff, differing amounts, but a tariff which will direct hundreds of billions of dollars and even trillions of dollars into our treasury to strengthen our economy and pay down debt. Under the Trump administration, there will be no better place on earth to create jobs, build factories, or grow a company than right here in the good old USA. Already Americans' economic, you can see this, I think, maybe even in your wonderful, wonderful room that you're all gathered together, so many of my friends, but Americans, the economic confidence is soaring like we haven't seen in many, many decades, maybe not at all. Upon my election, it was just announced that small business optimism skyrocketed by 41 points in a single month. That's the highest ever. There's never been anything like that. SoftBank has announced between a $100 and $200 billion investment in the U.S. economy because of the election result. And just 2 days ago, Oracle, SoftBank, and OpenAI announced a $500 billion investment in AI infrastructure. Other companies likewise have announced billions and billions and billions, adding up to trillions of investment in America, in the United States. And it's also reported today in the papers that Saudi Arabia will be investing at least $600 billion in America. But I'll be asking the Crown Prince, who's a fantastic guy, to round it out to around $1 trillion. I think they'll do that because we've been very good to them. And I'm also going to ask Saudi Arabia and OPEC to bring down the cost of oil. You got to bring it down, which, frankly, I'm surprised they didn't do before the election. That didn't show a lot of love by them not doing it. I was a little surprised by that. If the price came down, the Russia-Ukraine war would end immediately. Right now, the price is high enough that that war will continue. You got to bring down the oil price. You got to end that war. They should have done it long ago. They're very responsible, actually, to a certain extent, for what's taking place. Millions of lives are being lost. With oil prices going down, I'll demand that interest rates drop immediately, and likewise, they should be dropping all over the world. Interest rates should follow us. All over, the progress that you're seeing is happening because of our historic victory in a recent presidential election, one that has become quite well known throughout the world. I think a lot of things are happening to a lot of countries. They say that there's light shining all over the world since the election, and even countries that we aren't particularly friendly with are happy because they understand what there is a future and how great the future will be under our leadership. America is back and open for business. And this week, I'm also taking swift action to stop the invasion at our southern border. They allowed people to come in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. It was ridiculous. I decided and declared to do, and very, very importantly, a national emergency on our border, immediately halted all entry of illegal border crossers, of which there were many, and began promptly returning the illegal trespassers back to the place from which they came. That action, as you've probably seen, has already started very strongly. I've deployed active duty U.S. military and National Guard troops to the border to assist in repelling the invasion. It was really an invasion. We will not allow our territory to be violated. After 4 long years, the United States is strong and sovereign and a beautiful nation. Once again, it's a strong, sovereign nation. In addition, I'm pleased to report that America is also a free nation once again. On day one, I signed an executive order to stop all government censorship. No longer will our government label the speech of our own citizens as misinformation or disinformation, which are the favorite words of censors and those who wish to stop the free exchange of ideas and, frankly, progress. We have saved free speech in America, and we've saved it strongly. With another historic executive order this week, I also ended the weaponization of law enforcement against the American people and, frankly, against politicians, and restored the fair, equal, and impartial rule of law. My administration has taken action to abolish all discriminatory diversity, equity, and inclusion nonsense. And these are policies that were absolute nonsense throughout the government and the private sector. With the recent yet somewhat unexpected great Supreme Court decision just made, America will once again become a merit-based country. You have to hear that word, merit-based country. And I've made it official, an official policy of the United States, that there are only 2 genders, male and female. And we will have no men participating in women's sports, and transgender operations, which became the rage, will occur very rarely. Finally, as we restore common sense in America, we're moving quickly to bring back strength and peace and stability abroad. I'm also going to ask all NATO nations to increase defense spending to 5% of GDP, which is what it should have been years ago. It was only at 2%, and most nations didn't pay until I came along. I insisted that they pay, and they did, because the United States was really paying the difference at that time, and it was unfair to the United States. But many, many things have been unfair for many years to the United States. Before even taking office, my team negotiated a ceasefire agreement in the Middle East, which wouldn't have happened without us, as I think most of the people in the room know. Earlier this week, the hostages began to return to their families. They are returning, and it's a beautiful sight, and they'll be coming in more and more. They started coming back on Sunday.
क्रूड ऑयल का ध्यान रखना गाइस, सपोर्ट पे पहुंच गया वापस. थोड़ी सी वॉलेटिलिटी हो रही है बिकॉज यूएस प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप की स्पीच चल रही है, ठीक है, तो मार्केट थोड़ा वॉलेटाइल हो सकता है. बाकी इन्वेंट्री भी अब क्रूड ऑयल की 1030 पर है, तो थोड़ा सा उसका भी ध्यान रखना. बाकी नेचुरल गैस नीचे आएगा तो एक बाइंग का प्लान करेंगे. ऊपर वापस मिलता है यहाँ कहीं तो वापस सेल कर सकते हैं. यहाँ पर वापस बाय मत करना, ऑलरेडी हम कर चुके थे एक बार. नाउ लेट्स सी ये सपोर्ट होल्ड करता है नहीं स्पीच में.
World War II. It's time to end it. And here in America, we have big events coming up. Next year, we have the 250th anniversary of America's founding. I'm so honored to be president during that. That's been a big event. They've been talking about it for 10 years. We also have the World Cup. And I understand Gianni's in the room. Infantino, he was very instrumental in helping us get it. He's there with you someplace, I think. And I want to thank him for that. And then we have the Olympics coming up, which I was instrumental in getting also in my first term. And who would have known that by skipping a term, I would get the Olympics? I was upset. I said, you know, I got the Olympics to come and I won't be president. But it turned out through a stroke of luck, or whatever you might call it, that I'm going to be president during the World Cup and the Olympics. and the 250th anniversary. So that's going to be 3 big events. And we've accomplished more in less than 4 days. We have really been working 4 days than other administrations have accomplished in 4 years. And we're just getting started. It's really an amazing thing to see. And the spirit and the light over our country has been incredible. Under the last administration, our nation has suffered greatly. But we're going to bring it back and make it greater, bigger, stronger, better than ever before. I want to thank everybody for being with you. I would have been there myself, except the inauguration was 2 days ago. I thought it might be a little bit quick to make it the first stop. But we'll get there one day. We hope to get there. But I do appreciate, I heard the audience is fantastic, and many of my friends are in the audience. And I will be taking questions now from some very distinguished people. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for that very powerful speech. And I think you could hear the applause all the way from Davos to the White House. But next year it will be even better, because then you can get the applause here in Davos. So we wish you welcome to our village next year. We hope to see you.
Thank you very much.
So we also know, Mr. President, that you open up for interaction here. We have a great panel with some of the most distinguished business people in the world. Let me start with someone that you know really well, that I think is almost a neighbor of you in Florida. Mr. Steve Schwarzman, Chairman, CEO, and co-founder of Blackstone Group. So, Steve, floor is yours.
Well, Mr. President, I'm sure the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia will be really glad you gave this speech today. You've had the busiest 4 days that anybody can imagine, and congratulations for that. My question is about some of the things I've observed here at Davos. It's a terrific forum. I've met lots of people, as usual. I think I've been here 30 years. And a lot of the European business people have expressed enormous frustration with the regulatory regime in the EU. And they attribute slower growth rates here because of numerous factors, but especially because of regulations. And you've taken a completely different approach in this area. And if you could explain the theory of what you're doing, how you're going to do it, and what you expect the outcome to be, I'd appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much. And congratulations, Steve. You're a friend of mine, but on a great career. You have had an amazing career, and it continues. I just want to congratulate you. Very inspirational to a lot of people. I want to talk about the EU, because you mentioned specifically that I've also had a lot of friends and leaders of countries. I've gotten to know them all my first term and a little bit during this period of 4 years, and know them well, like them a lot, but they're very frustrated because of the time everything seems to take to get approved, environmental impact statements for things that you shouldn't even have to do that, and many, many other ways that it takes. And I'm going to give you a quick little example. In the private life, my beautiful private life, before I had all these things happening, the world is a little different. I had a nice, simple life. You knew that. But when I had that simple life, I did projects. And I had a big project in Ireland. And it had to get approval on something that would have made it even better. And I got the approval from Ireland in a period of a week. And it was a very, very, very efficient, good approval. And they informed me, though, the problem is you're going to have to get it from the EU, and we think that'll take 5 to 6 years. And I said, you have to be kidding. And this was before politics. And I said, wait a minute, it's not that important. I don't want to go 5 or 6 years, but it would have been a big investment. It would have been nice, and it would have been good for the project. And I sent the people to the EU to see if they could speed it up, and basically it was a 5 or 6 year wait just to get a simple approval that Ireland gave me in a period of literally not much more than a week. And I realized right then, that was the first time I really was involved with the EU, but I realized right then that's a problem, and I didn't even bother applying to do it. Or if I did, I pulled it very quickly. I have to be very accurate because I don't want to be criticized. He did apply, actually. No, I want to be very accurate. So I don't think I did, but if I did, I pulled it very quickly. It was just something you couldn't wait 5 years or 6 years to get an approval. So a lot of, in a very big business sense, a lot of people are claiming that's the problem. From the standpoint of America, the EU treats us very, very unfairly, very badly. They have a large tax that we know about, and a VAT tax, and it's a very substantial one. They don't take essentially don't take our farm products, and they don't take our cars, yet they send cars to us by the millions. They put tariffs on things that we want to do. Like, for instance, I think they actually, in terms of, these are non-economic or non-monetary tariffs, and those are very bad, and they make it very difficult to bring products into Europe, and yet they expect to be selling, and they do sell their products in the United States. So we have, hundreds of billions of dollars of deficits with the EU, and nobody's happy with it, and we're going to do something about it, but nobody's happy with it. So I think the EU has to speed up their process. Friends of mine that are in some of the nations within the EU, great people, they want to be able to compete better, and you can't compete when you can't go through the approval process fast. There's no reason why it can't go faster. So, I'm trying to be constructive because I love Europe. I love the countries of Europe, but the process is a very cumbersome one, and they do treat the United States of America very, very unfairly with the VAT taxes and all of the other taxes they impose. One other, just to finish up, I got a call from the head of a major airline, one of the biggest airlines in the world, and he said, "Sir, could you help us? What? Landing in Europe is brutal. They charge us fees for everything, and it's so unfair." I said, "How does it compare to China?"
Okay guys, crude oil अपने सपोर्ट पर है। देखो फिलहाल स्पीच चल रही है, थोड़ी वॉलेटिलिटी बढ़ सकती है। क्वांटिटी कम रखना, टारगेट बढ़ा दिया है, ठीक है। क्वांटिटी कम रखना, टारगेट बढ़ा दिया, तो लेट्स सी हाफ हाफ टारगेट करके रखते। बाकी देखो स्पीच में कुछ और बोल दिया। स्पीच में एक मेजर चीज़ उन्होंने बोली है कि ओपेक प्लस और ओपेक से कि क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस को डाउन करो, ठीक है। तो क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस को डाउन करो मतलब डाउन ही जाना चाहिए। अगर डाउन नहीं करते हैं तो फिर टैरिफ लग सकते हैं उन कंट्रीज़ पे, देयर आर लॉट्स ऑफ थिंग्स, एंड मेनली सऊदी अरेबिया सबसे बड़ा प्रोड्यूसर है गल्फ कंट्रीज़ में। तो अगर वो अगर क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस को डाउन करता है तो डेफिनेटली फिर प्राइस और गिर सकता है, ठीक है। तो उसका इम्पैक्ट देखने के लिए मिला है। लास्ट दो कैंडल्स कंटिन्यूसली यहाँ पर जब स्पीच स्टार्ट हुई वहाँ से ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बना के काफ़ी अच्छा गिर गया। सपोर्ट है तो क्वांटिटी कम होल्ड किया तो टारगेट बड़ा रख लेंगे, नहीं तो ऐसे गया तो लॉस थोड़ा छोटा ही कम होना चाहिए। तो थोड़ा सा भी स्पीच चल रही है तो उसका इम्पैक्ट है और कंटिन्यू हो सकता है, सपोर्ट होल्ड ना हो पाए। ओके, तो ध्यान रखना थोड़ा सा क्रूड में।
In this panel, TotalEnergies is indeed the fourth largest oil and gas and electricity company in the world. I will not ask you a question about the oil price. It's quite clear what you expect from us. I will go to gas more. And our company is the largest number one exporter LNG from the US company. We are a strong contributor to, and we invest in a mammoth LNG projects in Texas, $20 billion. It's far from 200, but it's $20 billion. And we contribute with that to security of supply to Europe as we export this LNG to Europe. Some experts fear that if there are too many projects developed in the US on LNG, this could have an inflationary impact on the US domestic gas price. And they recommend a pause on these projects. I would ask you the following question. What are your views about such a pause on investments on LNG in the US? What would happen if you would observe an increased domestic gas price because of these exports? And final question, which is important for you.
ओके देखो अब बात हो रही है नेचुरल गैस की उनकी स्पीच में तो अब नेचुरल गैस पे भी इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा तो ध्यान रखना ट्रम्प की स्पीच में अब नेचुरल गैस पे इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है स्पीच का
On the last part of your question, yes, I would. I would make sure that you get it. If we make a deal, we make a deal, you'll get it. Because a lot of people do have that problem. They make a deal and then it can't get supplied because of war-type problems and other problems. So we would absolutely do that. LNG is very interesting because when I took office for the first term, one of the first things I looked at was there were two very massive plants in Louisiana, a state that has been very good to me, won it by many, many points. And I felt strongly indebted to it, actually. And they said there are two plants that have been under environmental consideration for more than 10 years. And they were costing, as you say, you know how expensive those plants are, but they were costing like 12 billion and I think 14 or 15 billion. But they couldn't get their permits. They were in review for years, many, many years, like a decade or more. And I said, so ridiculous. I know so much about that because in the construction industry, I had to go through it too, but I got good at it after a while. But I saw the projects, and you're talking about a total investment of 25 to $30 billion, and it looked like it was going to end. They couldn't get their permits. And I got them done in less than a week. It was done, completed. In fact, when they called them to announce that it was done, the countries, largely countries, Japan was involved and another country and some very big investors, they couldn't believe it. They actually couldn't believe it. And I said, just do yourself one favor. Don't pay any consultants because the only one that got it done was me. I got it done because it was the right thing to do for the U.S. and for the world, but the consultants had nothing to do with it. You know, the consultants go in and they say, give us millions of dollars because Trump did it. Nobody called me about it. I just heard it was a problem for years. And I got it done because it was the right thing to do for the U.S. and the right thing to do for beyond. It had to do with energy, very important. So I think it's very important. I think I disagree with one. I think the more that you do, the lower the price is going to go. And what I'd like to see is rapid approvals. We're going to give very rapid approvals in the United States, like with the AI plants, talking to many people want to build them. That's going to be a very big thing. We're going to build electric generating facilities. They are going to build. I'm going to get them the approval. Under emergency declaration, I can get the approvals done myself without having to go through years of waiting. And the big problem is we need double the energy we currently have in the United States. Can you imagine? For AI to really be as big as we want to have it, because it's it'll be very competitive with China and others. So I'm going to give emergency declarations so that they can start building them almost immediately. And I think it was largely my idea because nobody thought this was possible. It wasn't that they were not smart because they're the smartest, but I told them that what I want you to do is build your electric generating plant right next to your plant as a separate building connected. And they said, wow, you're kidding. And I said, no, I'm not kidding. You don't have to hook into the grid, which is old and, could be taken out. If it's taken out, they wouldn't have any way to get any electricity. So we are going to allow them to go on a very rapid basis to build their plant, build the electric generating plant. They can fuel it with anything they want, and they may have coal as a backup, good, clean coal, If there were a problem with a pipe coming in, as an example, you're going with gas, oil or gas, and a pipe gets blown up or for some reason doesn't work, there are some companies in the U.S. that have coal sitting right by the plant so that if there's an emergency, they can go to that short-term basis and use our very clean coal. So that's something else that a lot of people didn't even know about, but nothing can destroy coal, not the weather, not a bomb, nothing. It might make it a little smaller, might make it a little different shape, but coal is very strong as a backup. It's a great backup to have that facility, and it wouldn't cost much more money. and we have more coal than anybody. We also have more oil and gas than anybody. So we're going to make it so that the plants will have their own electric generating facilities attached right to their plant. They don't have to worry about a utility. They don't have to worry about anything. And we're going to get very rapid approvals.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. We'll now go to another CEO that you know very well, Brian Moynihan, the CEO and Chair of Bank of America.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, and congratulations and obviously an eventful week for you and your family. If you remember 5 years ago, you came here and we walked among 150 CEOs from all over the world and you engaged with them about your policies and your procedures. This year you're not here, and yet this week was eventful from the orders that you mentioned earlier, literally a wave of orders coming out on immigration, on trade, and many other matters. And so as a representative of the United States here, we got a lot of questions about what does all this mean and how would the president square this with his clear focus on growth, prosperity, market growth, stock market growth, a good bond market, and bringing down prices. So how do you think about the impact of all these orders and how fast they come out and how you're going to balance them with that scorecard of being successful in both continuing GDP growth, bringing down inflation, and also having a good stock price appreciation for the American citizen?
Well, I think it's going to actually bring down inflation. It's going to bring up jobs. We're going to have a lot of jobs. We're going to have a lot of companies moving in. You know, Brian, we're at 21%. It was at 40%, and I got it down to 21%, the corporate tax. And it was actually, if you look at state and city, it was in many cases much higher than 40%. I got it down to 21%. And now we're going to bring it down from 21 to 15% if, there's a big if you make your product in the U.S. So we're going to have the lowest, just about the lowest rate. It'll be, the 21 is on the low side worldwide. The 15 is about as low as it gets. And by far the lowest of a large country, a large, you know, rich, powerful country by far, not even a contest. So we're going to bring it down to 15% if you make your product in the USA. So that's going to create a tremendous buzz. We're also probably going back to the 1 year deduction where we deduct, you know, we did that originally, and that was amazing what the impact that had, the 1 year deduction, which built up over a period of time and then it expires. But we're going to go back to that when we do the renewal of the Trump tax plan. We have to get Democrats to approve it. But, you know, if the Democrats didn't approve it, I don't know how they can survive with about a 45% tax increase, because that's what it would be. And so I think they're going to be. We've been working along with them pretty well. I think it's very hard for a political group to say, let's charge people 45% more. So I think we're in good shape, but we're actually doing a reduction for business and small businesses where you're going to bring it down to 15%, which is really something. And by the way, speaking of you, and you've done a fantastic job, but I hope you start opening your bank to conservatives, because many conservatives complain that the banks are not allowing them to do business within the bank, and that included a place called Bank of America. They don't take conservative business. And I don't know if the regulators mandated that because of Biden or what, but you and Jamie and everybody, I hope you're going to open your banks to conservatives, because what you're doing is wrong.
Mr. President, I'll say that your friend Gianni said hello, told me to tell you hello, and we look forward to sponsoring the World Cup when it comes, both this summer for the club and next year. So thank you for getting that for the United States.
Thank you very much, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll now go to Ana Butin. She's the executive chairman of Banco Santander, one of the big European banks, and also in the U.S. So, Ana.
Mr. President, congratulations on a historic victory. I believe you don't know me as well as my fellow panelists, so a few words. Santander is one of the largest banks in the world by number of customers, 170 million. That's more than my friend Brian or my friend Jamie have. And those...
They fixed the regulation.
That's coming, that's coming.
That was cheeky.
We're a big investor in the United States. We have many million customers, 12,000 employees. We're one of the largest auto lenders. And we recently launched a fully digital bank called Open Bank. We strongly believe banks have a pivotal role in the economy, and we can accelerate growth and help many more customers. That's what we're doing in the United States. So, as Brian pointed out, we very much welcome your focus on deregulation and reducing bureaucracy. So my question is, what are your priorities in this regard, and how fast is this going to happen? Thank you very much.
इस कोई भी नई पोजीशन बनाने से पहले थोड़ा सा क्वांटिटी कम रख लेना अभी जब तक स्पीच चल रही है। एक बार स्पीच कंप्लीट हो जाएगी उसके बाद फिर से ले सकते हो। राइट नाउ ट्रम्प की स्पीच चल रही है तो क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस पे इम्पैक्ट पड़ सकता है, स्पेशली क्रूड। ट्रम्प की जो स्पीच है उसमें उन्होंने ये कहा है कि क्रूड ऑयल की प्राइस को डाउन जाना चाहिए। प्राइस पे सपोर्ट है, ऐसा नहीं है सपोर्ट नहीं है, इसलिए लगा रखा है वहाँ पर बाइंग का टारगेट। अगर लोगे तो क्वांटिटी कम रखना, नहीं तो स्पीच कंप्लीट होने देना।
Impact. Money was being wasted on crazy things. I mean, the Green New Deal was such a total disgrace. How that was perpetrated, and it was conceived of by people that were average students, less than average students, I might add, and never even took a course in energy or the environment. It was just a game. Remember, the world was going to end in 12 years. Remember that? Well, the 12 years has come and gone. It was going to end. It was going to all foam into earth. But, you know, the time has come. These people, and they really scared the Democrats large. I can't say the Republicans. The Republicans maybe could have fought harder to stop it, but it's been a tremendous waste of money. You know, during my 4 years, we had the cleanest air, we had the cleanest water, and yet we had the most productive economy in the history of our country. We had the most productive economy. Until COVID came, we had the most productive in the history of our country by far. And actually, you could look worldwide. We were beating everybody from China to everybody else. So, and we think we really now, with what we have learned and all of the other things that have taken place, we think we can even far surpass that, actually far surpass it. But we do, one thing we're going to be demanding is we're going to be demanding respect from other nations. Canada, we have a tremendous deficit with Canada. We're not going to have that anymore. We can't do it. I don't know if it's good for them. As you probably know, I say you can always become a state. And if you're a state, we won't have a deficit. We won't have to tariff you, et cetera, et cetera. But Canada has been very tough to deal with over the years. And it's not fair that we should have a $200 billion or $250 billion deficit. We don't need them to make our cars, and they make a lot of them. We don't need their lumber because we have our own forests, et cetera, et cetera. We don't need their oil and gas. We have more than anybody. So, you know, just as an example, with Mexico, we're dealing with Mexico, I think, very well. And we're just, you know, we just want to be treated fairly with other nations, because there's hardly a nation in the world, and I blame this on us, and I blame it on politicians that, for some reason, probably mostly it's stupidity, but you could also say other reasons, but mostly stupidity. They've allowed other nations to take advantage of the U.S., and we can't allow that to happen anymore. You know, we have debt. It's a very small debt when you compare it to the value of the assets that we have, but we don't want to do that. We want to just have debt be obliterated, and we'll be able to do that fairly rapidly. And a lot of good things are going to happen. And honestly, good things are going to happen for the world, and good things are going to happen for the people that are dealing with us, allies and beyond allies. One thing very important, I really would like to be able to meet with President Putin soon and get that war ended. And that's not from the standpoint of economy or anything else. It's from the standpoint of millions of lives are being wasted. Beautiful young people are being shot in the battlefield. You know, the bullet, very flat land, as I said, and the bullet goes, there's no hiding. And a bullet, the only thing going to stop the bullet is a human body. And you have to see, I've seen pictures of what's taken place. It's a carnage, and we really have to stop that war. That war is horrible. And I'm not talking economy. I'm not talking economics. I'm not talking about natural resource. I'm just talking about there's so many young people being killed in this war, and that's not including the people that have been killed as the cities are being, you know, knocked down building by building. So we really should get that stopped. Likewise, in the Middle East, I think we made a lot of progress in the Middle East, and I think that's going to that's going to come along pretty well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We know that the most consequential relationship in the world is between the U.S. and China. U.S. 28% of the global economy, China close to 20%. That's almost half of the global GDP. And we know that you called President Xi Jinping last Friday. We heard that you had a good discussion. How do you see the relationship between the U.S. and China in the next 4 years under your leadership?
He called me, but I see it very good. I think that we're going to have a very good relationship. All we want is fairness. We just want a level playing field. We don't want to take advantage. We've been having massive deficits with China. Biden allowed it to get out of hand. He's $1.1 trillion deficit. It's ridiculous. And it's just an unfair relationship. And we have to make it just fair. We don't have to make it phenomenal. We have to make it a fair relationship. Right now, it's not a fair relationship. The deficit is massive, as it is with other countries, a lot of Asian countries, actually. But we have deficits that are very big, and we can't keep doing that. So we're not going to keep doing that. But I like President Xi very much. I've always liked him. We always had a very good relationship. It was very strained with COVID coming out of Wuhan. Obviously, that strained it. I'm sure it strained it with a lot of people, but that strained our relationship. But we always had a great relationship, I would say, and we look forward to doing very well with China and getting along with China. Hopefully, China can help us stop the war with, in particular, Russia, Ukraine. And they have a great deal of power over that situation. And we'll work with them. And I mentioned that during our phone conversation with President Xi. And hopefully we could work together and get that stopped. We'd like to see denuclearization. In fact, with President Putin, prior to an election result, which was frankly ridiculous, we were talking about denuclearization of our two countries, and China would have come along. China has a much smaller, right now, nuclear armament than us, or field than us, but they're going to be catching it at some point over the next 4 or 5 years. And I will tell you that President Putin really liked the idea of cutting way back on nuclear. And I think the rest of the world, we would have gotten them to follow. And China would have come along, too. China also liked it. Tremendous amounts of money are being spent on nuclear. And the destructive capability is something that we don't even want to talk about today because you don't want to hear it. It's too depressing. So we want to see if we can denuclearize, and I think that's very possible. And I can tell you that President Putin wanted to do it. He and I wanted to do it. We had a good conversation with China. They would have been involved, and that would have been an unbelievable thing for the planet.
Mr. President, when you're back here in Davos next year, will there be then a peace agreement with Ukraine and Russia by then?
Well, you're going to have to ask Russia. Ukraine is ready to make a deal. Just so you understand, this is a war that should have never started. If I were president, it would never have started. This is a war that should have never, ever been started. And it wasn't started during there was never even talk about it. I knew that it was the apple of President Putin's eye, but I also knew that there was no way he was going in, and he wasn't going to go in. And then when I was out, bad things happened, bad things were said, a lot of stupidity all around, and you end up with what you have. Now you have all these bombed out cities. They look like demolition sites with many people killed. I think the thing that you'll see about Ukraine is that far more people have died than is being reported. And I've seen that. But far, far more people have died. When you look at a city that's become a demolition site where big buildings have been collapsed by missiles hitting them and everything else, and they say one person was slightly injured. No, many people were killed. Those are big buildings. I was surprised at how that was my business. These are buildings that go 2 and 3 blocks long. They're 20 stories high. They're big, powerful buildings, and they were knocked down, and there were a lot of people in those buildings that announced that 2 people were injured. That's not true. So I think you're going to find that there were many more people killed in Ukraine in the Ukraine war than anybody has any idea. But if you look now, so many of the people being killed are soldiers just facing each other with guns, rifles, and drones, the new form of warfare, drones. And it's a very sad thing to see. And when you see pictures of the fields that I see, nobody wants to see it. You'll never be the same.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, on behalf of all the 3,000 participants here in Davos. We really underline that joining us the third day in your presidency, live taking questions here is so appreciated, and we are already ready for receiving you next year in person. So thank you very much, and all the best from Davos.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
That was President Donald Trump virtually addressing political and business leaders at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. A lot of big headlines here, but Trump's main message when it comes to tariffs, he said, come to America and get low taxes. If you stay out, that is your prerogative, but you will be paying tariffs. And he talked about the importance of that as part of his efforts to tackle the deficit here. So not necessarily getting clarity on those tariffs, but hearing him talk about it again. He also talked with Brian Moynihan, CEO of Bank of America, about lowering the corporate tax. He wants to lower it to 15% again if the product is made in the U.S. We saw a lot of market moves throughout the session here during these remarks, the market kind of moving back to the upside. And we saw oil in particular, natural gas, taking a dive after Trump talked about increased oil production. Here's what he had to say about how that could impact the Federal Reserve's path forward.
And I'm also going to ask Saudi Arabia and OPEC to bring down the cost of oil. You got to bring it down. With oil prices going down, I'll demand that interest rates drop immediately. And likewise, they should be dropping all over the world. Interest rates should follow us.
So, Brad, he talked about the importance of lowered interest rates across the globe. You can see those oil moves here hitting session lows for the day.
Yeah, one of the other things.
गाइस ट्रम्प की स्पीच हो चुकी है कंप्लीट जो स्टेटमेंट आए हैं मेजरली तो उन्होंने यही कहा है कि क्रूड ऑयल की प्राइस को डाउन जाना चाहिए इंटरेस्ट रेट वो और कम करना चाहते हैं एंड रसिया यूक्रेन वॉर को जल्दी जल्दी ख़त्म करना चाहते हैं अगर रसिया तैयार हो जाता है ऐसी भी न्यूज़ आ रही है कि ऑलरेडी बातचीत शुरू हो चुकी है रसिया के साथ अगर ऐसा होता है तो ऑल दिस न्यूज़ आर लॉजिकली नेगेटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस एक डिप दिया है क्रूड ऑयल ने अब दिस इज द लास्ट सपोर्ट अगर ये भी होल्ड नहीं होता है तो फिर ब्रेक डाउन करके अच्छा खासा जाएगा अगर यहाँ से बाइंग नहीं आती है तो जो लोग यहाँ पर बाइंग में है थोड़ा क्वांटिटी कम ही रखना ऊपर टारगेट लगा रखा है सेम फॉर नेचुरल गैस बाकी यूएस भी प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाएगा नेचुरल गैस का तो अगर नेचुरल गैस का प्रोडक्शन बढ़ता जाता है यूएस की ओर से साथ ही साथ अगर सऊदी अरेबिया रेट कम कर देता है थोड़ा सा प्रोडक्शन कम करके प्रोडक्शन बढ़ा के अपनी साइड से जितनी डिमांड है उसके अकॉर्डिंग तो प्राइस और गिर सकते हैं उस केसेस में बाकी नेचुरल गैस जैसा बताया है कि तैयार है यूनाइटेड स्टेट सप्लाई करने के लिए यूरोप को तो अगर ऐसा होता है तो यूरोप में नेचुरल गैस की इतनी कोई प्रॉब्लम आएगी नहीं तो उसका भी एक नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट नेचुरल गैस पे हो सकता था थोड़ा बहुत इन्वेंट्री के बाद इम्पैक्ट हुआ है ये भी लास्ट सपोर्ट पर ही है होल्ड होता है थोड़ा ऊपर जाएगा अगर नहीं करता है होल्ड तो फिर नीचे सपोर्ट आपका 317 to 20 के आसपास है ठीक है तो थोड़ा सा वॉलेटिलिटी इम्पैक्ट आफ्टर द स्पीच देखने के लिए मिल सकती है बाकी इन्वेंट्री आने वाली है क्रूड ऑयल की तो जो लोग बाइंग में है अपना एसएल भी थोड़ा सा ट्रेल कर लेना इन्वेंट्री क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्री इज शेड्यूल इन नेक्स्ट 6 मिनट में क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री आ जाएगी ठीक है 5 मिनट रह गए हैं एक बार बाकी भी इन्वेंट्री देख लेते हैं 3 इन्वेंट्री आती हैं क्रूड ऑयल की ध्यान रखना है क्रूड ऑयल की गैसोलीन की और 2 और इन्वेंट्री है गोल्ड का बता दिया ऑलरेडी एक बार थोड़ा बहुत स्पीच का इम्पैक्ट पड़ता ही है लाइक यूएस का प्रेसिडेंट है तो कुछ ना कुछ तो इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा ही पड़ेगा दीज आर द लेवल फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर थोड़ा बहुत इम्पैक्ट न्यूज़ का हो सकता है ध्यान रखना बेटर रहेगा थोड़ा सा मार्केट को कूल डाउन होने दो यस इन्वेंट्री आने वाली है नेक्स्ट 5 मिनट में ठीक है इन्वेंट्री आने वाली है नेक्स्ट 5 मिनट में ध्यान रखना गाइस हाँ, क्रूड से रिलेटेड थोड़ा ज़्यादा न्यूज़ है। नेचुरल गैस के लिए सिर्फ वही एक न्यूज़ है कि दे कैन सप्लाई द नेचुरल गैस टू द यूरोप। ओके, क्रूड में इन्वेंट्री भी आने वाली है। रिपीट कर रहा हूँ, किसी की कोई ओपन पोजीशन है तो एसएल कॉस्ट पे भी रख सकते हो। नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री आ गई थी, नेगेटिव थी, प्राइस डाउन कर गया, नीचे सपोर्ट पर है अभी। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, 80 लाइक्स हो चुके हैं, 20 लाइक्स और हो जाएंगे, 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट कंप्लीट हो जाएगा। इन्वेंट्री आने में बचे हैं 4 मिनट अब। लेट्स सी क्या इम्पैक्ट पड़ता है इन्वेंट्री का। बाकी अगर फोरकास्ट देखोगे तो लास्ट टाइम -2 थी, इस बार -0.1, मतलब लास्ट टाइम के कंपैरिजन में ये लोग थोड़ा ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं। तो फोरकास्ट से अगर ज़्यादा आता है डेटा तो इट इज़ नेगेटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस, अगर अगेंस्ट आ गया तो इट इज़ पॉजिटिव, प्राइस को ऊपर जाना चाहिए। मिनट लेफ्ट इन क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्री, 81 लाइक्स हो चुके हैं, 19 लाइक्स आर रिमेनिंग। सभी लोग लाइक कर दो गाइस अब। 18 likes are remaining now. 17 likes are remaining now. Sixteen likes are remaining now. Likes are remaining. 11 likes are remaining. 11 लाइक और बचे हुए हैं, कर दो स्टार्ट आउट से इन्वेंट्री आने से पहले। 8 likes are remaining now. क्रूड में अपना एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख लो गाइस, किसी की बाइंग है तो। इन्वेंट्री का कुछ भरोसा नहीं है, पॉजिटिव आ गई तो अच्छा ही है, बट नेगेटिव आई तो एसएल चला जाएगा और नॉन नेसेसरी। 2 मिनट रह गए हैं इन्वेंट्री आने पे। 100 लाइक्स हो गए हैं, थैंक यू सो मच टू एवरीवन। नेक्स्ट टारगेट 200 लाइक्स का रखें क्या? जिन्होंने नहीं किया कर दो। 99 लाइक्स आर रिमेनिंग नाउ। इन्वेंट्री आने में 2 मिनट रह गए हैं, 2 मिनट लेफ्ट। भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू सब्सक्राइब द चैनल एज वेल। जिन लोगों ने सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया, सब्सक्राइब भी कर दो। ओके गाइस, 1 मिनट लेफ्ट, 1 मिनट रह गया। $45 seconds left. $90 लाइक्स आर रिमेनिंग, कर देंगे सभी लोग तो 200 लाइक्स हो जाएंगे। 30 seconds. क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्री, इन्वेंट्री से पहले ही टारगेट हिट हो जाएगा लग रहा है मुझे। साइडवेज ना चला जाए। ओके, 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1। इन्वेंट्री आ गई आपकी। इन्वेंट्री क्रूड ऑयल की देखोगे कैंडल तो ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी है, लग तो पॉजिटिव ही रही है। डेटा अपडेट ही नहीं हो रहा लगा। 30 सेकेंड्स हो गए, डेटा अपडेट ही नहीं हुआ, या पॉजिटिव ही आई है। एक इन्वेंट्री तो पॉजिटिव ही है, बाकी 2 इन्वेंट्री भी देख लेते हैं। हाँ ठीक है, 3 इन्वेंट्री में से 2 पॉजिटिव है, 1 नेगेटिव है। मतलब इन्वेंट्री होती है क्रूड ऑयल की, EIA की और गैसोलीन की। 3 में से 2 पॉजिटिव है, 1 नेगेटिव है। पॉजिटिव मतलब 2 का इम्पैक्ट पॉजिटिवली होना चाहिए, प्राइस को ऊपर जाना चाहिए, 1 का इम्पैक्ट नेगेटिव होना चाहिए, प्राइस को डाउन आना चाहिए। ठीक है, तो ओवरऑल हम कहेंगे इन्वेंट्री इम्पैक्ट इज पॉजिटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस। अब देखते हैं, कैंडल तो ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी है, होल्ड करता है या नहीं करता है प्राइस। इन्वेंट्री आ चुकी है, अब और कोई डेटा नहीं है आज का। इन्वेंट्री इज पॉजिटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस। ऐसे 2 इन्वेंट्री पॉजिटिव है, 1 इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव है। एक बार देख लेते हैं कल कौन कौन सा डेटा शेड्यूल है। ओके, तो इन्वेंट्री अगर देखोगे, इन्वेंट्री इज पॉजिटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस। 2 इन्वेंट्री पॉजिटिव है, 1 नेगेटिव है, ओवरऑल पॉजिटिव ही कहेंगे। ठीक है, तो एक बार अगर डेटा कल का देखें, लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन इस वीक का 25 को सैटरडे है, 26 को संडे, 26 जनवरी रिपब्लिक डे ऑफ इंडिया। ओके, तो कल अगर देखोगे तो कल फाइनल एनुअल मीटिंग होगी शायद, मुझे लग रहा है। फिर आपका ओके, हमें सिर्फ यूएस का डेटा चाहिए। 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग, 8 PM पे यूएस मार्केट ओपन, 8:15 पे सर्विस PMI का डेटा है और 8:30 पे एग्जिस्टिंग होम सेल्स का। तो ये भी गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए ही है इंपॉर्टेंट। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल में जिन लोगों ने बाई किया थोड़ा ट्रेल कर लेना, इन्वेंट्री पॉजिटिव ही है, मोमेंटम आ जाए तो वेल एंड गुड ही है। नेचुरल गैस में भी जिन लोगों ने बाई किया हुआ है टारगेट लगा रखे हैं, एक ना एक तो मुझे लग रहा है साइड पे जाना चाहिए क्रूड या नेचुरल गैस में से, दोनों तो मूव नहीं कर सकते, नॉर्मली तो नहीं करते।
But I would also say don't sleep on solar. I think if you look at our sort of capacity additions as a country going back the last several years, solar has been a massive contributor to that. And I think that will continue, especially as you see battery storage technology ramping up. And so I would say if some of these solar names are kind of getting caught up in the negative sentiment around
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. President Trump addressed the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland virtually this morning. It was his first major appearance at an international event since he returned to the White House earlier this week.
My message to every business in the world is very simple. Come make your product in America, and we will give you among the lowest taxes of any nation on earth.
Trump added that countries that opt to not make their products in the U.S. will face more tariffs. Trump Trump also urged OPEC to lower oil prices. WTI has now fallen to a session low. And Trump's appearance comes days after he signed executive orders withdrawing the United States from the World Health Organization and the Paris Climate Agreement. He also demanded the U.S. assert control over the Panama Canal and renewed his offer to buy Greenland, which is a territory of Denmark. Pent-up demand for mergers and acquisitions, especially among private equity firms, is poised to spur a surge in deal activity. That's according to Morgan Stanley Chief Executive Officer Ted Pick, who talked with Bloomberg TV on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum in Davos.
I am positive because it is definitely a change in tone. It just feels like the overall framework is one where there's going to be more interaction between the public and the private sectors. It can't be state actors alone, and it can't be private companies alone. So the fact that there's real dialogue building, I think that's a huge plus.
Morgan Stanley CEO Ted Pick. Saudi Arabia has investments of more than $770 billion in the U.S. and says it expects relations with Washington will continue to be flourishing as the kingdom pursues its broad economic overhaul. Finance Minister Mohammed Al-Jadaan says a healthy U.S. economy is good for the whole world.
A very strong U.S. economy is a good thing for the world and the world economy. The same applies to other major economies. If they go south, the whole world would really feel it.
Mohammed Al-Jadaan speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos. Now, this is on the heels of news that Saudi Arabia is willing to expand investments and trade with the U.S. by $600 billion in the next 4 years. American Airlines warned of a surprise loss to start the year as it tries to win back business travelers and battle high costs, disappointing investors after a string of bullish forecasts from other large carriers. The airline expects an adjusted loss of as much as 40 cents per share in the first quarter. Analysts had expected a 1 cent profit on average from the current period. American Airlines shares are 9.6% lower. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is little changed on the upside. NASDAQ is down about 0.25%. The Dow is up 0.3%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.64% and the 2-year yield at 4.3%. Continuing claims for U.S. unemployment benefits reached a 3-year high of 1.9 million. Initial claims for unemployment insurance edged up to 223,000, but are still near pre-pandemic averages. Bloomberg's Michael McKee.
This is probably just a seasonal jump from the seasonal factors, not a real change in the outlook for unemployment claims at this point. We're just coming out of the season in which we see problems in the markets in the claims because of holidays.
The rise in continuing claims suggests unemployed people are having a harder time finding new jobs. Crews continue to work on containing the Hughes fire. It erupted yesterday in the mountains north of L.A., burning more than 15 square miles by the evening. As of early this morning, just under 10,200 acres had burned, but no structures were damaged. More than 50,000 people were under evacuation orders or warnings. CAL FIRE Battalion Chief David Acuna says while that's not convenient, it is very necessary.
Evacuation orders and warnings remain in place in order to make sure that firefighters can work safely in the area. And although that ends up putting some traffic, we are confident that the firefighters will be able to work safely.
More than 4,000 firefighters are working to contain that blaze. It had forced a 30-mile stretch of Interstate 5 to temporarily close. As fresh fires race across the Los Angeles region, Oscar nominations are out. The Netflix narco musical about transgender identity, Emilia Perez, has received 13 Oscar nominations. Another musical, Wicked, the smash Broadway adaptation, came away with 10 nominations. The Oscars are scheduled to be held March 2nd in Los Angeles. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
China with tariffs. That investors may want to start thinking about what the hell does it mean if the U.S. hits the European Union with tariffs. A lot of big businesses, of course, that the U.S. has also operate in Europe. And then I would also add, too, a lot of focus, too, a lot of CEOs that I caught up with after the event were really keyed in on what Trump said about that tax rate, like you guys have been discussing, taking on 15% from 21%. So that, of course, is top of mind. And then last but not least, I think what you came away from this is it's going to be an unpredictable, of course, 4 years under President Trump and his administration. Nobody in that room, I would argue, thought he was going to come out and call the European very bad or say that the U.S. is treated very badly by Europe. So again, lots of curveballs there. Not everything is rosy. And it's always good to think about the other side of the coin, guys.
Yeah, Sazi, thanks so much for giving us some of that insights. They say the markets don't like uncertainty, but the S&P 500 still within a stone's throw of an intraday all-time high here. That's it for Yahoo Finance's special coverage of President Trump's virtual address to Davos. For those watching online or on one of our linear partners, you'll be joining our previously scheduled episode of Opening Bid already in progress.
Through open telemetry, APIs, or our One agent, Dynatrace automatically discovers and collects all your observability, security, and business data in seconds. And we store it all in Grail, a data lakehouse purpose-built to deliver answers and intelligent automation, not just more data on glass.
Let's get you the 3 things that you need to know today.
First up, U.S. stock futures pulling back today after nearing record highs following 3 consecutive days of gains. The S&P 500 closed on the brink of record, propelled by optimism over artificial intelligence spending and strong earnings. Mega-cap tech stocks got a boost on Wednesday following Trump's AI announcement, but investors are still weighing the risk of tariffs on major trading partners.
Plus, President Trump set to speak at Davos this morning. World leaders will hear from the new commander-in-chief virtually as he chats with the president of the World Economic Forum. Trump will then answer questions from major executives. Those include the CEOs of Bank of America, Blackstone, as well as the chair of Santander.
And American Airlines forecasting a first quarter loss of up to 40 cents per share in its earnings report. All that projection coming in contrary to analysts' expectations of a 1-cent profit. The pessimistic outlook comes amid more bullish numbers from rivals United and Delta, who pointed to strong demand for higher domestic ticket prices and winter trips to Europe. Meanwhile, GE exceeded Wall Street expectations for profit and sales in the final months of the year as jet engine maker worked through the supply chain limitations and capitalized on strong maintenance backlog.
Welcome to Stocks in Translation, broadcasting from the New York Stock Exchange. I'm Jared Blickery, your host, and with me, as always, is the voice of the people, Sydney Freed. And while we have your attention, please like, subscribe, and comment on Stocks in Translation on Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon, or YouTube. And today we are welcoming Stephanie Roth, who is the chief economist with Wolf Research. Hello. And today we're going to be focusing on the economy, and we've got some fresh inflation and jobs data to key in on. Our word of the day is tariffs. Are they simply a tax? We provide some context and nuance. And this episode is brought to you by the number 3.93%. That's where the bond market sees the 10-year falling to by December, and we've got a long ways to go to make that all true. Why all this wonky bond stuff matters. And before we get to our word of the day, we want to ask you, Stephanie, how is 2025 shaping up for you so far?
It's shaping up to be a pretty good year. We're looking for trend growth in terms of the economy to be above the typical trend. Something like 2.2% is kind of how we're thinking for GDP. Generally speaking, the trend for this economy is somewhere around 2 or slightly below. Over the past couple of years, it's been very much above trend.
Yes.
So should be a decent year. Inflation might be a little bit sticky, but nothing that should be overly concerning, nothing that's picking up really either.
Yeah, and we'll get to inflation in a minute. Want to get to our word of the day, which is tariffs. And here's the definition. A tariff, if you didn't know already, is a tax or duty imposed by a government on imported or exported goods. And it's often used to protect domestic industries or to generate revenue. And at one time, it was a major revenue generator. And I went through some history. The first tariff in the United States was a Tariff Act of 1789. Then it goes on some other major ones. We had one in 1828. We had one, the Smoot-Hawley. Bueller, anyone? Bueller. Smoot-Hawley was in 1930. We had the Trade Expansion Act of 1962. And then we had the Trump tariffs of 2018. So we've seen these kind of rear their heads. And this is very much a different context today. So what do the tariffs mean to you? How should we be thinking about them? We're thinking about them too much.
No, the tariffs could be really impactful. Tariffs, in my opinion, are a stagflationary type of shock on the economy, which means negative for growth and positive for inflation, which is the exact opposite of what the Fed would like to see. The thing is, our base case is that we're not going to see big tariff policy until later this year, which is why I earlier mentioned we're pretty optimistic on growth this year. If you were to tell me Trump's broad-reaching tariffs were going to happen on day one of his administration, I would be a lot more negative on the economy for this year. So base cases, they happen later in the year, but it's something that we should absolutely be focused on because this is a tax on the consumer, and it's a really big headwind to the economy in 2026.
I want to key in on that tax for the consumer. So what do they end up paying that they wouldn't have without tariffs? Is it like a couple dollars? Is it significant? Well, I guess a couple dollars is significant, but how do they actually see that?
Do we even know?
So here's the transmission mechanism to the consumer, and then rough estimates in terms of how much it could cost consumers in aggregate. So the way it gets passed on to the consumer is the importer has to pay the tariff rate to the U.S. government. They're going to try to sort of pass that along the supply chain. So they're going to raise their prices to the buyer, and then the buyer would be, let's just say, a regular retailer will try to raise their prices, hoping that the consumer will pay. Exactly, hoping that the consumer will pay for it. So at some point, the consumer will ultimately feel the headwind on this kind of along the way. Now, estimates in terms of how much this could cost the consumer, there have been a wide range of estimates. Our numbers suggest it could cost households well over $1,000 if we get even a modified agenda in terms of what Trump has proposed.
What we saw in the first Trump administration was there was volatility that surrounded the tariffs, and that kind of became its own thing. So if we set aside the dollar impact of the tariffs, just kind of the tool of tariffs and maybe the threat thereof, any thinking along the volatility that maybe brings to the markets or the economy?
Yeah, it certainly does bring quite a bit of volatility. We saw that very much in 2018, and I would expect to see that again, especially since Trump is likely to play a bit of a negotiation game with a lot of these other countries. And in doing so, that's going to create a lot of volatility because this affects company earnings. So that's why it brings volatility to markets, because it has a real effect in terms of how companies are valued to some extent. So we should expect to see a lot of this negotiation tactic. And once the market actually believes that these tariffs are going to happen and has a sense of what the policy might actually be, sure, that's when we should start to see that volatility pick up.
So tariffs are inflationary, correct? What else is potentially inflationary that you're seeing in the Trump trade?
I would say tariffs are the biggest thing. The other thing is the fact that growth might just be a little bit better than would otherwise be the case.
And the Fed bumped up their growth estimate for the 2025, I think, in the last meeting.
Yes.
So 2.5% from 2%, something like that.
Yeah, so the outlook for the economy is a bit better, at least for now. And the key reason is that companies are feeling better about the backdrop, and they're wanting to invest, this whole animal spirits concept. And it seems to be real. You're starting to see measures of sentiment start to pick up, and that actually has a self-fulfilling effect on the economy. So that could help to boost growth. And then deregulation is another one that could help to boost the economy. As for the inflationary impact, if you just have better growth, and that could be inflationary. And then, of course, there's immigration. Immigration is
It's a big wild card, too.
That's a big wild card, and something that is likely to be at least modestly inflationary for the economy. If Trump actually does a lot of what he said, which is cutting off a lot of these programs that the Biden administration put in place, we could see a massive slowdown in the flow of immigration, which has been helping to support the strong labor market that we've seen.
What about, and Trump is inheriting a big fiscal deficit, a current account deficit, so that speaks as to the trade situation of the U.S. And then on the other side of the fiscal house, we have Scott Bessent coming in, and assuming that he's confirmed, he has pledged to reduce the average weighted maturity of the U.S. debt profile. So the U.S. has been selling a lot of short-term bills and has been issuing debt in short-term bills. The problem is those have to be rolled over. A lot of those are coming due, and the U.S. the new administration wants to get into longer-term debt to lock in maybe some lower rates or just to protect. Can you talk about those dynamics?
Yeah, so the problem is that could start to put upward pressure on the longer end of the yield curve. So higher bonds, called the 10-year bond, could start to rise, which is, exactly the opposite of what the Trump administration would like to see. So it depends on exactly how this might play out.
Yeah.
But if that in fact were to be the situation, what you would see is there would be a lot more supply in longer dated paper, really meaning there's a lot more bonds at longer dates, and that would put upward pressure on prices because there'd just be a lot more of them, and then they would get reduced in value.
Yeah, there's a lot of wonky bond terminology in here. When we talk about maturities, you can also call that tenor. Basically, we're talking about when does this debt come due? So we talk about the 10-year yield, for instance. That is you're locking your money up for 10 years. So you pay the government $1,000. You get that $1,000 back after the 10 years. But in the meantime, you get what are called coupons. And from what I understand, they actually used to be coupons that you would clip. You take them into your bank and you get the interest payments. So the interest payments are coupons. So with that explanation, I'm not sure where I was going with that other than to explain a couple of things here. But when you talk to clients about bond markets and whether the bond market and whether bonds are suitable for somebody's portfolio, what are the dynamics that you look at?
Well, so of course the number one thing might be the yield. Is how much yield are you getting in your bond compared to what you could get elsewhere. So let's say your bond was yielding you something like 4.5%. Then if you're locking your money up in the bond, you have to believe that that's going to be a better investment than putting your money in, say, stocks. And oftentimes is the case, especially in the last decade, you would get your bond return was quite low, so it made much more sense to put money into stocks. Now that bonds are at a much higher yield level, it makes potentially more sense to put your money into there because it's a less risky type of asset. Then the second thing to consider is the yield at which you're locking that in. Mm-hmm. So if you think that the yields are going to come down from here, it would make sense to lock at yields today, which is one thing that's kind of attractive today. Rates are fairly elevated at this point, so it kind of makes sense to lock in rates at this juncture.
And here's another thing. This is almost a personal finance question, but I hear it a lot. Why don't savings accounts rates kind of match what the Fed is doing? Like, we're talking about these 4 or 5% rates. I get nothing like that in my main savings account. I have to hunt around and find something that's yielding north of 3%. So we don't always see those rates trickle down, even though you'd think these are short-term rates. But do you advise people to shop for rates, or how does that work?
Yeah, you might have to put your money into a mutual fund in order to capture those rates.
Like a money market fund, or?
Yeah, exactly, like a money market fund. And a big reason is because a lot of times banks don't necessarily have to sort of capitalize on all of those interest rate moves, so they don't necessarily have to raise rates quite in line with the Fed funds rate, which has been quite elevated. When banks do need to attract capital, that's when they would start raising their rates in order to attract people's money. But these days they don't necessarily have to do that in a big way, in which case you don't really get the same type of yield that you might get in other forms of sort of short interest
What about like high yield savings account, right? That's
what we're looking for. We just can't find it. Like, where are the high yield savings account? Actually, we do have a personal finance section of the Yahoo Finance site, which is perfect for exploring these kinds of options. Brief little plug there. You know what it reminds me of, and this is going to be an interesting segue. It reminds me of the market for gasoline. So you see, like, there's an oil shock, and suddenly all the gas prices go higher immediately, even though they've had that gasoline in their big storage tanks for a while. But then it takes a long time for prices to come back down once that oil shock is over. We've seen crude oil, and here's where I'm going. We've seen crude oil kind of rise and pop a little bit, I think to $78 a barrel, WTI. How much is crude oil a concern from the inflation point of view? I haven't seen that on too many people's radars this year, but is that something you're even tracking?
Well, so energy prices tend to be quite volatile. And that's why when the Fed targets their official measure of inflation, they strip out food and energy prices. Not because they're not important, not because they're not something that the consumer has to pay for, but because they tend to be very volatile and not necessarily linked to things that are tied to what the Fed is doing. So because they're not really the official part of the Fed's target, it's less of a concern from a markets perspective, from an inflation perspective when I'm thinking about my forecast for the Fed for this year. That said, it is, of course, important. It is inflationary in a sense. But higher energy prices act as a tax on the consumer, similar to the way we talked about tariffs.
Sure.
So when the consumers have to pay a lot more for their energy prices, they might pull back on spending elsewhere, in which case it might be a bit self-fulfilling. It tends to sort of cap the way inflation might move, because that might just slow down the consumer in other pockets of the consumer's wallet.
We had a minute to break here. Sid, you were asking, we were talking about the consumer price index report that we got, and the food and energy prices, when you take those out, we actually saw a tick down in that number. It was kind of a surprise. Anything there in this latest inflation reading that gives you any solace as to what, like, I've been worried, I've been concerned about inflation picking back up, and now it's ticking down a little.
Yeah, so the inflation data that was reported most recently came in pretty good on average, right? So core inflation is the thing to pay attention to most when we're talking about the Fed. That came in quite modest. It was 0.225, which is a very good reading. The Fed is looking for something that rounds to 0.2, so this is a good one. And when it ties to the Fed's official measure, core PCE, it's looking like it should also come in kind of that 0.2. Food and energy prices, of course, were higher on a month-over-month basis, although they continue to slow down on a year-over-year. So it depends on how we're looking at it. The Fed these days, because they're really trying to figure out what their next move is, they're going to be focusing on the month-over-month data. And that's kind of what's going to be key for driving Fed policy in the next couple of months. The year-over-year number is important, but that's a little bit more slow-moving. So that is gradually coming down. But when we're thinking about Fed policy and what the market's really paying attention to, it's going to be that month-over-month reading.
Hold that thought. Perfect segue, because we're going to talk about the Fed in a minute. We need to take a short break. Coming up, we're going to talk about the dwindling number of Fed rate cuts this year as seen by the bond market and the derivatives market. And a power couple makes their way to the runway on today's Who Wore It Better. We are back. And this episode is brought to you by the number 3.93%. That is where derivatives and bond market investors see the Fed funds rate falling to by the end of the year, 2025. That translates into about 1.5 rate cuts, which makes it easier to follow along. We'd like to talk about 25 basis points or 0.25% rate cuts. And for context, the Fed, at its last meeting in December, it lowered its projection of rate cuts this year from 4 to 2. So maybe there's a little bit of agreement in there. Does it matter how many rate cuts, or is it the direction? What matters to you as an economist in terms of thinking about the Fed?
It matters the market's expectations for rate cuts over the next couple of years. So it's not just exactly what happens this year. The timing is a little bit less important because the market really thinks about, say, 2 or 10-year yields. So that's the average of the market's expectation for rates over the next either 2 or 10-year yields, plus the term premium. Don't have to get into that. But that's kind of why it matters over the next couple of years what the Fed can do, not necessarily exactly what month they're able to cut. And what tends to happen is when the Fed outlines what they're about to do, markets price it well in advance. So you might find it to be surprising that 10-year yields are actually higher than where they were before the Fed started cutting in the first place in September of last year.
That's really interesting, and that's something I've been asking some other guests here. So when the Fed started cutting last September, so far they've cut 100 basis points. So short-term rates coming down by 100 basis points. Meantime, the 10-year, which we've been talking about quite a bit, shot up 100 basis points and maybe a little bit more since then. So that is something that really doesn't happen that often. And Torsten Slok, he's the Apollo chief global economist. By the way, that's our parent company. He says this hasn't happened before, going back to the 1980s. It kind of happened in 1998, which is an interesting situation. So what do you think about this? The long end coming down and the short end coming down and the long end being raised as the Fed finally cuts?
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting dynamic. I think a couple of things were at play here. One is certainly the election, right? The election had a notable impact on the long end of the yield. The reason is because investors are expecting the Fed is able to cut fewer times than would otherwise be the case. And then, of course, there's concerns about the deficit. And that all filters into this whole term premium concept, which is really just
We've broken that down a few times.
Okay,
Everybody
perfect.
Search your memory banks. We don't have to do that again.
Perfect. We don't want to get into that. Like, it can get quite wonky. Yes. But that's one reason why there's been upward pressure on yields since the Fed has started to cut. So it's a bit of a tightening of conditions, because the idea of the Fed cutting is they're trying to bring down interest rates across the curve so that consumers are able to finance their debt at a lower rate, companies too. So it's a bit of a sort of an interesting situation, because the Fed is cutting at the short end, yet it's more expensive to take out longer term debt. So probably not an ideal scenario, but the reason is because we have a president that, may be more positive for the growth outlook, at least in the near term. That's what bond markets are telling you to some extent. And it's just, the economy might be better off and able to handle higher interest rates than, we previously thought.
Stephanie, what do you think about dissents we've seen at the Fed? I think we've had two, and they're pretty rare, right? So what do you think about them?
They've been surprising, right? So the first one
was a Fed governor. I think there was a first
was Bowman, one. Yeah. The first one was Fed Governor Bowman. That came partially because it was a large, jumbo rate cut. She didn't really agree with that.
The 50 basis points, which was a little controversial.
Exactly. Well, controversial 50 basis points. Now, perhaps it's looking like it was a good dissent, because they probably didn't do 50 back in September. And then the second was Hammack, which was a bit of a surprise. People thought if it was going to be another dissent at the last meeting, it was going to be the same Fed governor who dissented in the first place. This time it wasn't. I think it's an indication that there's a lot of uncertainty with the Fed, and there's a lot of different sort of views about what should happen, and the discussions are getting pretty tense. So that would suggest, all else equal, there might be a little bit less movement out of the Fed this year, because there is not a real consensus with the governors.
It's really interesting. The Fed generally votes as a single block, and it's the job of the chair, and right now that's Jerome Powell, to kind of marshal everybody and get everybody on the same page. And when you get dissents, because it's rare, you kind of raise that little flag. And now potentially we have two going forward. We don't know, we don't know that it's going to happen, but potentially we have two. We were talking about rates. The long end of the yield curve ties into housing, and we've seen mortgage rates pretty high, locking people out of new housing. What do you think of the rates market right now? Home builder stocks, by the way, and we're not talking to you about stocks, but home builder stocks have been on a tear the last few days.
Yeah.
Just because rates are coming down.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, rates are good for the housing market. The challenge is mortgage rates are still kind of high for the broad-based housing market to do well. So now let's just say mortgage rates are in and around 7%. When we've looked at certain surveys that ask consumers, what rate would you be comfortable trading in your existing mortgage rate for something, for a new house, it was something in the low sixes. So we need a decent more rally in mortgage rates, or mortgage rates to come down, in order to really unlock the housing market. So right now it's been quite frozen, because if you have a mortgage rate that's something like 3.5%, which is the average effective mortgage rate,
which is pretty.
Far.
Yeah, that's almost amazing to contemplate how low the payments are versus what people are facing now.
Exactly. So it's a hard trade, right? But if you get towards low sixes, people might now feel a little bit more comfortable to trade in their mortgage rate, because they want to move, or they want a bigger house, or whatever it is.
So is the R word, recession, at all in play this year? I feel like the economy is chugging along, but is there that risk at all?
There's never a 0% chance, right? So on average, there's a 16% chance of
You know what
recession.
economists always say? It's 2 years away. It's 2 years away. It's 2 years away.
This time it might actually be,
Yeah,
right?
it might actually be 2 years away right now. We heard it from this economist.
Well, because we're also seeing like high-profile companies hiring freezes or slashing
Microsoft, yeah. So some big names, Citigroup too, like pausing, adjusting their compensation, as Sid was saying. What I remember from 2022, those were the people who cut first, who cut jobs first, like big tech, and everybody saw these high-profile announcements, and they thought, okay, we're going to see all this recession taking place, but then it just didn't trickle down. And what we're seeing is kind of a resilient labor market, and we saw this in the jobs numbers last couple weeks ago. I'm just wondering, I don't think we hit really the labor market in that surprise payrolls report just yet.
Yeah, so a couple of things there, right? So the last couple of times we saw these waves of hiring freezes, we have to think about the time of the year. It tended to be around January. So the big announcements from a lot of these companies came at the start of the year that got a lot of folks worried about recession was coming, and then nothing played out, because this is normal business cycle type stuff, right? The beginning of the year, a lot of companies just think about their plans in terms of employment, and for some companies that might entail a hiring freeze. The thing that really hurts the labor market, though, is not just freezes, but big layoffs. And we haven't really seen that. Unemployment claims have remained very steady. And if business profit margins remain pretty good, there's not a big reason for layoffs. Companies were struggling to hire during the pandemic. And unless they really see a downward shift in terms of their profit margins, they're probably not going to do those big layoffs. And if we don't have layoffs, we don't have a recession.
All right, time is getting away from me, but we're going to make time for Who Wore It Better today. And we are looking at the ultimate power couple, fiscal and monetary stimulus, as they strut their stuff down the runway, both working together, by the way, to theoretically drive growth and stability. Now, amid the COVID outbreak in 2020, they joined forces. This is fiscal and monetary, delivering bazooka-level stimulus to the U.S. economy. Congress unleashed massive spending while the Fed pumped liquidity into Wall Street and Main Street, while also slashing interest rates. But in the teens or the 2010s, it was mostly monetary policy that was carrying the load. The Fed kept rates low, while Congress and the fiscal side, they stayed relatively quiet. And like any dynamic duo, they don't always agree. Fiscal loves bold upfront moves like stimulus packages, while monetary prefers steady behind-the-scenes adjustments like rate hikes. Most of the time, there are exceptions. So today, we're asking you, Stephanie, when it comes to managing the economy, who's wearing it better? Is it fiscal or monetary policy?
It's an interesting one. So for the past couple of years, they've been moving in opposite directions. The Fed was trying to tighten monetary policy, slow down the world, and fiscal policy was still quite stimulative. Some of it was lingering effect from the COVID pandemic. Now we're in a situation where they're more in line to some extent. The Fed is still easing, even though there are questions about how many times they might cut this year, or if they cut at all. And fiscal policy may still be a little bit supportive. So I think the more important thing driving the economy at this point is probably going to be fiscal, because there's likely to be quite a bit of changes this year.
I think the message from the pandemic, we learned that fiscal is just much
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. Oil shares fell when President Trump told attendees at Davos he'll ask Saudi Arabia and OPEC to cut the price of oil.
You got to bring it down, which frankly, I'm surprised they didn't do before the election. That didn't show a lot of love by them not doing it. I was a little surprised by that. If the price came down, the Russia-Ukraine war would end immediately.
President Trump speaking virtually to the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. WTI shares now down more than 1%. Saudi Arabia has investments of more than $770 billion in the U.S. and says it expects relations with Washington will continue to flourish as the kingdom pursues its broad economic overhaul. Finance Minister Mohammed Al-Jadaan says a healthy U.S. economy is good for the world.
We are excited about the U.S. New administration, and we are excited about the U.S. economy. We think the next few years would actually show strength in the U.S. economy.
Mohammed Al-Jadaan speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos. Pent-up demand for mergers and acquisitions, especially among private equity firms, is poised to spur a surge in deal activity. Now, that's according to Morgan Stanley Chief Executive Officer Ted Pick, who talked with Bloomberg TV on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum.
The question is, what kind of growth can we generate? I think so the conversation that one would have is which comes first, sort of the potential inflationary effect of tariffs or the positive deregulatory effect. And I think that's going to be one of the things we know is that there's going to be an ongoing dialectic, which policy function can be transmitted more quickly than the other. And I think that pivoting and transitioning in the dialogue is important.
Morgan Stanley CEO Ted Pick. American Airlines warned of a surprise loss to start the year as it's trying to win back business travelers and fight those high costs, disappointing investors following a string of bullish forecasts from other large carriers. The airline expects an adjusted loss of as much as 40 cents a share in the first quarter. Analysts had expected a 1 cent profit on average. American Airlines shares now 7.6% lower. And we do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is up 0.2%. NASDAQ is down 0.1%. The Dow is up 0.6%. The 10-year Treasury yield is at 4.63%, and the 2-year yield is at 4.27%. Electronic Arts shares dropped 18% because of weaker than expected financial results, largely attributed to poor sales of EA Sports FC 2025 and Dragon Age: The Veilguard. The company expects a return to growth in fiscal year 26, with CEO Andrew Wilson expressing confidence in their long-term strategy. Continuing claims for U.S. unemployment benefits reached a 3-year high of 1.9 million. Initial claims for unemployment insurance edged up to 223,000, but remain near pre-pandemic averages. Bloomberg's Michael McKee says California jobless claims did not jump as much as initially expected.
Only up by 6,700. They were up 13,000 the week before, so we're not seeing a major jump in claims yet from California because of the fires.
The rise in continuing claims suggests unemployed people are having a harder time finding new jobs. Crews continue to work on containing the Hughes fire. It erupted yesterday in the mountains north of Los Angeles, burning more than 15 square miles by the evening. Now, as of early this morning, just under 10,200 acres had burned, but no structures had been reported damaged. CAL FIRE Battalion Chief David Acuna says crews will not leave the scene of a fire until they're absolutely sure it's fully contained.
Just like all the other fires, we're going to be cautious in declaring contained because we want to make sure that that fire cannot go over our lines before we start giving out containment percentages.
More than 50,000 people are now under evacuation orders or warnings. And even as those new fires burn in the LA area, Oscar nominations were released.
The Wicked Witch of the West is dead.
Wicked, the smash Broadway adaptation, came away with 10 nominations. The Netflix narco musical about transgender identity, Emilia Perez, led the way with 13 nominations. The Oscars are scheduled to be held March 2nd in Los Angeles. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
Every entity in your environment, it instantly knows how they all relate. So if a problem occurs, we show you where it is, why it happened, and the business impact, so you can prioritize action and trigger auto remediation.
You seem like you've embraced Elliott, the activist investor. Like, what does that firm bring to the table, and what do they want? What do they push you to do? Because it seems like you've embraced things that they may be bringing to the table.
I would say shareholder engagement is a work of every CEO. So I look at them as another share owners. We meet with all share owners and they are one of them. And it's my job to understand their perspective and then build that perspective on a holistic basis. And that's what we are doing. So they have a point of view. We may or may not agree with them. But my job is to engage with them and understand and explain our point of view to them. And then take it back to the board to say, here are the range of options. Because I see my job like somebody coming to a restaurant telling you what are the range of options and make my recommendations, but I don't make the decision finally. It's a collective decision which the board has to make.
With all your observability, security, and business data in the Dynatrace platform, you can unlock a goldmine of information and power boundless answers and intelligent automation. and even build custom apps and automations that integrate with your end-to-end ecosystem, tools, and platforms to solve any problem at any scale.
Welcome to the Opening Bid podcast. I'm Yahoo Finance Executive Editor Brian Sozzi. This is the podcast that will make you a smarter investor and, dare I say, a better leader. Now, we normally tape this podcast 3 times a week from the beautiful NASDAQ flagship headquarters building right in the middle of Times Square. So we thought, why not take this to this great snowy Alps of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, at the NASDAQ's home base here. Joining us now for this really special conversation at the World Economic Forum is Nouriel Roubini, professor at NYU and senior advisor at Hudson Bay Capital. Nouriel, good to see you. We've seen you around the world, and now we see you here at Davos.
Yeah, I just came from Israel and Dubai, and I'm headed from here to Mexico. So
you still look well rested. I mean, this is good stuff. There's so many different places we can start with you, but yeah. I just came back. You know, one of the cool things about WEF is there's breakfast. There's so many meetings on the ground. I came back from a tech breakfast, and we spent about an hour talking about the future of AI. There's entire departments of companies starting to be eviscerated. I mean, there is some real job loss. What are you hearing about the impact of AI? Last year, things were just starting, but this year, I'm getting a sense like, holy cow, like this is going to have a big impact.
yes, one of the biggest topics being discussed during the WEF this year, like last year, is the one of AI. I was in a couple of panels discussing yesterday about what an implication AI for the future of jobs. And it's been a long-standing debate. There are 2 views. One is that AI is going to be complementary to existing jobs, replacing some but creating many new ones, jobs of the future. But then the other view is that over time, eventually, many jobs are going to be replaced by AI, and we're not going to have enough jobs of the future. I think that over time, the latter view is going to be the correct one. Related implication, initially, the thought was that Gen AI is going to replace mostly white-collar job, is algorithm stuff that can be done by service white-collar workers. But what's happened is that in the last year or so, there has been a breakthrough. And the breakthrough is the integration between software and hardware. Because people said it's very hard to replace blue-collar jobs because, there are robots on the factory floor, but they do mechanical stuff. The big breakthrough right now is that evolution of humanoid robots that essentially follow individual workers on the factory floor, on a construction site, even a chef in a restaurant or a housekeeper.
It's terrifying. I'll say that. This is terrifying stuff.
No, but it's terrifying, but it's happening in the next literally year or 2, and that's going to be even a bigger revolution, I think, than Gen AI. And instead of having an LLM that learns about everything in the world, the entire internet follows your job or my job or anybody else's job. In a few months, then learns everything that a construction worker, factory worker, or any other service worker can do, and then can replace them. And I think that it's going to be a revolution because it's going to affect blue-collar jobs and degrees of robotics and automation like we've never, ever seen before. That's a second observation. Third observation is that people thought initially maybe low-skill or medium-skill jobs are going to be replaced by AI, but some of the advances in AI, not just the LLMs, but now the kind of like engines and thinking machines like O3, the case of OpenAI, imply knowledge and understanding at the level of a PhD. So jobs that are even PhD level or master level may be replaced. And final observation, we've seen a massive increase in income and wealth inequality and insecurity. That's a good reason why there's been this backlash against liberal democracy, democratic capitalism, and populism among the economic factors. But AI makes it worse because these technologies are capital intensive, high skill bias, and labor saving. So if you own the machine or the capital that owns the machine, you're going to do well, you'll be rich. If you're really probably in the top 5-10% distribution of skills, education, and human capital, every CEO or other people like those sorts here at Davos are going to become more productive and they're going to make more money. But if you're a low skill or a medium skilled, white collar, blue collar, increasingly your job and income is going to be threatened by AI, and there are not going to be enough jobs in the future. So I think people here at Davos emphasize the benefits in terms of cost cutting, more revenue, more profitability. But cost cutting means what? Eliminating jobs. And that aspect of it is going to lead to even more of a backlash and more populism that we'll see how it's going to be addressed. And that's one of the tensions, in my view, also within the great MAGA coalition of Trump. You're on one side, populist, nativist, blue-collar workers being displaced by trade, migration, but technology and innovation. And then you have the tech barons that are going to totally embrace the AI revolution. Is going to lead to even more labor shedding. And I think that conflict is already showing up in the debate, for example, about H-1B visas and migration, in which the two sides of the MAGA coalition are really at odds with each other.
What's your biggest fears on how, so let's just go zero in on these humanoids, because this is a topic I've been really digging into. Your biggest fears on the economy as humanoid robots move beyond factory floors. Maybe they're in our offices, they're in our homes, or they're trying to create companions. I look at what Elon Musk is doing with his humanoid robots. I mean, he's starting to make these potentially at scale this year.
Yeah, they'll be done at scale. They'll be very cheap, and literally even companions, boyfriends or girlfriends.
Oh, that's really terrifying. There's a lot of different places we can go with that.
Well, I met the CEO of a company who's happily married, and he says, I've tried these kind of AI bot girlfriend just to see how it works.
I do not. I don't want AI.
And he was
girlfriend.
saying, I'm getting close. This movie with Megan Fox, Subservience, came out last year, says about what happens when you hire a nanny with an AI and then eventually try to destroy you and your wife and whatever not.
Oh my God.
It's not science fiction. It's stuff that's happening right now.
I feel bad for the next generation. They have to deal with this crap.
Well, some people argue that our own species, sapiens, unless we merge between human and machine, we're going to become eventually obsolete. I mean, the good news is that all these innovations are going to increase potential growth, productivity growth, going to make us live healthier and longer and things of that sort. So the economic pie is going to grow a lot, but then the distribution of that pie between winners and losers, those who are left behind, those who are succeeded, is going to become very, even worse. That's the increase in inequality. There are some solutions, people, to say to that. One of them, you tax the winners and redistribute to everybody else, call it universal basic income or universal basic provision of services to everybody. The constraints are both political. Are we going to be in a system that allows that to happen? We're already in a system that's becoming quite oligarchic, in which income and wealth inequality is rising, but we're not redistributing enough. Secondly, the winners and losers are not going to be only within country, but also across countries. You might need to do global UBI, but I cannot see US taxpayers being taxed to redistribute income to sub-Saharan Africa, and that's going to create massive disturbances globally. And therefore, I think that also the nature of life, life until now has been based on the dignity of work. I work hard to provide food, shelter to me, myself, my spouses, my family. In a world of lack of scarcity, you have to rethink about what's the nature of life if it's not based on the dignity of work. And with people accept, actually, a world in which they get a welfare check because there are no jobs for them. A lot of the populist backlash is among people who say, I don't like the welfare state. I want a job, and I want a good job. I don't want to be a, unquote, unproductive member of society, and that's not acceptable to me. So there's a wide range of tensions that are going to really emerge, and they're not fully discussed here, because here is all about those are going to be the winners rather than those who are going to be left behind.
It was fascinating, Nouriel, to look on President Trump's inauguration day, and right in the front row seat, it's Apple CEO Tim Cook, Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg, several other big tech CEOs. I think Google CEO Sundar Pichai were there. Are you concerned that this, over the next 4 years, that this is an economy that will be run and heavily influenced by billionaires?
I think it's a legitimate concern, and that goes to the tension within the MAGA coalition, because on one side you have the blue collars, and not just blue collars, but even white collars that are worried about inequality and economic insecurity. On the other side, you have not the traditional big businesses, but the big tech barons or oligarchs, who have supported him, and those who have not supported him have to suck up to him. And therefore, you have this gap between the oligarchs and the new oligarchs and the tech oligarchs. And because of economies of scale, of network, actually, they're going to become even richer. Some people say those guys are going to be eventually having a net worth of $1 trillion, not of $300-400 billion.
Feels like we're just talking
Elon
about
Musk is going to go to $1 trillion.
$1 trillion
Yeah,
net
and
worth.
by the way, some of it is because of true talent, but now the big game is going to be who can suck up more and sooner and faster to Trump. In a true competitive market economy system, you have a level playing field, you have a rule of law, and then whoever is more successful is going to win. But there'll be this game of, Elon Musk is close to the president. I'm at Apple, I'm at Google, I'm at Amazon, I'm at Microsoft. I can make sure that actually he's not going to be benefiting excessively, and there's not going to be nepotism and favoritism and so on. And the risk is actually the decision about policy are going to be based on who's my friend. And that's why they all showed up at the inauguration. They all offered $1 million, $2 million for the inauguration and so on. This is not how a capitalist system should be working. It's becoming, and I think on that one, Joe Biden was right in his farewell address. It is becoming an oligarchic system in which, like in Russia, you have an authoritarian leader, and then you have powerful people that are running businesses who are under direct or indirect political control of whoever is in power. And I think that's something you have to start to really worry about. But the point is, in this coalition, you have the oligarchs on one side and the most powerful and rich men of the world. And then you have what people refer to as the pitchforks. Those who were left behind, were really angry, are starting to have guns and pitchforks. And we saw it, with the assassination of the CEO of United Healthcare and how actually online and social media, Mangione was having great amount of support, people supporting actually killing somebody else. That shows the kind of resentment that exists at the base. And that gap between these different parts of the coalition is going to become uglier. I mean, people like Steve Bannon already say we have to eliminate Elon Musk, literally.
Yeah.
So there'll be a nasty fight within the MAGA coalition.
Hang with us, Nouriel. We're going to go off for a quick break. We'll be right back on Opening Bid. All right, welcome back to Opening Bid. We are on the road at the World Economic Forum. Like I mentioned at the top of the podcast, we're always taping this at the NASDAQ headquarters in Times Square. We have taken it on the road to the NASDAQ's home base here at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, having a great conversation with Nouriel Roubini. If you were advising the president on trade policy and specifically tariffs, what would you tell this person who seems dead set on some form of very prohibitive tariffs on China and even Europe?
Well, I would say several things. I mean, first of all, people, of course, worry about the economic policies of Trump that will lead to lower growth and higher inflation, like trade protectionism, and you name it. But you have to give him some credit, and some of the things he's going to do may increase growth and reduce inflation, being pro-business, making those tax cuts permanent if you can finance them, deregulate an economy where it probably was over-regulation after the global financial crisis, maybe emphasizing further production of fossil fuels, even if it has negative consequences on the environment. It's going to keep price of energy low, inflation low, and reshore energy-intensive manufacturing. DOGE is not going to save you $2 trillion per year, but if you save even $200 billion, there's plenty of waste in the government. That's going to be, positive. And finally, that's a matter of just luck. There are all these industries of the future related to AI, machine learning, robotic automation, and you name it. And they're going to grow very, very fast the next 4 years or decade. And like the LLM that were started under Trump 1, not because of Trump, just because of an invention by Google, now all these other innovations are going to occur. And whether thanks to him or not, he's going to take credit for them. And U.S. potential growth, actually, by the end of the decade, could be as high as 3%. It's only 1.8 officially, but growth has been this year 2.8%. How we're growing faster with lower inflation? Maybe the AI benefits are already showing up. So you have to say these things are going to happen that are positive. What can go wrong, as you point out, are trade protectionist trade wars. draconian restriction to migration, unfunded tax cuts and other promises leading to higher budget deficits and higher interest rates, trying to disorderly weaken the dollar as an alternative to tariffs. It's the same thing.
We're going to have crypto. Who needs a dollar? We're going to have a crypto explosion. Nobody needs a dollar, right? No.
Well, he says on one side crypto, and he said to the BRICS, he threatened them. He said, if you're going to try to avoid using the dollar as the global reserve currency, going to impose massive tariff and sanction against them. So he wants there's a contradiction. On one side, he says, American carnage because the dollar is too strong given the global reserve currency role of the dollar, want a weaker dollar, or we want tariffs. On the other side, he wants to maintain the dominance of the US dollar as the reserve currency. So there are lots of other contradictions. And the trade and the currency side of it actually are two parts of the same thing, because you can essentially reshore manufacturing or try to, or reduce the trade deficit either through a devaluation of the dollar or through tariffs. But tariffs, by the way, lead to a stronger dollar and actually undo what you want to do on the trade side. I would say that, you have to be really very careful. Very careful, because if you follow policies like tariffs and protectionism that cause higher inflation and lower growth, or draconian restriction to migration or deportation, or fiscal deficits are excessively that lead to overheating and to higher real rates, bond yields are going to rise because of higher inflation through trade, through migration policy, or fiscal policies. Bond yields are going to rise because, and they've been rising.
They rise almost 5% on the 10-year.
Almost 5%.
Yeah.
And that has already led to the beginning of a correction. So the point is, you can control your party, you can control Congress, you can control the courts, you can control, social media. You cannot control the bond vigilantes. And if the bond vigilantes wake up because your policies are inflationary, then bond yields go higher, the stock market corrects, and you get punished, and there is a slowdown of economic activity. And by the way, I think that he worries, being a dead guy, more about the bond market than the stock market, because the stock market corrects 10 to 20%. The wealth effect is small because most of the equities are owned by a small share of the population. While bond yields go higher, mortgages are higher, auto loans, student loans, credit cards, pretty much every form of debt. And the average American is highly indebted. So the punishment coming from the bond vigilantes may be a constraint to not doing the bad policy, because he's tempted to go all the way towards tariff and so on, all the way to trade wars. But literally, the biggest constraint to not doing stupid things is going to be market discipline, bond vigilantes. 2, the independence of the Fed. If he does things that are inflationary, the Fed may start raising rates. 3, you have to give him credit. He has chosen, at least in the economic team, as opposed to some of the other lunatics in national security, people that are actually understanding economies and markets. Scott Besson, Steve Miran, Kevin Hassett, Howard Lutnick. These people are going to go and tell him, be careful. If you do stupid things, the bond vigilantes, the stock market vigilantes are going to punish you. Don't do the stupid things in the first place. And if he does, then the market punishment is going to lead to course correction. So those are some constraints to not doing the bad stuff.
You mentioned the Fed. I had a really good chat with Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan. And I encourage everyone to check that interview out. It's on the Yahoo Finance World Economic Forum Davos hub. But Brian couldn't rule out a rate hike this year. I would imagine that would be because of what you're talking about, a possibly reinflated U.S. economy this year. Is a rate hike, do you think it's off the table?
No, it's not off
At least
the table.
It's
not off the table. It's not the baseline. But think of it this way. Even before Trump was elected, the U.S. was not in a soft landing, was in a no landing, where growth was above potential. And while inflation was falling, it remained sticky, closer to 3% rather than 2%. And the economic policy of Trump, as I pointed out, those that lead to higher growth and lower inflation take many years. Energy policy, deregulation, it's not going to happen in 6 months. Well, the stuff that can increase inflation can happen literally this year. That is tariffs that are inflationary, draconian restriction to migration, excessive deficit that are on one side inflationary, overheating, and on the other side increase long rates because of high risk premium, because of higher debts and deficits. And therefore, those are the kind of things that you have to worry about. And the Fed is independent. Powell said,
for now,
they're not going to, for now. Well, if they try to make it less independent, actually, it damages because it means that you have an unhinging and the anchoring of inflation expectation. Bond yields are going to go even higher. That's why, he threatened to replace Powell. He's not going to do it. There were some suggestions of choosing already now and confirming the next Fed chair, having a shadow Fed chair, so the people say, don't listen to Powell, he's a lame duck, but not replace him until 26. But they're going to wait. And they're going to wait because effectively, if you fight the Fed, then the Fed can fight you. And even if you replace them, the anchor of inflation expectation means higher bond yields. But I see a collision course because since their policy at the margin are going to imply that inflation remains sticky and may go higher, the risk is the Fed that told us last year 4 cuts this year, and then in December said only 2 cuts, and now the markets are pricing maybe only 1 cut, there may be 0 cuts, and if core PCE goes higher, you cannot rule out, the way the CEO of Bank of America did, that actually this year the Fed is going to increase rates rather than even staying hold. It's not my baseline, but I think that even no cut, as opposed to raising rates, puts the Fed on a collision course with this administration, because this administration wants easy money to strengthen economic growth.
I remember a couple years ago at WEF, we caught up with you on the side of the street, and we talked a lot about, in our brief time doing that, crypto. And you reminded the world, you were really a breath of fresh air. You warned that there are a lot of bad actors in crypto, and it all came true. Now, I had a chat with Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong here at WEF, and he thinks, obviously, as you would suspect, crypto leads to economic freedom. Do you think it will lead to economic freedom? And should investors still be concerned about what we're seeing in the crypto space? We have a Melania coin, we have a Trump coin, we have all these new coins seemingly being created around the clock. We have Bitcoin at record highs. What's the other side of the story?
Well, the other side of the story is that, first of all, these meme coins are really embarrassing. Even supporters of Trump on Twitter have said that 2 days before the inauguration, you launched something that is totally vaporware based on whatever, and reaches a peak value, 70 billion, and then Melania and whatever not. There's massive nepotism, there's massive conflict of interest. This is disgusting. Takes people, decades to become billionaires. Overnight, in terms of at the peak, actually, his wealth might have been 60 or 70 billion. But then people buy at the peak, and then it already corrected by 50%. So it's like the typical stuff. The insiders make the money, sell it at the peak to the retail web foam, and then corrects, and then they get screwed.
Yeah, they get left holding the bag. We told Anthony Scaramucci.
Yeah.
I mean, he told us here, retail investors are going to get screwed.
Yeah, and they've already been, and will gain. And you have another big bubble in crypto, and there'll be another deflation of it, and then you'll have the same cycles of people buying at the peak, then it corrects, and they sell at the bottom. They're going to lose their shirts. But that's a part of what's going to be happening. I think that the more positive things is that there are some innovation in financial technologies that actually are positive. It's not about economic freedom, but they become provision of financial services that are better. Some of the fintech has nothing to do with the way with blockchain. Some of it has to do with blockchain. So you do hope that actually the stuff that actually improves provision of financial services without creating big leverage and a bubble gradually is going to emerge. And there's here a little bit also of a global rivalry because, the Trump guys are against the central bank digital currency. They say privacy is intrusion of the government, but China is battling ahead to creating their own CBDC. The Europeans want to maintain the euro as a global reserve currency. Trump says we'll never have a CBDC. So what's the alternative? I think the alternative is going to be things along the lines of stable coins or tokenized deposits that are a private alternative to a central bank digital currency because the US has to worry about the risk of de-dollarization. We have weaponized the dollar and use it for national security and foreign policy goals, maybe rightly so, but not only the strategic rivals of the US, China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, subject to sanctions, are worried, but even the global south is worried about secondary sanction if they don't follow the sanction. That's why The BRICS initiative about the common currency, that's a joke. It's never going to happen. But now, technologically, you have rails that allow you to bypass the US dollar and bypass SWIFT. There's a project that was started at the BIS and bridged, and they stopped it because they realized, oh my God, Russia and China can bypass it. But China is going ahead and barring ahead. So, a few years ago, Larry Summers, former Secretary of the Treasury, said people don't like the dollar, but what's the alternative? You cannot replace something with nothing. And he made a quip. He said, Europe is a museum, China is a prison, Japan is a nursing home, and Bitcoin is an experiment. Cryptocurrencies are still an experiment, and they're never going to be real currencies because they're not a unit of account, they're not a scalable means of payment, they're not a stable store of value, not a single numeraire. But now there are technological rails developed by our rivals that can gradually replace the US dollar, especially as we weaponize them. And the US is saying we don't want the e-dollar because of, government intrusion, privacy. But Europe, China, others are going to move ahead. So we have to think about an alternative. It's not going to be an e-dollar. It has to be either stable coins or tokenized deposit or something. They maintain the role of the dollar as a global reserve currency. Just threatening the BRICS and say, if you try to de-dollarize, I'm going to impose sanction on you, is not going to work. Actually, it's going to hasten the desire to replace the US dollar.
We have to leave it there. It's always a treat talking to you. We have interviewed you around the world, Nouriel Roubini. Thank you for doing this. I have to give the NASDAQ space back. They have very important meetings here. Nouriel Roubini, always nice to see you. Appreciate it.
Great being with you today.
Thank you so much. All right. We appreciate all the love on Opening Big. Continue to hit us with those thumbs up on YouTube, Spotify, Apple Music. Hit us with those likes. I personally answer a lot of your comments out there. Keep it coming. We always want to make the show better. That's it for Opening Bid at the NASDAQ from the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. We'll talk to you soon.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. Oil shares fell when President Trump told attendees at Davos he'll ask Saudi Arabia and OPEC to cut the price of oil.
You got to bring it down, which frankly, I'm surprised they didn't do before the election. That didn't show a lot of love by them not doing it. I was a little surprised by that. If the price came down, the Russia-Ukraine war would end immediately.
President Trump speaking virtually to the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. WTI shares now down more than 1%. Saudi Arabia has investments of more than $770 billion in the U.S. and says it expects relations with Washington will continue to flourish as the kingdom pursues its broad economic overhaul. Finance Minister Mohammed Al-Jadaan says a healthy U.S. economy is good for the world.
We are excited about the U.S. New administration, and we are excited about the U.S. economy. We think the next few years would actually show strength in the U.S. economy.
Mohammed Al-Jadaan speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos. Pent-up demand for mergers and acquisitions, especially among private equity firms, is poised to spur a surge in deal activity. Now, that's according to Morgan Stanley Chief Executive Officer Ted Pick, who talked with Bloomberg TV on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum.
The question is, what kind of growth can we generate? I think so the conversation that one would have is which comes first, sort of the potential inflationary effect of tariffs or the positive deregulatory effect. And I think that's going to be one of the things we know is that there's going to be an ongoing dialectic, which policy function can be transmitted more quickly than the other. And I think that pivoting and transitioning in the dialogue is important.
Morgan Stanley CEO Ted Pick. American Airlines warned of a surprise loss to start the year as it's trying to win back business travelers and fight those high costs. Disappointing investors following a string of bullish forecasts from other large carriers. The airline expects an adjusted loss of as much as 40 cents a share in the first quarter. Analysts had expected a 1-cent profit on average. American Airlines shares now 7.6% lower. And we do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is up 0.2%. NASDAQ is down 0.1%. The Dow is up 0.6%. The 10-year Treasury yield is at 4.63%, and the 2-year yield is at 4.27%. Electronic Arts shares dropped 18% because of weaker than expected financial results, largely attributed to poor sales of EA Sports FC 2025 and Dragon Age: The Veilguard. The company expects a return to growth in fiscal year 26, with CEO Andrew Wilson expressing confidence in their long-term strategy. Continuing claims for U.S. unemployment benefits reached a 3-year high of 1.9 million. Initial claims for unemployment insurance edged up to 223,000, but remain near pre-pandemic averages. Bloomberg's Michael McKee says California jobless claims did not jump as much as initially expected.
Only up by 6,700. They were up 13,000 the week before, so we're not seeing a major jump in claims yet from California because of the fires.
The rise in continuing claims suggests unemployed people are having a harder time finding new jobs. Crews continue to work on containing the Hughes fire. It erupted yesterday in the mountains north of Los Angeles, burning more than 15 square miles by the evening. Now, as of early this morning, just under 10,200 acres had burned, but no structures had been reported damaged. CAL FIRE Battalion Chief David Acuna says crews will not leave the scene of a fire until they're absolutely sure it's fully contained.
Just like all the other fires, we're going to be cautious in declaring contained because we want to make sure that that fire cannot go over our lines before we start giving out containment percentages.
More than 50,000 people are now under evacuation orders or warnings. And even as those new fires burn in the LA area, Oscar nominations were released.
The Wicked Witch of the West is dead.
Wicked, the smash Broadway adaptation, came away with 10 nominations. The Netflix narco musical about transgender identity, Emilia Perez, led the way with 13 nominations. The Oscars are scheduled to be held March 2nd in Los Angeles.